Chapter 1230 Guardian. The speed of an Emperor Realm powerhouse had already surpassed the limits of space and time. It didn't take long. The three Emperor Realms of the Spirit Lan domain, Emperor Jang, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun arrived. Seeing that Duan was always staring at the dead star not far ahead, Yao opened his mouth and asked, Duan, you said that you found the whereabouts of Emperor Ji, could it be above this planet? Yao, can't you feel the Emperor Ji's aura? It was only when Emperor Yao heard Duan say this that he focused his attention on the planet in front of him. Sure enough, it didn't take long to feel Emperor Ji's aura. Jang, on the other hand, had just arrived and had already sensed it. The five Spirit Lan Emperors had known each other for a very long time. So long that it was difficult to use the unit of years to calculate. One had to use epochs. A preliminary estimate. There were at least tens of thousands of epochs. One epoch was equivalent to 129,600 years. How many years are tens of thousands of epochs? Over such a long period of time. They all knew each other's auras very well already. Duan, since Emperor is inside, why don't you go in and check it out? Jiang asked. I'm afraid of disturbing Emperor Ji. There is a seal set by Emperor Ji on this planet. If you want to go up there, you have to break the seal. And now that we don't know what's going on inside, I don't dare to trespass for fear of disturbing her, so I'm waiting for you guys to come over, to see if there's any way to go in without destroying the seal. Duan explained. Jiang frowned at the words. A step was then taken and the person had already appeared outside the planet. The other three also appeared aside at the same time. When he wanted to enter the planet, a green-colored seal appeared, blocking the way. With Jiang's strength, it was actually very simple to enter, the seal couldn't stop him at all. But just like Duan said, not knowing what exactly was going on inside yet, and whether destroying the seal would affect Jiang didn't dare to mess around. Well, Elder Jiang, is there a way to get in without destroying the seals? Duan asked anxiously. Knowing that Ji was inside but being unable to enter made Duan anxious. I don't know yet, I'll take a look first. Jiang returned. Then he began to study the cyan-colored seal. The seal wasn't very strong. At least for an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it could still be broken with a little effort. It was just that it wasn't really easy to say whether or not it would affect Emperor Ji after breaking it. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager's injuries were very serious and she needed a lot of time to heal. Once the seal was broken, it was likely to cause serious consequences. After studying for a long time, only then did Emperor Jang speak. If I'm not wrong, this seal should be set up by the Green Lotus Sword to automatically protect its owner, and it's also Empress Ji's last means of defense. She would never use it until she had no choice. From this, it can be seen that Empress D is indeed very seriously injured this time, and it might even be life-threatening. What? Empress Ji's life is in danger? Duan was shocked at his words. He had thought that there wouldn't be too much of a problem with Empress Ji being able to set this seal before she recuperated from her injuries. As a result, Jiang said that it was set by Empress Ji's sword, the Green Lotus Sword, automatically protecting its owner. The Green Lotus Sword had automatically protected its owner, which was enough to show that Empress Dowager's state was worrisome. For Jiang's words, everyone believed it. After spending so much time together and understanding each other, it was impossible for Jiang to talk nonsense without certainty. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun cast similarly worried gazes. Elder Jiang, you're not mistaken. Is Emperor Yan's life really in danger? Duan asked nervously. The seal was set up by the Green Lotus Sword by urging all of its own power. If Emperor Ji still had the ability, there's no way she would allow the Green Lotus Sword to do this, because once it did, the spirit that the Green Lotus Sword had managed to generate would completely disappear, becoming a dead sword. After finishing, Jiang swept his gaze over the three of them and asked, do you guys think that with Ji's character, she would allow the Green Lotus Sword to become a dead sword? Duan stumbled back a few steps and almost fell. If what Jiang said was true, then the answer was clearly no. The Green Lotus Sword was more than simply a weapon to Emperor Yan. Rather, it was a companion that could tell her heart and stay with her for many epochs. Wherever there was a possibility, the Empress would not let the Green Lotus Sword become a dead sword. That is to say, when the Green Lotus Sword set the seal, Emperor Ji no longer had that ability to stop it. That's why it's likely that Emperor Ji has already been seriously injured and fallen into a deep sleep, and that's why the Green Lotus Sword will automatically dedicate itself to doing everything to make a final defense for her, so that Emperor Ji can recuperate in it. Emperor Jiang said in a heavy tone. Elder D. Jang, is there any way to go in without destroying the seal? I want to see how Empress Ji is really doing, and with our help, her injuries can heal faster, no? Di Yuan looked at Di Jian with anticipation in his eyes. This is the all-encompassing seal set up by the Green Lotus Sword's dedication to everything. If you want to go in, you can only forcefully break it open. It's better for us not to go, just let Empress Ji recuperate inside. When she awakens, she will definitely come out on her own. We only need to move this planet away and guard it outside. Emperor Jiang shook his head and replied. But how long will it take for Emperor to wake up? What if she needs our help? Then won't we be unable to do anything outside? Don't worry. The Green Lotus Sword has already produced a spirit. Since she did this, the Empress is sure that she can recover on her own, otherwise the Green Lotus Sword wouldn't have set up this kind of seal. Next we'll move the planet to the center of the Spirit Lan domain first, and then we'll rotate guarding it, and wait for the Empress to wake up on her own, and then we'll think of a way for her to recover as soon as possible after she wakes up. Di Zhang's words sort of decided how this matter's status be handled. Di Yuan could only implement it until there was a better way. However, he also brought up his own opinion. That was that the matter of guarding Emperor Ji was sufficient for himself. The remaining 3 Emperor realms all agreed. They knew that Emperor Yuan had always loved Empress Dowager and had been chasing her for thousands of epochs. Such a long period of time. Even a rock should have been sensitized. Before Emperor Ji was injured, it seemed to be that much more meaningful as well. Perhaps if he held out for a while longer, Di Yuan would be able to successfully attack Emperor Ji, becoming the first pair of dual Emperor realm Dao couples. It would definitely be a good story that would be passed down through the ages. It was a pity that at this critical moment, Emperor Ji suffered such a calamity. By the time Ji woke up and recovered from her injuries, there was no telling when it would be. Of course, if Di Yuan had been guarding Ji until she woke up, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps after experiencing this matter, it might not be possible for Empress Ji to directly agree to Di Yuan. After all, it wasn't easy to meet someone who liked her wholeheartedly and pursued her for thousands of epochs without ever giving up. Since Di Yuan had made such a request, Emperor Jiang and the others would naturally do their best to support and fulfill it. In fact, they also hoped that the two of them, Emperor Abyss and Empyrean, would be together and fulfill a love story for the ages. Chapter 1231 Di Yuan's Secret. A solution to the matter was determined. Everyone was then ready to leave this place. I'll leave first then. If Empyrean Ji awakens, I'll be the first to notify you all. Di Yuan finished speaking and waved his hand. On the left side of the planet in front of them, a spatial crack appeared, as if a sky-swallowing beast had opened its mouth to devour everything in front of it. The planet sealed by the Green Lotus Sword was directly sucked into the spatial crack, and Di Yuan followed closely behind, stepping in with one step. The spatial rift then closed. The 3 of them, Emperor Jiang, glanced at each other as they each left. As one of the 5 emperors of the Spirit Lan domain, they all had their own dojo. Not long after, Di Yuan and the planet that sealed Emperor Ji appeared in another part of the Spirit Lan domain, which was also the dojo where Di Yuan usually secluded himself. After settling the planet that sealed Emperor Ji, Di Yuan looked at the planet in the distance. The entire person exuded an extremely terrifying aura. If the remaining 3 Emperor realms were to see Di Yuan at this moment, they would also be shocked to the point of speechlessness. This was because the aura displayed by Di Yuan was so great that even the heavens could not withstand it and trembled slightly. This was far from something that a ghastly emperor level that was new to the emperor realm could possess. Not even ordinary ancient emperors could do it. If Emperor Jang was there, he would definitely be able to see it. Di Yuan had actually touched the threshold of a heavenly emperor. Heavenly emperor level. The last rank of the emperor realm. A realm that many emperor realm powerhouses in the universe could only dream of. Once one reached the heavenly emperor level, it could be completely said that they were already standing at the top of the universe. It was hard to imagine that Di Yuan had actually touched it. Among the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, Di Zhang's strength had always been a mystery that no one knew about. The remaining 4, what they had shown, were all at the peak of the ghastly emperor level, or half-step ancient emperor level. Of course one could not rule out the fact that everyone had hidden their strength. After all, no one would reveal their entire bottom card. It was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. But even if one hid their strength, there wouldn't be anyone like Duan, who had touched the threshold of a sliver of Heavenly Emperor. Even if it was just a hint. It was also a height that countless Emperor realm powerhouses could hardly reach. Looking at the sealed Death Star in front of him, Emperor Yuan's eyes revealed a shocking killing intent as he muttered. Empyrean, recuperate well inside. Don't worry, no matter who injured you, I will definitely avenge you and make the guy who injured you pay, no matter if it's the overarmed one or the soul-devouring one. If it dares to injure you, it's doomed that these two races will go to their demise, disappearing into the universe. But now is not the time, I still need a little time to prepare. Hurry up and awaken. At that time, I will bring you to King's Landing and kill the layers of the ultra-armament race and the soul-devouring race, destroying them completely. After finishing a few words, the killing intent on Duan's body had reached its peak. Even the surrounding dome of the sky emitted a whimpering sound, seemingly in fear. In just an instant, the killing intent was withdrawn and Emperor Yuan turned around and left. When Emperor Yuan's killing intent reached its peak, Emperor Jang, who was far away on the other side of the spirit land domain, suddenly raised his head and looked in Emperor Yuan's direction. He felt a terrifying flash of killing intent. Was it an illusion? Or was it real? If it was real, who was this person? When Jang wanted to sense it carefully, the other party had already disappeared. For a moment, it made him think that the moment just now was truly an illusion. Unable to find the target, Jang did not continue to look deeper. What happened in the spirit land domain had nothing to do with Lindong. Incorrect. It could not be said to be unrelated. If one really wanted to talk about it, there was still a connection, and it was not small. It was just that Lindong did not know about it now. He was still at large in the spirit cage realm. He Yaoting was very capable. With Lindong's unlimited financial support, he had hardened himself and made some name for himself in Weiyang City. Nowadays, in the upper-class circle of Weiyang City, everyone knew that there was such a moneyless tycoon in the city. He liked to collect all kinds of heavenly treasures. With Yaoting spending money outside to collect treasures, Lindong did not want to go over these trivial matters. He was not in a hurry anyway. His strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. It was already enough to solve all the troubles nowadays. The strongest person of the blue clan was only at the ancestral god level. What was an ancestral god level in front of a half-step emperor realm? However, Yaoting was only an outsider in the end, and was able to mix like this in Weiyang City, all thanks to Lindong's financial support. But this situation would not last long. After all, the fact that he was spending so crazily to collect treasures had still moved many people's cakes. Right now, everyone did not quite understand Yaoting's background and were in a wait-and-see mode. Once more time passed. There would definitely be people who couldn't help but test the waters. At that time, if Yaoting could show enough strength, then everyone would sit down and talk about it, discussing how it should be distributed. If Yaoting only had money and no strength, the result could be imagined. Inevitably, he would be gnawed by a pack of wild beasts with no hair left. The spirit cage realm was just like the real world. The wealth one possessed had to be tied to strength to make it work. Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. During this period of time, Yaoting had helped Lindong obtain 60,000 divine greatness points. That was to say, 6 trillion spirit void coins had been spent. Lindong was feeling more and more that he had made a wise decision in accepting Yaoting and bringing him to Weiyang City. When he left the spirit cage realm, Lindong was also prepared to find Yaoting in reality. If he was willing to follow him, then he would continue to follow him. If not, then he would give him enough benefits. Never treating everyone around him poorly was the rule that Lindong had always followed as a human being. In the morning, Lindong was holding Tuan Tuan and was about to go out when he saw Yaoting coming in hurriedly. "Duke, are you free? I am looking for you for something," Yaoting said respectfully. "Come with me." Lindong returned. He then turned around and went back. A few moments later, inside the guest room, Lindong and Yaoting were sitting at the table. Nya Hongdo, on the other hand, ran a pot of tea for the two of them and poured it for them respectively. As for Tuan Tuan, she did not dare to be interested in anything other than genius treasures. In 3 months' time, the little girl had grown up quite a bit again. The person wasn't as rowdy as before. Sometimes, she would sit on the roof of the room in a dull manner and look at the sky. Lindong knew. The little girl must have remembered some past events. Perhaps when she recalled everything, it would be the time for the two to separate. In this regard, Lindong was also prepared in his heart. Despite the reluctance. Yet, it was something that had to be experienced. Lindong had already planned in his heart. When he would send the little girl home, when would be the time when he would leave the spirit cage realm? In the future, he might not stay in the spirit cage realm for a long period of time. At most, he would only come in occasionally to take a look. After all, godly hope points still had to continue to be earned. When he really wanted Tuan Tuan, he could go to the spirit land domain to look for her when he had completely resolved the crisis of the Blue Clan and made a trip back to Earth. Many times Lindong could not help but think. What would the little girl be like in the real world? Was it the previous appearance when they first met? Or would she grow up following her soul force? Chapter 1232 Growing Up Slowly. The reason why Yao Ting came to find Lindong. It was about the matter of being threatened by some local forces during this period of time. In fact, he knew from the beginning that sooner or later, this day would come. After all, Yao Ting was an outsider. The pattern of Weiyang City in all aspects had already been set. He had no roots to speak of here. Trying to make moves in the uncharted city would inevitably move some people's cakes. As time passed, someone would definitely jump out. Being able to safely develop for a few months had greatly exceeded Yao Ting's expectations. He knew that he was not capable of resolving these matters. He could only report it to Lindong and let him handle it. My lord, recently there are forces in Weiyang City that are testing me. Yao Ting did not beat around the bush and directly opened the door. Oh? What exactly is going on? Tell me. Lindong asked curiously. His expression was somewhat unimpressed, as if he did not place the forces of Weiyang City in his eyes. After living in Weiyang City for such a long period of time, he had often brought Tuan Tuan around and had traveled to almost every corner of the city. So far, he hadn't found anyone who made him take him seriously. Not even one with the strength of the elf Queen Isha. However, it could not be ruled out that there were strong people hiding in the shadows. However, Lindong felt that even if there were hidden strong people, they could not be too much stronger than the others, and that would not be worth his attention. Back then, the Elf Queen was still able to pose some threat to Lindong when she was taken by surprise. But now? The gap had already widened by a large margin again, to the point where it was difficult to mend the mud. The Elf Queen Isha did not stand a chance. The truly powerful powerhouses of the Spirit Cage realm were actually all within the 8 main cities. Perhaps Lindong did not know this now. With his peak ancestral god-level spirit power, even in the main cities, he would be an invincible existence. Soul power was originally difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, the major forces of the Spirit Land domain would not have madly flocked to the Spirit Cage realm. The reason for coming here was that they wanted to raise their spirit power up before returning to the real world to break through the realm. Plus, there was no need to come to the Spirit Cage realm for the 5 Emperor realm powerhouses that could steadily eat Lindong. Who else would be his opponent? Of course, not knowing the real situation was not a bad thing, but rather a good thing. That way Lindong would continue to work hard for the divine magnificence points. Truly, if he thoroughly knew his strength, which was already second only to the Emperor realm powerhouses and only below the 5 Spirit Lantern Emperors, he should slack off again. Lindong himself was not a person who liked to pursue strength, status, and power. He only wanted to protect himself and those around him from harm. That was all. My lord, we are new to the city and want to develop and grow in Weiyang City. We will definitely move the cake of some local merchants. At first, people did not understand our background and held a wait-and-see attitude. Now that a few months have passed, naturally, some people could not help but want to make a move to test the waters. The result will be directly related to the next development. Yao Ting explained. How to test the waters? Lindong took a sip of tea before asking slowly. At night, there will be people quietly leaving some threatening words. Occasionally they will also come to the door to pick a fight. Even the number of people who come to sell their treasures is gradually decreasing. According to the information that I have received, it is being blocked by the forces of the local merchants. If it continues, the consequences may become more and more serious. I have no choice but to come to find your excellency. He Yaoting replied helplessly. In the face of the tentative bullying by these local forces of Weiyang City, he really had no choice but to look for his master Lindong. How about this? Solving them one by one is also troublesome. Why don't you spend some money to organize a higher class party, invite all the local merchant forces of all the people, all of them together, and then I will show up and deter them, and the problem should be solved. Lindong thought about it and said, "Good idea. Your Excellency, then I will go and make arrangements?" He Yaoting brightened up and said excitedly, "Go! If there is anything that cannot be resolved, come to me at any time. Since you have followed me, then you should know that we do not cause trouble, but we will definitely not be afraid of it either." "I understand, Your Excellency," He Yaoting respectfully said, then got up and retreated. At this time, Tuan Tuan, who was in Lindong's arms, suddenly looked up at him seriously. "Big brother, I want to help you." Lindong was stunned at his words, not knowing how the little girl could suddenly have such an idea. Although he knew that as Tuan Tuan continued to grow up and began to gradually activate the energy within her body, her strength was rapidly becoming stronger. But in the end, Tuan Tuan was still just a small child. When did he, Lindong, need to rely on a teenage girl for help? If that day really came, Lindong would feel that he had failed in his life. "Tuan Tuan, good boy, Big brother knows that you are now powerful, but you are still young. Fighting and killing such things is not suitable for you. Big brother can solve it himself." Lindong touched Tuan Tuan's head and said softly, But I really want to help Big brother." The little girl beamed, revealing a very aggrieved expression. During this period of time, she had eaten a lot of treasures, recovered quite a bit of soul power, and remembered some images that allowed Tuan Tuan's mind to slowly mature along with her. She realized that there was no wasted lunch in the world. Lindong had spent countless amounts of money and bought countless treasures for her. There was nothing she could do by hugging herself every day. Before meeting Lindong, they did not have any relationship. It was completely selfless. In the past, when she was mentally immature, she could accept it openly without a heart. Nowadays, however, she felt that she was ashamed to receive it. Therefore, she wished to help Lindong and do what she could. As long as Tuan Tuan eats and sleeps well, growing up quickly is the biggest help to Big brother. Lindong said with a smile. The intention was to let the little girl grow up quickly, regain her soul power, remember what happened in the past, and then send her back home. However, to the little girl's understanding, was Big brother hoping that he would marry him after he grew up quickly? Big brother was so good to himself, he must like himself. It just so happens that she herself also likes Big brother very, very much. When she grows up in the future, she must marry Big brother and never separate from him. In an instant, the little girl's face reddened. She was not the 7 or 8-year-old she was when she had just met Lindong. Rather, she was 13 or 14 years old. Lindong had only brought this up once not long ago, saying that Tuan Tuan had grown up and could not keep letting him hold her or sleep with him. As a result, the little girl simply ignored it and did whatever she wanted to do. Every day, she drilled into Lindong's arms. She had to hold Lindong before she could sleep. Feeling that Tuan Tuan's body was slowly maturing, Lindong was also helpless. Now it was fine, it was only 13 or 14 years old, still a small child, and was raised by himself from the age of 7 or 8. What if he waited until he was 16 or 17, 17 or 18, and his body had all developed and matured? Lindong could only hope that he could send the little girl home before then. Otherwise, that would be a real killer. When this girl, Tuan Tuan, grew up, she would definitely be another scourge master. Chapter 1233, Two Old Friends. Thinking about Lindong's purpose of letting himself grow up quickly, Tuan Tuan smiled with a red face, her eyes narrowing into a crescent shape. "Good. I'll listen to Big brother and will definitely grow up quickly." "That's good." Lindong dotingly gently pinched the little girl's reddish little face, causing Tuan Tuan's already red face to become even more bright red. "Big brother, I'm hungry. Come, Big brother, give you food." Lindong took out some valuable spirit medicines and handed them to Tuan Tuan. With hundreds of billions of spiritual pills, the little girl ate them in a few bites before falling asleep quickly in Lindong's arms. Nya Hongdo stood at the side, envious in her heart. The feelings of these two people were already too good to be true. I'm afraid that biological fathers and daughters are not as good as this. If anyone dared to bully Tuan Tuan, Lindong would definitely rush up and fight for his life. Of course, the reverse also held true. If Lindong was injured, Tuan Tuan would still do whatever it takes to avenge Lindong. Don't look at Tuan Tuan, who was only 13 or 14 years old. Sometimes the aura that it emitted inadvertently made Nia Hongdo feel scared. Right from the start, she knew that this little girl was not simple. The identity background was bound to be astounding. Nia Hongdo had never seen someone who ate all sorts of genius geomancers directly as a staple food and still had nothing happen to her. Who didn't know that within the spirit cage realm, no matter what treasure it was, it needed to be quenched and refined of impurities before it could be taken? It can enhance soul power. But when it came to Tuan Tuan, it completely reversed this theory. It doesn't matter if it's a poison or a raging ferocious beast's inner elixir, just eat it and sleep on it. In her eyes, there was nothing that couldn't be eaten. From these aspects, one could see that the little girl was not simple. If an ordinary person ate it, it wasn't just a matter of not being able to digest it, but it could explode and die. But Nia Hongdo slowly got over it. This big little two guys were both perverts. The big one is a big pervert, and the small one is a small pervert. Perhaps this was sympathetic. Lindong carried Tuan Tuan back to his room and placed her on the bed. Just as he wanted to take off his hands, the little girl woke up in a daze. "Big brother, where are you going?" "Tuan Tuan, Big brother has something to take care of and will be back soon, so you can sleep by yourself for a while first, okay?" Lindong replied. "Oh. Then you must come back soon." "Good. Tuan Tuan, sleep at ease, when you wake up Big brother will be back." The little girl continued to sleep again. Lindong quietly exited the room. Tuan Tuan had grown up and there were advantages to growing up. At least it would not be as clingy as when they first met, nor would it ignore everything, just wanting to be held by itself and sleep. As soon as she was out of her body, she would immediately wake up. There were some words she could still listen to now. Lindong liked Tuan Tuan's 7 or 8-year-old appearance and her teenage personality. It was a pity that one could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. After leaving the room, Lindong's body shook and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in a forest around Weiyang City. He then opened his system and chose to exit the spirit cage realm. With the incident of the Blue Clan's Blue Mountain sudden attack, Lindong had to go back every 10 days and half a month to check on the situation in the Star Void realm, lest he would not realize it until the enemy hit his doorstep again like last time. When he opened his eyes, he had already returned to the 7-colored glazed sect's place of seclusion. Ever since the last time, the matter of killing Lan Shan and saving the Star Void realm had spread out. The 7-colored glazed sect had become the holy land of the Star Void realm. The small courtyard where Lindong was in seclusion was even more of a holy place among holy places. Countless people wanted to come and pay their respects. In order to avoid affecting Lindong, Gongsun Jiming had set this place as a forbidden place where no one was allowed to approach, and even the disciples guarding the gate had been cancelled. After exiting the small courtyard, Lindong's spiritual power was liberalized to determine Gongsun Jiming's location before heading straight over. After chatting with Gongsun Jiming for a while, there was nothing going on in the Star Void realm, but there were two people waiting for Lindong within the sect. One was Chen Jingzihan, the young mansion master of the Heavenly Star sect. He had known Lindong for a long time, second only to Bailey Yanhong amongst all the people in the Star Void realm. When Chen Jingzihan and Bailey Yanhong had gone out on a mission together to the third-level civilization Galaxy, they had met Lindong and brought him back to the Star Void realm. At that time, Chen Jingzihan was trying to drag Lindong into the Heavenly Star Mansion. Unfortunately, a series of events happened later, catching Chen Jingzihan off guard. Nowadays, Lindong had leapt to become the savior of the Starry Void realm, a superpower beyond the Sage realm. It was difficult for people to look up to him. Chen Jingzihan lamented more than once. If Lindong had just come to the Star Void realm, he would have pulled him into the Heavenly Star Mansion despite all odds. Wouldn't the Heavenly Star Mansion be the holy land of the Starry Void realm at this time? Where else would it be the turn of the 7-colored glazed sect? The higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Mansion were even more so. Their intestines are all green with remorse. The first time Chen Jingzihan returned to the Heavenly Star Mansion from the Milky Way galaxy, he talked about Lindong. He wanted to promise some heavy benefits to pull Lindong over. As a result, no one took it seriously. The higher echelons of the Heavenly Star Mansion felt that Lindong was merely a kid from a third-level civilization, and even if he had some talent, it would not be enough for the Heavenly Star Mansion to take the initiative to promise to recruit him. If you come, I will reluctantly accept you. If you don't come, then forget it. Later on, Lindong rose all the way up. Gradually, the senior management of the Heavenly Star Mansion experienced what it was like to have their intestines turn blue. Where did they think that a kid from a third-level civilization could go all the way against the odds and grow to this point? The other person was Su Xuewelling, the Su family's current first heir, the future head of the Su family. She was considered to have broken the Su family's rules, and with a daughter's body, she was about to take over the Su family and become the person who would be the head of the Su family. However, anyone with discerning eyes knew that this was all for Lindong's sake. The Su family's old ancestors and senior management were not fools either. With the relationship between Su Xuewelling and Lindong, they naturally had to utilize it to gain more benefits for the Su family. Lindong followed Gongsun Zhiming to the 7-colored glazed sect's VIP area and first went to meet Chen Jingzihan. Lindong's impression of this young master of the Heavenly Star Mansion was not bad. He thought that when he left the Milky Way galaxy back then, they had even teamed up to fight against dozens of eternal realms from the Behemoth galaxy. Upon seeing Lindong, Chen Jingzihan hurriedly got up and came in front of Lindong, clasped his hands, bowed, and politely said, "Tianqing Mansion Chen Jingzihan, I have met Lord Lin. Brother Chen, we are also considered friends who have fought side by side before, so there is no need to be so polite." Lindong smiled. Chen Jingzihan immediately became terrified upon hearing Lindong address him as Brother Chen. "Please don't. Please don't. No way. What virtue and ability does Zihan have? How can he be Lord Lin's brother?" If this were to be known by the outside world, he would still be scolded to death. Lindong frowned when he saw Chen Jingzihan in this state, but he quickly relented and recovered. This was not the first time he had seen this situation and he still joked. "Brother Chen, if you keep talking like that, I'll turn around and leave." Chapter 1234 Heavenly Star Mansion's Intentions. Upon hearing Lindong's snickering words, only then did Chen Jingzihan raise his head, and then he saw Lindong's smiling face. He had waited for Lindong in the 7-colored glazed sect for the past few days and had previewed the situation when he met with Lindong countless times in his mind. Any situation had appeared. Even a closed-door meeting was considered possible. After all, with Lindong's strength and identity today, not everyone could meet him. The only thing that had not occurred to him was the current situation. Looking at Lindong's heartfelt smile, this was something that could only occur when meeting an old friend. Chen Jingzihan knew this Lindong in front of him was still the same Lindong that he once was. Although he was already so strong that the entire Star Void realm could only look up to him. However, his heart had not changed. No wonder he was able to obtain such achievements. This heart alone was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. "Lord Lin. Before Chen Jingzihan could speak, he was interrupted by Lindong. "HM? Still calling Lord Lin? I am not afraid to do so? If it is spread out, the consequences will be very serious. At that time, not to mention me, I am afraid that even the Heavenly Star Mansion will be attacked and abused by countless people." Chen Jingzihan laughed bitterly. Lindong was the faith in the hearts of everyone in the Star Void realm. He truly did not dare to address Lindong as Brother Lin like he did before. Otherwise, once it was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Heavenly Star Mansion could not afford it. Then let it be like this. "Brother Chen, I understand you, so I won't make things difficult for you. When there are outsiders, I don't care what you want to call yourself, but in a situation like now where there are no outsiders, and we are meeting alone, let's still address each other according to our previous names. How about it?" Lindong thought of a compromise. As his strength and identity changed, some things were unavoidable. One could not force everything. "All right, then I will boldly address you, Brother Lin." Chen Jingzihan agreed after thinking about it. He wasn't a pretentious person either. If not for the fact that the Heavenly Star Mansion did have something that needed to ask for Lindong's help, he definitely would not have come to look for Lindong. He was just afraid that he would not know how to face Lindong, his former best friend. "Ha ha. That's only right. Brother Chen, please take a seat. Brother Lin, please." The two men sat down separately. They chatted with each other about some of the topics that they used to talk about. Lindong was originally a person who was more fond of nostalgia. Regardless of the changes in strength and identity, he still liked to chat with some old friends about the past. Nay, apart from Yun Shi and a few of their women who had had close relationships, the rest of the people who understood his strength could not possibly go back to the past. This was the case with the Earth in the past, the galaxy later on, and it was still the case with the Star Void realm today. During the chat, Lindong could also feel Chen Jing Zihan's constraints. This was also something that could not be helped. Regardless of how approachable Lindong acted, his strength and identity were always placed there. Other than Yun Shi and the girls, I am afraid that no one would dare to speak to Lindong in a joking tone. After chatting for a while, Lindong saw Chen Jing Zihan's appearance of wanting to speak several times and knew that the other party had something to look for him but did not know how to open his mouth. So he took the initiative and said, "Brother Chen, we are also considered to be friends who have fought side by side before, and without you and Sister Hong, I would not have been able to reach this astral void realm. To be honest, I am very happy that you were able to come and find me. In the future, if there is anything that you need me to help you with in this astral void realm, feel free to open your mouth. As long as I, Lindong, am able to do it, I will definitely not excuse myself." Chen Jing Zihan knew that Lindong must have seen something, all that made him say so. Since the person had opened the door, there was no need for him to continue hiding it. "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you, I really have something to ask you for this time." Chen Jing Zihan stood up and said seriously. "Brother Chen, sit. Don't stand, just sit and talk if you have anything to say. I can't guarantee it in other places, but in this Star Void realm, I, Lindong, still have some weight in my words." Chen Jing Zihan smiled bitterly in his heart as he heard this. With Lindong's status and position, what he said was more than simply having some weight in the Star Void realm. It was simply an existence like a single word. Who would dare to disobey his words? Unless one was too tired to live. Even if Lindong did not do it himself, there were others who would do it for him. At Lindong's position, often, just a single glance was all that was needed to decide the fate of a power. One could decide the fate of a power. Within the Star Void realm, there was no matter that could not be resolved with a single word from Lindong. Because of this, it was only then that Chen Jing Zihan had come to ask Lindong for help at the behest of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Mansion. In fact, the matter of the Heavenly Star Mansion was not complicated. It was also not as serious as imagined. Even without Lindong's help, the Heavenly Star Mansion would still be able to pass through safely. The reason why Chen Jing Zihan was still allowed to come to Lindong was that solving the trouble was only one aspect. More importantly, it was to let the people of the Star Void realm know that the relationship between the Heavenly Star Mansion and Lindong. This was more important to the Heavenly Star Mansion than anything else. Otherwise, they would be able to resolve the trouble at hand by putting in some effort, exerting some effort and losing some benefits. Utilizing the relationship between Chen Jing Zihan and Lindong to push the Heavenly Star Mansion to an unprecedented height of glory was what all the executives of the Heavenly Star Mansion wished for. Just as Chen Jing Zihan wanted to state his intentions for coming, Lindong suddenly added, "However, Brother Chen, the time we have spent together is not too short. You understand my character, I help reason but not relatives. If it is someone else who bullies you, then I definitely have no reason to refuse you, but if your Heavenly Star Mansion goes and bullies the weak and gets beaten up at the door, then don't blame me for not being a friend, forgive me for not being able to do anything about this favor, and also please excuse yourself from the situation." Lindong had his own purpose in reminding Chen Jing Zihan in this manner. He knew that as soon as he made a move, his relationship with the Heavenly Star Mansion would be exposed. In the future, all the forces in the Star Void realm would give the Heavenly Star Mansion 3 points. Just like the current 7-colored glazed sect. At that time, if the Heavenly Star Mansion acted arbitrarily based on its relationship with him, it would not be good. Lindong did not want to help the Heavenly Star Mansion out of its predicament now and then personally send it to hell later. "Brother Lin, don't worry, although my Heavenly Star Mansion is not a force that sacrifices itself for others and provides relief to the world, it will never do anything that bullies and harms the heavens. This time we are the actual victims," Chen Jing Zihan immediately assured. "That's good. Since Brother Chen has guaranteed it, I definitely believe you. Tell me, what kind of trouble has the Heavenly Star Mansion encountered and what do you need me to do?" Lindong nodded his head. Next, Chen Jing Zihan briefly introduced to Lindong the predicament that the Heavenly Star Mansion was facing, slightly exaggerating the situation. After hearing this, Lindong also roughly understood the intentions of the Heavenly Star Mansion. However, Qin Jingzihan was his friend and the young master of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Utilizing his relationship with himself to develop and grow the Heavenly Star Mansion was also something that could not be faulted. To be honest, Lindong did not object to this situation. Wasn't he working hard to cultivate in order to protect those around him and help his friends and family? Chen Jingzihan was also considered one of his friends. Lindong's request was simple. As long as the Celestial Star Mansion did not do anything detrimental to others and harm the heavens. Chapter 1235, Resolving Trivial Matters. Bidding farewell to Qin Jingzihan, Lindong again arrived at the place where Su Xuewelling lived. It was also in the 7-colored glazed sex VIP area, not far from Qin Jingzihan. Su Xuewelling was not as eventful as Qin Jingzihan. The relationship between the Su family and Lindong was known to many forces in the Star Void realm. Basically, there would not be any forces that would dare to be unfavorable to the Su family. She had come to find Lindong purely because she was too lazy to listen to the Su family's old ancestors nagging. Ever since Lindong had killed the Blue Clan's Divine Brightness realm powerhouse, Lan Shan, in seconds and saved the entire Star Void realm, his strength was also exposed to the public. A true Divine Brightness realm. Lindong's strength was not as simple as an ordinary Divine Brightness realm. Then the Su clan's old ancestor had been nagging Su Xuewelling in her ear, asking her to come and catch up with Lindong, and in the process, increase her feelings. After a long time, Su Xuewelling had no choice. So she came to the 7-colored glazed sect. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, deep within herself, she also wanted to come and meet Lindong. This man was really unintelligible. When he had faced the Jang family in the central divine continent, Lindong had even asked himself to buy him time. And now, the godly Ming realm powerhouses from the 9th-level civilizations were all directly killed by him in seconds. The gap in between was a little too big, right? If she had not witnessed Lindong's path of rise all the way, Su Xuewelling would have suspected that Lindong had hidden his strength from the start. In the face of this man with terrifying strength and filled with mystery, it would be false to say that Su Xuewelling was not moved. Any woman who had seen Lindong and spent time with him had not been unmoved. The most crucial thing is that after spending so much time with Lindong, Su Xuewelling looked back at other men, and there was simply no comparison between the two. Just like a person who had seen a phoenix, would he still look at a chicken? Su Xuewelling was also self-aware. She knew that she and Lindong were not from the same world, and had also tried hard to forget Lindong and accept other men. However, the result was, every time she met a young man, she could not help but compare Lindong to the other. The final result obtained was that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. To say that it was a difference between the clouds and mud would be lifting up the other party. Compared to Lindong, all of these outstanding men in the Starry Void realm were all trash, or not even as good as trash. If there was no possibility with Lindong, Su Xuewelling felt that she would not look at any man. If she could follow Lindong, even as a maid, she would be willing to rest assured of everything she had now, even including the identity of the Su family's heir. The saying that once you see Lindong, you will be mistaken for life, started from Earth, to the Milky Way galaxy, and then to this Star Void realm, all held true as usual. Lindong's sudden arrival. Su Xuewelling was first taken aback, but she quickly adapted. After all, she had once been with Lindong for a long period of time, and still knew Lindong quite well, and also knew that Lindong was not the type of person who forgot his roots. She was not quite the same as Qin Jingzihan. Lindong chatting with Su Xuewelling was very comfortable. It was like two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Although Su Xuewelling also had some constraints, she was much better than Qin Jingzihan. The two chatted for a while. Lindong then left under Su Xuewelling's reluctant gaze. At the last moment, Su Xuewelling was still unable to say the words that she wanted to follow Lindong. In fact, with Lindong's intelligence, could he not know what Su Xuewelling meant? It was just that the other party had not even said it, so he definitely would not take the initiative to bring things to light. Wouldn't that be adding to his own problems? As of now, this kind of relationship was best. It was better than an ordinary friend, but not a relationship. If Su Xuewelling made it clear, Lindong was afraid that after he refused, both parties would not even be able to be friends. After all, women's skins were all very thin. It is the unwillingness to hurt others. It was what caused Lindong to end up in this situation today. The relationship of a group of women did not know what to do with them. Those could be said to be the women that Lindong was willing to hurt. Su Xuewelling was the same. If it was not for her help in the beginning, it was still unknown whether Lindong would be able to make it this far. Even if he could, the time would have been postponed backward. If that was the case, the ending of the blue feather matter might have changed. All in all, the situation could not be as good as it is now. Perhaps the Star Void realm would end up falling into the hands of the Blue clan. Whereas now, Lindong possessed the strength of a half-step Emperor realm, and even if the old ancestor of the Blue clan came, he would be able to make him have no return. The Star Void realm was already invincible. Lindong was a person who knew how to be grateful. He would not forget Su Xuewelling's favor. No matter what request she had, as long as she raised it, he would try his best to fulfill it. It was a pity that Su Xuewelling did not mention it. Otherwise, under the combined consideration of multiple releases, Yunshi's team would, presumably, have one more person. Before traveling to the Spirit Cage realm, Lindong openly put out the word that he was an old acquaintance of the young master of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Chenjing Zihan. Don't look at just such a simple sentence, without even showing his face. It had completely solved the current predicament of the Heavenly Star Mansion. And it allowed them to leap into the favor of the Star Void realm, second only to the seven-colored glazed sect and the Su family. Nowadays, in the Star Void realm, who would not want to be able to get a little bit involved with Lindong? It did not need to be much, just a little, and all would benefit endlessly. However, at present, there were only 3 forces that could be determined to have a relationship with Lindong. There was no need to mention the 7-colored glazed sect. The fact that Lindong was in seclusion here already spoke volumes. The remaining ones were the Su family and the Heavenly Star Mansion. These 2 forces were bound to become giant-level existences that even the 6 Saint King-level forces of the Star Void realm did not dare to mess with. Incorrect. It should be the 5 Saint King-level forces. Because one was killed by Lan Shan. Chenjing Zihan got the result he wanted and came to the Holy Land, which was outside Lindong's place of seclusion, muttering, "Brother Lin, thank you. It is a blessing for me, Chenjing Zihan, to be able to know you, and when I take over the Heavenly Star Mansion, I will definitely do more good deeds for the benefit of mankind, and will definitely not disgrace you." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave the 7-colored glazed sect and return to the Heavenly Star Mansion. At this moment, Lindong's voice also entered his ears. "Brother Chan, I am relieved with your words. You are my Lindong's friend. No matter how my strength and identity changes, this relationship will never change. If there is something wrong, you are welcome to come and find me at any time, and of course you can come and chat with me if there is nothing wrong." "Thanks." Chenjing Zihan walked away. What was about to greet him was a reception of the highest caliber from the Heavenly Star Mansion. Even the old ancestor-level characters would all come out. From the moment Lindong released his words, Chenjing Zihan's status in the Heavenly Star Mansion was even higher than the old ancestor. If it were not for the fact that the strength was not yet enough, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Star Mansion could not wait for Chenjing Zihan to assume the position of the Mansion Lord immediately. Lord Lindonglin personally put out the word that he and Chenjing Zihan are old acquaintances. What does this mean? To put it plainly, Chenjing Zihan is my Lindong's friend. Any one of you who dares to bully him will have to ask me if I agree. It's a simple statement. As long as Lindong is around. As long as Lindong is still around, Chenjing Zihan will benefit from this for the rest of his life. The matter of the Star Void realm is almost over. Next will be the opening of the plot of the 9th-level civilization Spirit Lan Domain, the rebellion of the 5 emperors, and this book is almost at the late stage. Thank you for your support all the way. Chapter 1236, Hongmen Banquet. Spirit Cage Realm. A Level 1 city, Weiyang City. A top-tier luxury inn in the center of the city was chartered by He Yaoting at a large price. A banquet was to be held here. The invitees were all the prominent figures within the business circle of Weiyang City. This was requested by Lindong. Gathering all the forces of the Weiyang City design business circle and resolving them all at once to save trouble. Regarding whether Lindong had this ability, He Yaoting did not doubt it in the slightest. He had witnessed Lindong's strength. He could even fight with the Elf Queen, let alone these minions. Who was the Elf Queen? That was the actual helmsman of the Elf clan in the Spirit Lan domain. Even in the entire Spirit Lan domain, the Elf Queen Isha was considered a number 1 figure. Of course, the fact that Lindong was able to fight with the Elf Queen in the spirit cage realm only showed that his soul power was strong. It did not mean that his strength in the real world was necessarily strong, but at least it showed that Lindong had a promising future. With enough soul power, breaking through the realm would not be as simple as eating and drinking. Moreover, if Lindong possessed such a strong soul force at such a young age, it was not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary power. The forces stationed in Weiyang City were all below second rate in the spirit land domain. The true top-tier forces were all in the 8 main cities. It was there that was the center of power in the spirit land domain. The topmost floor of the luxurious inn. 10 tables of mountain delicacies were already prepared. Each table was worth its weight in gold. All kinds of precious ingredients were available. Soon, one by one, the important figures of the Weiyang city's business circle came to sit on the top floor. The tables of priceless delicacies in front of them, even they hadn't eaten this much at the same time. Occasionally, they would eat some, but they didn't dare to be so extravagant. These foods on the table were not as simple as just tasting good. Merely being tasty was not worth that much money in the spirit cage realm. Enhancing soul power was the ultimate goal of everyone coming to the spirit cage realm. That was why the food on the table, which was equally helpful for the enhancement of soul power, was worth so much. Of course, these foods were still a few notches below the spirit pills and ferocious beast inner pills that Tuan Tuan had consumed. After all, the two were far different, whether it was the effect of boosting soul power or the value. But even so, it wasn't something that anyone could eat on a regular basis. Even within the circle of merchants in Weiyang City, there were very few people who dared to eat like this. Perhaps only the ruling class of Weiyang City dared to eat like this. All of this He Yaoting had done according to Lindong's request. According to Lindong, it was necessary to be polite first and then fight. Although He Yaoting did not feel the need to be so wasteful, since Lindong had ordered it, then he had to do it properly. Looking at the various precious foods on the table, the people who sat down were all talking and marveling. None of them had expected He Yaoting to be so generous. A table of food casually amounted to hundreds of millions. How much was a whole 10 tables? It was fortunate that they had come. If they had declined the invitation and missed the meal, they would definitely regret it later. At the same time, they were thinking in their minds, what exactly did He Yaoting mean by doing this? During this recent period of time, everyone had intentionally wanted to test He Yaoting, the outsider, to find out exactly what his background was. Yet they were suddenly invited by him to attend such a banquet. Is He Yaoting repaying his grudges with kindness, trying to spend some money to make everyone give him a way out? Or was this itself a Hongmen banquet? Almost everyone's hearts were filled with doubt when they saw this table of delicacies. He Yaoting was the last to step into the top floor hall. When he entered, everyone immediately locked their eyes on He Yaoting. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss He, this is a big deal for you. Don't look at all the people on the scene, they're all mixed up in the business circle, but not many have actually seen this kind of battle. Don't believe me? Ask everyone. One of the middle-aged men said loudly, but his tone was more or less sarcastic. What kind of words is this, Boss Jang? You're making a fuss over something like this? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean others haven't seen it. You're still a prominent figure in the Weiyang City's business circle. You're a bit ignorant, aren't you? Don't say you're from Weiyang City when you go out. I can't afford to lose face. He Yaoting responded in a salty manner. According to the information he had found out, this boss Zhang was one of the people who were secretly suppressing himself. Now it was the first to jump out again. He Yaoting naturally wouldn't have a good face. Pa! He Yaoting, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't afford to lose that face? How did I make you lose face? You're just an outsider, do you really think all of us are fools? Boss Zhang slammed the table, stood up and pointed at He Yaoting, questioning loudly. However, he still controlled the force. It didn't affect the table of mountainous delicacies. Otherwise, with his strength, a single slap would have shattered the table, causing a table of valuable food to go down the drain. Boss Zhang, take it easy, take it easy. Why are you so angry? I was just joking. You won't take it seriously, right? Ha ha ha. He Yaoting laughed out loud after he finished speaking. Obviously he felt that he had been suppressed by the other party recently, and today he finally ate a mouthful of bad breath, and his heart was quite comfortable. He Yaoting, What kind of mind did you have in mind when you invited everyone here today? Don't think that I don't know. Let me tell you, you're just an outsider. If you want to put down roots in Weiyang City, you'll have to see whether or not we here agree or not, or else you can't even think about it. This I certainly know. That's why I invited you all to the banquet, prepared so much precious food. After you eat, there will be a better program in the evening, and when you leave at the end, you will also be able to receive a gift. I hope that after today, all of you can make it easy. All of you are mixed up in the business circle, there's no need to get into a fight to the death, everyone says right. Yao Ting directly stated his purpose. Everyone ate and drank well, and there was something to take at the end, but it was conditional. The crowd then understood Yao Ting's intentions. The sentiment was to use this method to buy everyone off. I told you. Yao Ting, you would be so kind as to prepare such a good table of mountain delicacies for everyone to enjoy, so it turns out that you have ulterior motives. Boss Jang sneered. Boss Jang, after being in the business circle for so long, you should understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yao Ting, since you know that there's no such thing as a free lunch, then you came to Weiyang City without even greeting us. We ran the market out of scale, but you suddenly came to pluck peaches. What kind of reasoning is that? As soon as Boss Zhang's words fell, someone immediately chimed in. Boss Zhang is right. Boss, the business district of Weiyang City is something that all of us here have worked so hard to run, and for you, an outsider, to try and get rid of us with this, don't you think that it's too easy to think? Does everyone say so? Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces were clearly in agreement. Chapter 1237 Rights Before Troops. Yao Ting looked at the expressions of the crowd and frowned slightly as he explained. Didn't I say? After everyone eats, there will be a program and a thin gift in the evening, so I believe everyone will be satisfied. Actually, after this period of time, everyone knew that Yao Ting was rich and generous. After not coming to Weiyang City for a long time, he had spent trillions of spirit void coins. A thin gift in his mouth was bound to be worth not less. Some of the lowest level merchants among them were very intent on accepting it in their hearts. After all, Yao Ting had purchased some top-tier treasures that didn't affect them much. However, the merchant circle of Weiyang City was not each in charge of their own, but rather an organization led by a few big powers. Everyone was a member within it. This test of Yao Ting's actions was also the organization's default. Thus, despite the fact that many people were interested, they didn't dare to be the first to speak out unless they didn't want to hang around in Weiyang City anymore. A meal and a thin gift and you want to buy us off? Yao Ting, you're thinking quite beautifully, but unfortunately, none of us are fools. Then what do you want? Yao Ting asked. It's simple. Since you want to gain a foothold in the Weiyang City's business circle, you must join our organization and become one of me. It's that simple? Yao Ting was a little less convinced. He knew that every city's business circle basically had an organization, so that everyone wouldn't maliciously compete for Zhe. When he was in Jiangyang City, Yao Ting was also a member of Jiangyang City's business circle organization, and his status wasn't too low. Now he was very puzzled. Recently, these guys had used all sorts of means to suppress themselves just to get themselves to join them? If that was the words, wouldn't it be fine to just say it directly? There was no reason for one to not join. It's that simple. Boss Zhang said affirmatively. Just immediately afterward, his tone changed and he continued, but if you want to join us, there is still a small requirement. What requirement? Yao Ting continued to pursue the question. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. Because you're an outsider, the moment you came, you disrupted our previous market, causing everyone to suffer heavy losses, so you need to compensate. Not only that, but you also need to pay a membership fee to ensure that you won't maliciously raise the acquisition price of treasures in the future. How much compensation? And how much are the dues? Yao Ting was curious in his heart. For compensation, for the members of our organization, let's say 10 billion each. As for the dues, just pay 5 trillion, so you're considered one of us. If you don't disturb the market in the future, we'll refund you. I believe that this amount of money is nothing to Bossy. Boss Zhan looked at Yao Ting with a big smile. Hearing such words, even a good-tempered person like Yao Ting couldn't help but feel a wave of hostility in his heart. How many members were there in the Weiyang City Business Circle organization? The ones who came today were only some of the more representative ones. If you really want to count up all of them, there are at least a few hundred. Just for the compensation alone, several $1 trillion were missing. plus the 5 trillion in dues that needed to be paid. Nearly 10 trillion spiritual void coins were gone. Lindong was indeed rich. He Yaoting was aware of this. Because as far as he understood, Lindong had already spent more than 10 trillion spiritual void coins. It had not even hurt his bones at all. He was told to work hard to acquire treasures and not to care about the price. But even if Lindong was rich, it was not such a way to spend, was it? As Lindong's spokesperson outside, he Yaoting had to ensure that every penny was spent on the blade of the sword, which was worthy of Lindong's trust. This Weiyang city's business district wanted $10 trillion as soon as he opened his mouth. He Yaoting could never agree to this. Boss Jang, then do the math for me, how much money is needed in total? He Yaoting asked expressionlessly. Not much, not much. Boss, he only needs to take out $10 trillion, which is enough. If it's not enough, I'll make it up for you. Boss Jang said with a smile. 10 trillion. Boss Jang, you really dare to ask? He Yaoting sneered. Boss, he misunderstood. This isn't my decision alone, it's the intention of all the merchants in Weiyang City. Boss Zhang had a disbelieving face. He Yaoting sniffed and looked at the more than 100 people on the scene, all of whom looked unconcerned, so he wasn't going to be wishy-washy. His main task today was to gather the important figures of the Weiyang City's business circle. As for the latter, it was better to leave it to the Duke. He had wanted to resolve this matter peacefully so that he wouldn't need the eunuch to show up, but it turned out that it still didn't work out, so there was nothing he could do. So He Yaoting swept his gaze around and said loudly. Everyone. I know what you all mean, don't you just want to see who the person standing behind me is? Today, as you all wish, my male son is also here, and it just so happens that he wants to meet you all as well. If you have any requests, you'd better ask the prince. I'm just a subordinate, I can't make the decision. If I can convince the prince, not to mention 10 trillion, he can afford to give $1 billion. After saying that, he didn't wait for the crowd present to react. He Yaoting then bowed and retreated to the side. A young man slowly appeared. It was none other than Lindong. Your Excellency. He Yaoting respectfully shouted. Humph. Lindong nodded his head and returned. He did not bring Tuan Tuan with him, and now the little girl was able to listen to Lindong's words. It was not like before when she would pester Lindong wherever he went. This in turn made things a lot easier for Lindong. As time passed, with the supply of countless heavenly treasures, the Tuan Tuan soul force recovered quickly and also began to understand more and more. Lindong's arrival aroused the curiosity of everyone at the scene. Everyone did not expect it. Such a young person was actually the boss behind He Yaoting. A small number of people had also seen Lindong in Weiyang City. They just did not guess his identity. Fellow business bosses of the uncharted city, my name is Lindong, I am He Yaoting's master, and everything he does is also my intention. I am new here, so please bear with me if there is anything that is wrong with you all. Lindong said and bowed. According to him, this was the first bow, followed by the second soldiers. Then with a change of temperament on his face, he continued, but then again, we are all businessmen, the rule to follow should be the highest bidder wins, just like the auction, we bid higher than you guys, people are naturally willing to sell their treasures to us, this is a very normal thing, how did we mess with all of you? Making you guys go through all the trouble of blocking it, should you guys also give me a statement? The scene was quiet, one could say it was silent. Boss Jang, who had clashed with He Yaoting, didn't dare to speak either. To be He Yaoting's master, to casually spend a few trillion without even blinking, was he not someone he could afford to mess with? He was just a pawn that the Weiyang City business circle had launched to test He Yaoting. Now the main man has come out. It had to be faced by the real big brother. Boss Zhang didn't want to get involved. Chapter 1238, everyone continue. Just as the entire room fell silent, an old man suddenly stood up and stared at Lindong like lightning. Lindong, every place has its own rules, since you have come to Weiyang City, you have to abide by the rules here. What you were saying about the highest bidder getting the best price is maliciously competing, jacking up prices, disrupting the market order, leaving countless of your peers with no way out. As time passes, the entire Weiyang City's various industries will be severely affected, and you actually want us to give you a talking to? Truly ignorant and fearless. As soon as the old man spoke, he immediately got countless businessmen on the scene to speak in agreement. Elder Weiyang is right. Our Weiyang City has the rules of Weiyang City. For an outsider to try to break them is simply delusional. I support Elder Weiyang. The Weiyang City Business District has only become prosperous today after our many years of development. It can't be ruined just because of one outsider. I also support Elder Huang. Support Elder Huang. Drive out the outsider. Support Elder Huang. Drive away the foreign tenants. The old man known as Elder Huang raised his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone immediately closed their voices. It was obvious that Elder Huang had a high status in the Weiyang City's business circle and was able to convince everyone. Lindong, we are not ignoring you during this period of time, but we want to give you a chance. If you can correct yourself in time, we can still forget about it. However, the result of waiting is your insistence, then you can't blame us. If you agree to the conditions you have just agreed to, make amends to everyone, and leave the deposit, you can continue to stay in the Weiyang City. If you don't agree to it, get the hell out of my house. You are not welcome in Weiyang City. Huang Lao waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner. Outsiders get out of Weiyang City. Outsiders get out of Weiyang City. The situation appeared one-sided. At this time, Lindong seemed to have become a public enemy. Lindong was unconcerned about this and smiled indifferently. Standing from his perspective, these people in front of him were nothing more than a bunch of rabble, no different from ants. What could they do if they were more numerous? Since it didn't make sense, then use force to suppress it. Anyway, I came here today because I had to solve the problem once and for all. There could be no delay in He Yao Ting helping himself to spend money to obtain divine greatness points. The scene was in an uproar as everyone told Lindong to get out of Weiyang City. He knew that at this time now, no matter what he said, no one would listen. There was only one way to get these guys to shut up. That was to show a strength that they could not match. At that time, there was no need for one to speak. Everyone would naturally shut up. If you want my son to get out of Weiyang City, your rabble will not be able to do so. A bunch of mole crickets are just a bunch of ants, giving you a little face. You really think that I, Lindong, am easy to bully, right? Lindong said with a smile and shook his head. The gaze was contemptuous. It seemed that he did not place the people present in his eyes at all. This action of his could be said to have completely ignited everyone's anger, and they all roared angrily and stood up, with an expression that was so good that they could simply swallow Lindong alive. Bastard! What kind of thing are you? How dare you call us mole crickets and rabble? I think you are the rabble, your entire family is the rabble. An outsider dares to provoke our entire Weiyang City. I have to say that you really have a lot of guts. If we let you succeed, where will our Weiyang City business circle's face go in the future? That's right. Brothers, the face of all of us is at stake. We must put aside our preconceived notions and unite as one. Unite and be united. Everyone shouted in unison. The merchants present were all filled with righteous indignation and anger. An ordinary person encountering this kind of scene, it was expected that they would be scared to death. However, Lindong definitely would not. Who was he? A figure who had suppressed a 7th-level civilization. Would he put these guys in his eyes? Just as everyone was verbally attacking and denouncing Lindong, the body suddenly fell into an ice cave and was instantly dumbfounded. The entire noisy scene was silent. Everyone turned their terrified gazes towards Lindong. This was because everyone sensed a despairing and suffocating aura from Lindong that pressed down on them. Even Elder Huan, who was highly respected in the Weiyang City's business circle, looked at Lindong with a look of horror at this moment. After living for so many years, he had never felt such a powerful aura before. It was feared that he could not find a single person in the entire Weiyang City who could fight against it. Who exactly was this brat? To be so young and possess such powerful soul strength. It was simply unbelievable. Say ah. Everyone keep talking. Why did you stop all of a sudden? It was quite well said, I still want to hear it. Lindong said smilingly. Not a single person in the entire room dared to speak. Not to mention moving, they even found it difficult to breathe. Only after a while did Lindong continue. Didn't you just say that you want to unite and deal with me, an outsider? Why are they all silent now? Huh? Why are your heads starting to sweat? Is it hot here? How come I don't feel hot at all? On the contrary, it's quite cool. Still no one dared to squeak. There was nothing but fear in their eyes. The two of them, Boss Jang and Old Huang, were the ones sweating the most. It wasn't the heat, but the cold sweat that came out of their bodies. Since none of you are speaking, I'll say a few words. No one has any objections, right? If you guys don't say anything, I'll take it as if you guys agree. Don't say I didn't give you guys a chance later. Lindong said with a smile on his face. From now on, I don't want to see anyone making small moves in the dark, otherwise don't blame me, Lindong, for making a visit to my door. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as it is today. You guys can also relax. I'm merely passing through the Weiyang city, and I'm just taking a break for a period of time. As long as you guys don't come to pick a fight, soon I'll be leaving, so that it's better for all of you. After saying that, the aura on Lindong's body once again skyrocketed. Rumble. Ka-ching. Click click. The inn began to shake. A shocking momentum directly lifted the 9th floor of the inn as a whole. Knowing that this 9th floor was an entire thousands of square meters, the roof was just uncovered. The sunlight was no longer blocked and shone in. Although the temperature had risen, it was still unable to ward off the chill in everyone's hearts. Each and every one of them looked up at the sunlight that did not have a single shade, and their hearts were nothing but shocked, still shocked. What kind of tactic was this? Without even seeing Lindong make a move, just by virtue of the aura he emitted, he had lifted the topmost floor of the inn out. In the real world, there were many, many people who could do this, any random person could. But this was in the spirit cage realm. Everyone was spiritually cast in. And spiritual power was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Those who could have such destructive power were absolutely rare in Weiyang City. Based on this hand alone, Lindong's strength in Weiyang City could at least be ranked amongst the top 10. The key was Lindong's age. It was even more indicative of his uncomplicatedness. Among the merchants on the scene, there were some that stood behind the great powers of Weiyang City. However, they were nothing more than a dog in the eyes of those great powers. If they listen, they stay. If they don't listen, they change. If they offended someone they couldn't afford to mess with, being abandoned was just a matter of minutes. Chapter 1239, Soul Power Breaks the Emperor Realm. A luxurious inn in a prosperous location in the center of Weiyang City had its roof cut off. Such a big commotion naturally attracted countless people to watch from below. However, they couldn't see the specifics of what was going on upstairs on the 9th floor, so they could only point at it from below. The manager of the tavern also realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly informed the boss behind him. The current situation was not something he could solve, it had to be the boss. Those who could open a luxurious inn in the center of Weiyang City were not ordinary people either. 9 floors above. The roof of the room had not fallen a single speck of dust even though it had been chipped away. 10 tables of mountain delicacies were still quietly placed there, waiting for everyone to eat. Lindong put his aura away and said slowly. Everyone. This meal today, consider it as my Lindong's amends, if you accept it. Just sit down and finish it, don't waste it, after all, it is not cheap, whoever does not want to accept it can leave now, of course those who do not accept it, in the future when it falls into my Lindong's hands, I will not be polite. The 10,000-pound mountain pressing down on them disappeared. Everyone leaned against the table and started breathing heavily. The kind of pressure just now was just too much. For a little while longer, they all doubted that they would be able to make it through. After waiting for their breathing to calm down, only then did Elder Huang endure the burning sensation on his face and said, Mr. Lin, just now I have offended you, please forgive me. In the future, as long as I am here, I guarantee that no one in the Weiyang City's business circle will dare to target you, or else I will make him suffer. Please, please, Mr. Lin, for the sake of the old man's old age, please give me a way to live. Boss Jang saw that Elder Huang had conceded defeat. He directly knelt down towards Lindong. Rest in peace, Mr. Lin. Rest in peace, Mr. Lin. I'm an asshole, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have secretly made small moves. Pa 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 pa. While saying this, Boss Jang even slapped himself. At this moment, his heart was chasing regrets. Regretting why he wanted to be the one to stand out? Isn't this looking for death? As I said, finish this meal properly and we will still be friends in the future, or else you will be my enemy. As for whether you want to be my Lindong's friend or enemy, it is up to you to choose. Lindong said expressionlessly. I'll eat. I'll eat. As long as Mr. Lin gives me a way out, I am willing to do anything. Boss Jang stood up and hurriedly sat down at the table and started eating quickly. He was afraid that if he moved slowly, he would be seconded by Lindong. Not to mention Lindong asking him to eat such precious food. Even if he was asked to eat shit, he would not bring any hesitation. After all, compared to losing face, life was still a little more important. The big deal was to withdraw from the spirit cage realm in the future. He would never come here again. Then Elder Huang also moved. Seeing this, the others started to move. Facing a strong person like Lindong, no one was willing to be his enemy. Oldie, later on, when the innkeeper comes looking for him, how much is lost? Compensate the others at 3 times the price and leave the rest to you. Yes, Your Excellency. He Yaoting replied respectfully. There was a look of adoration in his eyes. Worthy of being a gongzi, there was nothing that he could not solve. Lindong glanced and swept the 9th floor, his body swayed and instantly disappeared. With his shock today, it was believed that there would not be any more ungrateful fellows who would secretly block the way. Returning to the residence, the group immediately came up and jumped into Lindong's arms. Big brother, why did you go for so long? The little girl asked with a beak. This is still long, ah? Big brother came right back as soon as it was over, there was no delay at all. Lindong rubbed Tuan Tuan's head and said with a doting face. It's just long. I've been waiting for a long time. Alright. Alright. Big brother will try to go out as little as possible in the future, and even if he goes out, he will bring you along, that's always fine. Big brother, I'm just kidding. It's fine if you have something inconvenient to bring me, I'll just wait for you at home. The little girl suddenly said with a smile. This is my good Tuan Tuan. Lindong followed suit and laughed. But I have one condition. What condition? Lindong was curious. In the future, no matter where Big Brother goes, he must come back and not leave me alone here, okay? The little girl suddenly said in a deep tone. Lindong looked at Tuan Tuan and did not understand why he said this. Could it be that he remembered something? It couldn't be that he had been abandoned before. Good. Big Brother promises you. As long as you do not leave Big Brother will not leave you. Lindong also said seriously. Big Brother, let's make a deal, this is our agreement, no one is allowed to go back on it, I will be a bride for Big Brother when I grow up, and I will definitely follow Big Brother for the rest of my life. The little girl said and gave Lindong a kiss on his face. Lindong let out a bitter smile. What could he say? Despite the reluctance in his heart, he still hoped that the little girl would quickly remember the past and remember her home. Otherwise, there would really be no way to end it. It couldn't be one home in the spirit cage realm and one home in reality. And what about the time when Tuan Tuan asked for the real world to meet up? Actually, Lindong was very puzzled. Why was it that since having the system, every woman that he had contact with would have those kinds of thoughts about himself? Time passed by very quickly. 3 months later. Star Void Realm, 7-colored glazed sect. Lindong opened his eyes. A golden light shot out from his eyes and quickly disappeared. He stood up. His entire aura became even more elusive. He had just spent 100,000 divine magnificence points to break through his spiritual energy. At this time, Lindong's spiritual power had already arrived at the Emperor realm. Eternal Emperor level 1st stage. The strength in the real world had not changed, but the strength in the spiritual cage realm had increased again. The reason why he had broken through his spiritual strength first was also because he had to stay in the spirit cage realm for a while longer, and that he might have to leave the Tier 1 city, Weiyang city, for the main city soon. As time passed, the Tuan Tuan's food intake grew larger and more demanding. Ordinary treasures no longer had much effect. Weiyang city was on the verge of not being able to satisfy her anymore. In the end, she could only travel to the main city, spending more money and buying better treasures. When she arrived at the main city, she couldn't do it without enough strength. The soul power of an eternal emperor level should be enough to deal with all crises. As for the real world, half-step emperor realm was already completely enough. The breakthrough in spiritual power was not much of an improvement in terms of battle power, but in the aspect of defense, it was still helpful, and it wasn't useless. Shaking his body, Lindong's entire body looked even more energized. His eyes were brighter, as if he could see through everything in the world. There was a different flavor between his hands and feet. He was originally handsome. In addition to the spirited, extraordinary temperament. Simply walking hormones. Any woman who had seen him would probably not be able to forget it. Lindong looked at his body and was still satisfied. Opening the system panel. The spiritual strength column showed a Hanggu grade first stage. The battle power was still half-step Emperor realm. The divine magnificence points had cost 100,000 and there were still a few hundred left. After tidying up his clothes, Lindong walked out of the retreat chamber. Chapter 1240, Half a Year. Half a year later. Spirit Cage Realm, Weiyang City. A man in his 20s and a woman in her 15 or 16 years of age sat side by side at the top of a large tree on a high mountain near Weiyang City. The two gazed into the distance. No one opened their mouths to speak. It seemed that they were enjoying the tranquility of the moment. They were naturally Lindong and Tuan Tuan. Today's Tuan Tuan was no longer the little girl that she was when she first met Lindong, but a big girl of 15 or 16 years old. All the feminine features that should be there were beginning to be there. The chest also had a bit of an incipient appearance. This was where Lindong was most troubled. The little girl had become a big girl, her personality had also changed a bit, not as rowdy as before, but her habit of drilling into his arms still had not changed. This made it impossible to avoid certain contacts on the body. Although Lindong had reminded many times. He had also seriously talked to Tuan Tuan. He said that men and women are not related. Girls should respect themselves and love themselves. Cannot just go into a man's arms. If people see them, they will laugh at them. But it turned out to be useless. Tuan Tuan was still unimpressed. She retorted Lindong with righteous words. I am going to marry you when I grow up anyway, what does it matter if I have a little physical contact? Directly speaking, Lindong was speechless. The age of 15 or 16. If it was in certain poor areas on Earth, they would have already gotten married and married. Of course Dong did not dare to let Tuan Tuan know, otherwise she might immediately have to marry herself. Not to mention. After Tuan Tuan's body slowly grew up. The originally round and very cute face had also gradually grown. The little bit of baby fat disappeared. Completely as a full beauty embryo. Waiting until 18 to change again. Definitely a scourge of the country and a master of the country. Moreover, Tuan Tuan is not the type that is soft and weak, on the contrary, as the body grows up, there is a kind of valiant feeling. Although it does not look old, only 15 or 16 years old. But the whole person temperament extraordinary. At a glance, it was the type of person who came from a noble background. Ordinary forces simply couldn't cultivate them. Even if the little girl didn't come from the topmost power in the 9th level civilization of the Spirit Lan domain, she was probably similar. The kind of nobility that emanated from her body was innate and came from the depths of her soul, rather than being deliberately displayed. In recent times, Tuan Tuan would often drag Lindong to the highest place around this Weiyang city, and then sit quietly at the end of a tree, not knowing what was going through her mind. Lindong felt that the little girl might have recalled some previous images. He also wanted to know, but then again, he had promised Tuan Tuan that he would not ask her about this aspect again unless she said it herself. Every time he came here, Lindong could only stay with her quietly. Waiting for when the little girl had stayed long enough before going back together. After being bored, Lindong opened the system. Nothing else had changed. It was that the divine greatness points had risen to over 80,000 points again after half a year of accumulation. With just over 10,000 more, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm along with his physique. At that time, the combat power in the real world would change drastically. It would be raised from the half-step Emperor realm to the true Emperor realm. Don't look at it as just that half-step difference. In a real fight, an Emperor realm powerhouse could completely abuse a half-step Emperor realm with a single finger. The two were not on the same level. Lindong had originally thought of going to the main city first, but since half a year had passed since he had stayed, he simply waited for 2 months to gather 100,000 divine magnificence points and break through his physique before leaving. Ever since he struck out half a year ago to shock the Weiyang city's business circle. During these half a year, it actually wasn't all smooth sailing. Several large forces had come to test Lindong. Ultimately, they were scared off by Lindong exposing a little bit of his strength, and then no one had come to disturb him until now. While Lindong was in deep thought, Tuan Tuan suddenly inclined his head and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Nothing. Just thinking, should we leave Weiyang City? The vast majority of the precious treasures here are in the hands of a few big forces, the others scattered around have been bought by us almost, and if you want to continue to grow, you will have to need treasures of better quality, which only the main city can provide. Lindong came back to his senses and said, Big brother, thank you for being so kind to me. Thinking of me and everything, it's so good to have met you. The little girl revealed a heartfelt smile. Since you call me brother, it's only right that I treat you well. Tuan Tuan, good boy, in the future, don't ever be so polite with Big Brother, otherwise Big Brother will be unhappy. Lindong said as he wanted to reach out and touch Tuan Tuan's head like before. However, he stopped halfway. The current Tuan Tuan was no longer the same little girl as before, and this action seemed somewhat inappropriate. Seeing Lindong's hand stop in the air, the little girl's big beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled, followed by moving her body a bit and actively leaning her head towards Lindong's stopped hand. A touch came from his hand, and Lindong gently touched it before quickly withdrawing it. I know, don't worry Big Brother, Tuan Tuan won't be polite to you anymore, because Tuan Tuan is going to marry you when she grows up, so we shouldn't be divided, right? The little girl said with a smile. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape, it was very beautiful. Well. As soon as this issue was mentioned, Lindong felt a terrible headache and could only replace it with a bitter smile. There was a desire to make things clear, but he was afraid of hurting this cute little girl. Alas! Tuan Tuan had grown to the appearance of 15 or 16 years old, how could she still not be able to recall where her home was? Or is it that she doesn't have a home and was abandoned? That would be troublesome. Such a cute little girl, it shouldn't be possible that someone would have the heart to throw her away. Could it be that the family had suffered a change? Lindong did not know why Tuan Tuan had been reduced to stealing in Jianyang City. I am afraid that the only way to know the truth of the matter is to wait for her, the person concerned. Big brother! The little girl suddenly shouted. HM? What's wrong? Lindong was puzzled. No matter what changes I have in the future, I will always be your Tuan Tuan, please don't be surprised in any way, okay? And don't ignore me either, okay? The little girl looked at Lindong and said seriously. Lindong heard the meaning of these words. Could it be that Tuan Tuan had remembered her birth? Otherwise, it would not have inexplicably said such words. He also looked at Tuan Tuan and seeing the sincerity on the other party's face, he could only reply, good. Tuan Tuan, don't worry, no matter what changes you have in the future, you will still be Big Brother's Tuan Tuan, and this point will not change in the slightest. Big Brother is so nice. To be able to meet Big Brother, Tuan Tuan is really too happy. The little girl happily finished her sentence and continued to lean over, next to Lindong, inclining her head to gently lean on his shoulder. However, since Tuan Tuan was only 15 or 16 years old, she was not tall enough and her head was not able to fully lean on Lindong's shoulder. Lindong did not stop it either. The little girl drilled into his arms every day. Even sleeping, she had to hug him. What's the point of leaning like this? Chapter 1241, Recovering Memory. The two of them just relied on each other and quietly waited for time to pass. Seeing that it was almost dark, Lindong opened his mouth. Tuan Tuan, it's almost dark, let's go back. Big brother, stay a little longer. I don't want to go back yet. Tuan Tuan replied. Lindong smiled bitterly at his words. It was as if they were going to be separated after going back. Apart from the time when Lindong returned to the real world, the two were almost inseparable. However, since the little girl had made a request, Lindong still had to fulfill it. It was not like the night had any effect on them anyway. Big brother, you clearly know that I remembered some things from the past, why don't you ask? The little girl asked as she snuggled close to Lindong. Didn't I say that last time? I will not ask you similar questions in the future, you should not take the initiative to think about it, it is best if you can think of it yourself, don't be afraid if you can't think of it, Big brother can always support you. Lindong replied. Big brother is so nice. During this period of time, I did remember a lot, it is just that it is still incomplete, I always feel that there is a very important thing that is waiting for me to do, but I can never think of it, I am so annoyed. Then don't think about it, everything has its own heavenly will in the underworld, when it's time for you to remember, you will naturally remember, when you shouldn't, it's useless for you to try, instead, you'll put yourself in anxiety and pain, everything goes with the flow. Big brother, I know, when I remember everything, I'll tell you all of it, I won't hide anything from you. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you tell me or not, Big Brother only wants you to live a good life, everything else doesn't matter. 2 months later. Lindong's divine greatness points once again came to the 100,000 mark. He first approached He Yaoting in Niahongdo and said that he would be leaving Weiyang City in a few days and heading to the nearest main city. They were asked if they had any opinions and if they were willing to go. The two naturally did not have any opinions. Being able to follow Lindong was their greatest fortune, wherever their master went, they would of course go. Since he was willing to follow him, Lindong told the two to go and get ready. Then after greeting Tuan Tuan, Lindong returned to the real world to break through his physique. After 2 months, Tuan Tuan had already grown to the age of 16 or 17. The changes in the body were also getting bigger and bigger. Lindong was indeed a little unable to stand it. 16 or 17 years old on Earth was almost an adult, a big girl. Day after day, he still drills into his arms. What is the matter with being looked at? The little girl does not care at all. But Lindong cares. He is only in his 20s, holding a 16 or 17-year-old group in his arms. What does it look like to be seen? For a long time, Lindong did not dare to go out with Tuan Tuan. Even if he did go out, he would run as fast as he could to a place in the mountains where no one was. Lindong had already thought about it. When he came back from his breakthrough physique, he must find Tuan Tuan to have a good talk. He can no longer go into his arms every day when he has something to do or nothing to do. A big girl has to be like a big girl. From being 7 or 8 years old when he first met Tuan Tuan, to now being 16 or 17 years old. It had only taken about 2 years. Tuan Tuan could be said to have been brought up by Lindong. During the 2 years, the time they spent together took up more than 90%. I am afraid that the time they were truly separated was only a month or two. Every time Lindong returned to the real world, he would return in as many as 2 or 3 days, or as little as 1 day. Usually, after Lindong left, Tuan Tuan would wait for him at home. But this time it did not. Shortly after Lindong left, the little girl took out a leaf of paper in her room and began to write on it, quickly filling an entire page. Placing the paper she had written on the table, she pressed it down with a teacup. Tuan Tuan carefully surveyed the room, a hint of reluctance showing in her eyes. However, it soon became ruthless. With that, his body moved and disappeared into the room. Only 2 crystal clear tears were left behind, landing on the table. When Tuan Tuan reappeared, he was already standing above the end of the tree on top of the mountain where he often came with Lindong. Looking at the endless forest in the distance, Tuan Tuan muttered, "Big brother, Tuan Tuan is leaving. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. If it is possible, Tuan Tuan really wants to stay by your side all the time, but I still have something very, very important that I have to do, and if I don't go, maybe in a short while you, Big brother, will be implicated as well. I want Big brother to live safely and happily all the time. I hope that one day, we can meet each other in the spirit land domain. Waiting for that time, maybe you will be surprised. However, Big brother, you have promised me, no matter what kind of changes Tuan Tuan has, you will not change in the slightest. I am still your Tuan Tuan." At this moment, the hidden power within the little girl's body began to burst out, filling her tiny body. In fact, Tuan Tuan had already endured for several days and was able to release this hidden power in her body a few days ago. She knew that Lindong would leave every 10 or 8 days. So it had waited until now. It was because she did not want to part with Lindong in front of him. When the time came, she was afraid that she would be unable to leave. The huge amount of power caused a pained look to appear on the little girl's face as she kept clenching her teeth. Slowly, as the power spread throughout every corner of her body, behind the little girl, a vague silhouette appeared. She wore lady's armor, revealing a portion of her glowing snow-white skin. Her head was crowned with a phoenix crown, and she held a green longsword. It looked heroic and extraordinary. On top of the continent at the very center of the spirit land domain, there were 5 statues that were tens of thousands of feet tall. One of them was exactly the same as the silhouette behind Tuan Tuan. And this statue represented a person. A person who made countless beings living in the spirit land domain worship her crazily. Not only that, she was also one of the beliefs of all the living beings in the spirit land domain. It's no exaggeration to say, this person's position in the hearts of all the living spirits in the spirit land domain was much higher than Lindong's position in the star void realm. She was one of the 5 spirit land emperors. Female Emperor Yugi. an Emperor realm powerhouse who had lived for tens of thousands of epochs. When the silhouette behind Tuan Tuan was already clearly visible, it suddenly dissipated, turning into bits of starlight that merged into Tuan Tuan's body. At this same time, countless memories surged madly into Tuan Tuan's mind, combining with the fragments of images she had already thought of to form a complete memory. Starting from childhood, growing all the way up to become an Emperor realm powerhouse, becoming one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan. In a fight with the Ultra Armament clan, he was sneak attacked by the Soul Eater clan, resulting in serious injuries. In the end, in order to seek a ray of hope, he violated his own body and injected the remnants of his soul into the Green Lotus sword, allowing it to escape with him. Further memories were of appearing in this spirit cage world, and by instinct, going to find treasures that were useful to him and eating them. After that, he met Lindong. It seemed that the aura from this person was of great help to her growth. Sticking to him every day, she did not want to leave for even a moment. Chapter 1242, Early Emperor Level. In fact, the benefits that Tuan Tuan received from sticking to Lindong every day were more than the benefits she received from eating treasures. To be able to grow to such a level in such a short period of time with a wisp of residual soul. Timing, right place, right people, and right circumstances were indispensable. The one that played the biggest role was the person Lindong. It should be said that it was Lindong's soul body. If Tuan Tuan had not encountered Lindong, even with an unlimited supply of geniuses and geomancers, it would have been impossible for her to grow to her current level. It was because Bailey Yanhong had a soul touch with Lindong when she mistakenly entered the spiritual illusion realm that her soul power had skyrocketed. It had far exceeded the limit of what she could cultivate from her strength at the late Eternal Realm Supreme grade. It was just that Bailey Yanhong's realm was still very low, and the benefits of having strong spiritual power hadn't manifested. Waiting for when she broke through to the peak of the supreme rank, she would know. Trying to cross the heavenly barrier from the eternal realm to the sage realm would be so difficult for other people, and how easy it would be for her, who possessed a powerful soul force. Starting from the saint realm, the strength of the soul force would determine future achievements and heights. As long as the soul force was strong enough, bottleneck hurdles and whatnot simply didn't exist. Because of this, the spirit cage realm, a place that could enhance soul force, had become the second world. Countless people scrambled to enter and win a future. It wasn't just humans. Even other races wanted to enter. Bailey Yanhong had a soul touch with Lindong, causing her soul power to skyrocket. Tuan Tuan clung to Lindong every day, burrowing into his arms, even sleeping in Lindong's arms, and since both of them were soul bodies, it was naturally considered a soul touch. As such, the benefits Tuan Tuan received could be imagined. The spirit cage realm was like a huge spiritual illusion that could hold the soul bodies of countless living beings within it. Both Lindong and Tuan Tuan were just one of them. The benefits gained from being with Lindong at all times, coupled with the fact that Lindong had prepared countless heavenly treasures for Tuan Tuan to consume. It was only when the two were superimposed on each other that Tuan Tuan was able to grow so quickly. Otherwise, one would not know how many years it would take to grow to the age of 16 or 17. Especially after Lindong's spiritual energy broke through to the Emperor realm, she felt that her body was in the midst of rapid recovery every moment she was in Lindong's arms. Of course, this was only the beginning. Wanting to completely return to the peak, there was still a long, long way to go. After all, the soul power of the Emperor realm was not something that could be recovered so easily. After the energy in her body was stimulated and absorbed, Tuan Tuan's body grew once again. She started talking to herself again. Big brother, so my name is Yugi. But I still think that the name Tuan Tuan taken by Big Brother sounds better. I really want to stay as Tuan Tuan and let Yugi die in that battle. After pausing for a moment, he continued. Unfortunately, this is not possible. The Ultra Armor clan and the Soul Devouring clan are joining forces to deal with the Spirit Lan domain. I must go back as soon as possible to report the news, so that everyone can get ready, or else the consequences could be very serious. When that time comes, countless races and beings throughout the entire Spirit Lan domain will be threatened with their lives, and Big Brother will be in danger as well. You've been protecting me for such a long time, so it's time for me to protect you in the future, Big Brother. I'll see you again in the future in the Spirit Lan domain. After Tuan Tuan finished speaking, his body transformed into a ray of light and sped off in the direction of the main city, Amber City. In just the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared, and its speed was shocking. Although it had recovered its memory, knew her name and identity, But her soul power was so far inferior to her peak that she couldn't even leave the spirit cage realm yet. More and more precious heavenly materials were needed to barely recover some. At the very least, she had to restore her soul force to a strength that could leave the spirit cage realm and return to the real world. Facing the joint sneak attack of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. Exploding his own flesh to seek a ray of hope. Now the toughest moment had passed. This time it was considered a good bet by Yugi. But things were far from over here. She had to return to the real world as soon as possible and pass the news to Emperor Jang and the other 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses. Let them lead the Spirit Lan domain to prepare for defense. So that they wouldn't be caught off guard by the Ultra Armament 1 race and the Soul Devouring race. The Ultra Armament 1 clan and the Soul Devouring clan wouldn't even have thought that Yugi would be able to recover in such a short period of time after she blew up her physical body after being attacked by a sneak attack, leaving only a wisp of her residual soul. According to their guesses at the time, even if Yugi hadn't died, it would still take more than 10,000 years before she could awaken. Even if she was found by the remaining 4 emperors. With the help of the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses, the time to awaken would not be less than 100 years. This period of time was already enough for them to launch their plans. As an enemy of the Spirit Lan domain for many years, the Overgeared clan certainly knew of the existence of the Spirit Cage realm. However, it had not thought that a remnant soul could also be sent into the Spirit Cage realm by a sword to be warmed up. It also happened to meet Lindong, a fellow with a god-level civilization system. Perhaps it was due to various coincidences, or perhaps there was a heavenly will in the underworld that created the current situation. In any case, Yugi used 2 years to inspire the backhand she had left behind and recovered all her memories. Next, she was going to go to the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm, collect the most precious geniuses and geomancers in the Spirit Cage realm, and after taking them, strengthen her soul power before leaving the Spirit Cage realm and returning to the real world to spread the news about the collusion between the Overarmed Ones and Soul Devouring clan, and to deal with the impending crisis of the Spirit Lan domain with Emperor Jang and the others. Yugi had to protect all the living beings in the Spirit Lan domain, which was her responsibility as an Emperor Realm powerhouse. At the same time, it was even more important to protect her Big Brother. Within the Star Void realm, the 7-colored glazed sect, within the secret room, Lindong sat there in silence. The clothes on his body were already completely soaked. He was gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain. Every time he broke through a great realm, it was an ordeal. It was good that he had already gotten used to it. Being mentally prepared. Lindong was also very open-minded about this. He knew that he did not have any bottlenecks because of the system. As long as the number of divine magnificence points reached, he could break through and there would be no possibility of failure. It was only right to endure a little pain. Not long after, Lindong suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of an Emperor Realm powerhouse was involuntarily emitted, shaking the entire Star Void realm with a whimper. It seemed as though such a strong person should not exist in the Star Void realm at all. All the beings living in the Star Void realm felt a wave of fear from the depths of their souls. Lindong, who had opened his eyes, immediately withdrew his breath. Standing up, he realized that his clothes were already soaked. Slightly moving his body, the clothes then dried automatically. Lindong opened his system to check. 100,000 divine magnificence points had disappeared. The physique had been raised from ancestral god rank 10 to ghastly emperor rank 1. Since then, physique and mental strength both reached the Emperor Realm at the same time, completely becoming an Emperor Realm powerhouse. To have already reached the Emperor Realm strength before even heading to the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain was something that Lindong had not expected. Even if he did not know the specifics of the Spirit Lan domain, he could still guess. There were definitely not too many Emperor Realm powerhouses. After all, the strongest person of the Lan clan was only at the ancestral god level. Chapter 1243 Rich Imagination. Lindong was just about to step out of the secret room. Unintentionally, he saw a movement in his communicator. After opening it, a light screen appeared before his eyes. The figure inside had an exquisite pretty face and 2 pointed ears. It was none other than Princess Isha of the Elf clan. On the occasion of parting in the Spirit Cage realm, the two sides exchanged contacts. It wasn't a direct call, but one that Isha had sent over a few days ago. "Mr. Lin, are you still in the Spirit Cage realm? If you're back, please also come to my elf clan as a guest. 10 years from now we'll be holding our once-in-a-century sacrifice ceremony. It's the grandest gathering of my elf clan, and those who have been invited to attend are the honored guests of my elf clan. I'm formally inviting you in my capacity as the princess of the elf clan, and I hope that you don't reject it. I've already sent you the location of the elf forest. If you come, just directly report your name. There will be an elf clan member who will show you the way. Mr. Lin, this is the first time I've invited an outsider to attend the elf clan sacrificial ceremony. You must come. After Isha finished speaking, the image disappeared. This was a teleportation from the spirit land domain across an endless distance. If there was no system, it wouldn't be acceptable at all. Moreover, the Star Void Realm's communicator could not receive the signal from the spirit land domain, and the two sides would not be on the same frequency. Lindong was also able to receive the signals from the spirit land domain only after the system had accessed the spirit land domain network and modified the communicator. After reading it, Lindong realized. It turned out to be from Princess Isha of the Elf Clan, inviting him to attend what was the Elf Clan's once-in-a-century ritual ceremony. Afraid that Lindong would not be able to find the location of the Elf Clan, he had also sent over the exact location of the Elf Forest. After turning off the communicator, Lindong put it behind him. He was still in the Star Void Realm, which was far away from the Spirit Land Domain. It would take a year for even a Divine Brightness Realm powerhouse to arrive. However, for Lindong, Isafa's location was still very helpful. At least it gave him an exact bearing. When traveling to the Spirit Land region in the future, he would at least not go in the wrong direction. When trying to reach a destination, if the direction was wrong, the result would be backtracking and getting farther and farther away. As long as the direction was right, distance was not even a problem. As for whether or not he would go and participate in 10 years, let's talk about it then. Lindong also did not dare to talk things to death. Changes were always faster than plans. How embarrassing it would be if he promised someone else at that time but could not go. Walking out of the secret room, Lindong first tried to find out if there were any major events happening in the Star Void Realm. Calculating according to time. After Lan Shan's death, the next wave of Lan Clan's people should be arriving soon. During this period of time, one would still have to come back frequently to take a look before doing so. Avoid the kind of thing that happened last time. In case a murderous fellow came, by the time he returned, there would be no telling how many living beings would have died in the Star Void Realm. He was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse, wouldn't it be too humiliating if he was drilled by the Divine Brightness Realm? After looking for Gongsun Jimeng to understand the situation, and then going to accompany Yanxi and the girls to chat, after spending about a day, Lindong had returned to the secret history of the retreat, opened the system, and chose to enter the Spirit Cage Realm. Immediately afterward, he appeared in the forest to the west of Weiyang City. Lindong's figure had disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, the person had already arrived within the compound where he was residing. After standing for a while, Lindong frowned. In the past, at this time, Tuan Tuan, that little girl, would have already jumped into his arms. This time, she actually had not appeared yet. Not normal. Very abnormal. Because he was about to leave, Nia Hongdo was dealing with trivial matters and finished dismissing the subordinates that should be dismissed. Lindong came to the roof. Tuan Tuan would often sit here and look up at the sky. But there was still no figure of Tuan Tuan. Then Lindong came back to the room, still nothing. Something was wrong. At this moment, Lindong was a little panicked. He did hope that Tuan Tuan would quickly remember where her home was so that he could send her back. But that was based on sending the little girl home safely and reuniting her with her family, not suddenly disappearing like this now. Searched the room. Found something on the table. Lindong reached out and a page instantly entered his hand. Starting to read it carefully. Slowly the frown deepened. After reading it, his forehead had become a Chuan character and his heart was empty. The little girl left. Not leaving Weiyang City. Rather, she left the Spirit Cage Realm. She recovered some of the memories she once had. Remembered that there was a very important matter waiting for her to deal with. Had to leave. The reason why she chose to leave at this time when she returned to the real world should also be because she was afraid that she would not be able to accept the separation. Being able to send Tuan Tuan away was something Lindong had been looking forward to. However, now that she had really left, Lindong felt as if there was something missing in his heart. Having spent 2 years with the little girl, Both sides had occupied a very important position in their respective hearts. Not being relatives, they were more like relatives. Suddenly separated. I am afraid that no one will be able to accept it for a while. Lindong was thinking of a question. What on earth would make Tuan Tuan prefer to leave without saying goodbye? Still not wanting to tell himself? Was it for fear of involving himself? Could it be to avenge the death of a loved one? In Lindong's imagination, it was likely that the little girl had suffered a change in her family and had been reduced to stealing. He could feel an unusually terrifying force hidden in Tuan Tuan's body. Perhaps it was her closest relative, left behind on her deathbed, hoping that the little girl could unlock it one day in the future and use this power to gain a foothold in the spirit land domain. Then the little girl remembered the past and was afraid that she had really gone to seek revenge on her enemies. Thinking of this, Lindong was not calm anymore. With Tuan Tuan's little three-legged kung fu, could she succeed in her revenge? I am afraid that it is not going to seek death. Judging from Tuan Tuan's behavior, her family would not be simple. Such a huge force has been destroyed, leaving Tuan Tuan reduced to this. The enemy is a force that must be even more powerful. If Tuan Tuan has this much strength to take revenge, isn't she really looking for death? What to do? Lindong clenched his hands together. He had the intention to go and find Tuan Tuan. He believed that with his strength at the early stage of the Gone Emperor level, he could not say that he could definitely help the little girl to take revenge and destroy the enemy, but at least he could still protect her from harm. But there was no contact information, nor did he know where Tuan Tuan's point of descent was, nor did he know the exact location of her home, nor did he even know her last name, so how could he find her? There was absolutely no clue. Lindong shook his head, trying hard to keep himself calm. Perhaps things were not as bad as he thought. Even if Tuan Tuan's family had suffered a calamity, she was also not a fool. It would be selfless to take revenge now. It might be possible to return to the spirit cage realm, cultivate hard, and wait until she was strong enough before taking revenge. If she stayed in the spirit cage realm all the time, she would only be able to enhance her soul power, with a limited increase in her combat power. This possibility was also very high. In that case, one would still have time to find her. One person wanting to topple a huge power definitely wouldn't work in a short period of time. A long period of precise planning was required. Lindong took a deep breath. He could only comfort himself with this for the time being. This was because there was simply no way for him to find Tuan Tuan in a short period of time. Even a long period of time would be difficult. The spirit land domain was too big. A rank 9 civilization was not comparable to a rank 7 civilization. Chapter 1244 Motivation to Move Forward. It had to be said. Lindong had a rich imagination. Things that were clearly not there were reasoned by him. Perhaps this was the result of being too smart. All it took was a little clue to conjure up a whole lot. And all of them are justified. You can't even find a reason to overthrow it. Of course, this is the case of Tuan Tuan. No matter who it was, no one would be able to associate her with the Empress Yugi, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan. The difference between the two was too great. Yugi was a figure who had lived for tens of thousands of epochs, her strength reaching the true emperor realm, so how could she possibly be related to a little girl? Tuan Tuan had not left any useful clues other than leaving a letter asking Lindong not to worry about her and would come to find Lindong when the matter was resolved. There was nothing Lindong could do if he could not find Tuan Tuan. Even though his current strength had already entered the Emperor realm, he still did not know what to do. Some things were just so helpless. It simply would not be under one's control. It suddenly just happened. There was no chance to even think about remedying it. If he had let Tuan Tuan know about his strength earlier, perhaps the situation today would not have occurred. Things had gone wrong, and Lindong knew that it was useless for him to regret. Moreover, Tuan Tuan was no longer young, she had her own thoughts. Since she had done the thing of leaving without saying goodbye and leaving alone, she definitely had her reasons. Lindong was powerless to change it, so he could only accept it openly. Let's hope that the little girl will be able to fulfill her own affairs. And then live happily ever after. Occasionally, she would be able to remember that she still has a big brother like herself. To be honest, Lindong was not really looking forward to meeting the little girl again. She was afraid that it would be troublesome if Tuan Tuan clamored to marry herself at that time. If he wanted to marry Lindong, he would also have to marry Yanxi, his real girlfriend. Of course, if Tuan Tuan needed his help, then Lindong would help with all his might even if he gave up everything. This was something that did not even need to be thought about. There would not be the slightest hesitation either. After 2 years of getting along, Lindong had already treated Tuan Tuan as his own family. The little girl's position in his heart was not much lower than Zhao Xian and the others. Both were people that Lindong could give everything for. After thinking everything through, Lindong silently sighed. The index finger and thumb pinching the paper gently exerted force, and the letter left behind by the troop immediately turned into flying ash and dissipated in the air. Originally, Lindong had traveled to the main city, Amber City, with the main objective of purchasing more precious heavenly materials for Tuan Tuan so that she could grow faster, and in the process, obtain some more divine magnificence points. As a result, he had not even left the unseen city yet. The little girl had already left on her own, although Tuan Tuan was gone. But this Amber City still had to go. Once he had arrived in Amber City and helped He Yaoting take root and stand firm in Amber City, he himself would be able to leave most of his time in the realization world. He only needed to come in occasionally to take a look and resolve some troubles. The divine magnificence points were still a top priority for Lindong, even if it was not needed now. It did not mean that it would not be needed in the future. Strength was certainly the higher. Even if the strength was raised to the limit, it was also possible to spend divine magnificence points on the divergence technique. This skill was too good. Its usefulness in actual combat was unbelievable. Splitting could be more than simply having a few more helpers. It was a super helper that could blow itself up and sacrifice itself to save the original at a critical moment. If you have enough essence blood, no matter how many enemies there were, as long as the difference in strength was not so great that a crushing situation could not be achieved, Lindong would have the confidence to fight it out. Hence, he certainly would not forget to upgrade his split art when he had the opportunity. He opened the system and glanced at the split art. Right now, the level of the split art was at the 3rd stage, and 3 drops of essence blood could be used to summon 3 split bodies of equal strength. Based on Lindong's observation, 10,000 divine magnificence points were required to raise it to the 4th rank. This was because only when the divine magnificence points reached 10,000 would a plus sign appear behind the split art column. It prompted that it could be upgraded. When the divine magnificence points fell below 10,000, the plus sign behind the column of divergent arts would disappear and could not be upgraded. This proved that 10,000 divine magnificence points was the standard for allowing the split art to go from the 3rd order to the 4th order. It was just that I didn't know how many doppelgangers could be summoned by the 4th order doppelganger technique. If it only increased from 3 to 4. Lindong felt that the system was too stingy. After all, that was 10,000 divine greatness points. Which of the other skills could not be upgraded with 100? And the split skill started at 10,000. The next time it was upgraded, it would reach as much as 100,000, and then the next time it would be 1 million. Such a large number of divine magnificence points. Split but increased one by one. It was indeed somewhat unjustifiable. Lindong felt that in the future, the split body technique should not be so high that it would only increase by 1 more for every level. However, he would have to wait until after the ascension to find out exactly what was going on. Right now, his divine magnificence points were still far from 10,000. Putting away the system and no longer dwelling on the matter of the Tuan Tuan and the divergence technique, Lindong contacted Nie Hongdo and He Yaoting and asked them how many days they could finish handling the matters at hand and head to Amber City. Both of them stated that 3 days would be sufficient. They wanted 3 days, so Lindong did not rush them, giving enough time. There was nothing to do anyway. The two were told to leave Weiyang City in 3 days. Lindong then exited the spirit cage realm directly in his room. With Tuan Tuan gone, there was no need for him to run into the surrounding forest. The room at home was the best place to exit the spirit cage realm. No one would dare to come here. Without Tuan Tuan's bondage, Lindong was actually much freer. He could return whenever he wanted. No one would bother him. This kind of life should be Lindong's favorite. However, he did not feel accustomed to it in any way. When accompanying Yanxi and the girls, he was also often lost in thought. Unconsciously, he was wondering how the little girl was doing. Was she in any danger? Did they need their help? Would they be caught by the bad guys? All of these images that were unfavorable to the troop appeared without Lindong's control. It caused a group of women to be nervous. They thought that something had happened again. The Lindong of the past had never been in such a situation before. One by one, they gathered around to care about him. Lindong gave a good explanation and had no choice but to tell something about his strength and tell Yun Shi and the others. The Lan clan was not enough to worry about. Even if they came out in full force, they would not be able to cause a single harm to the Star Void realm. Right now, he wasn't afraid of anything, and no one would be able to pose a threat to him. This was what made everyone put their hearts down. However, they still did not dare to relax. After all, Lindong's behavior was somewhat abnormal. For 3 days, Lindong was frequently traveling back and forth between the spirit cage realm and the real world. At least dozens of trips were made. Each time, he hoped that the Tuan Tuan was playing a joke on him and would be able to return safely. As a result, he was disappointed every time. Slowly, Lindong also accepted the reality. Within a short period of time, it was impossible for Tuan Tuan to return. Just like the letter she left behind said. Only after resolving what must be done would she return to herself. Apart from waiting, Lindong did not know what else he could do. It was better to work hard to improve his strength. In case Tuan Tuan came back and needed his help, how could he do so without sufficient strength? Finally, Lindong found the motivation to move forward again. Chapter 1245, Revealing Identity. Spirit Cage Realm. A point of light rapidly approached Amber City, one of the 8 major main cities. The powerful aura spread out and was felt by the powerhouses within Amber City from a very far distance, and 3 top powerhouses immediately rushed out from the city and arrived outside Amber City to block the path of the point of light. These 3 people were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman. They were the heads of the 3 great clans of Miao, Chao, and Wei within Amber City. A family that could occupy a main city in the spirit cage realm was bound to be a superpower even in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain. It was by no means comparable to those minions in Unseen City. These 3 could serve as the heads of the spirit cage realm. In their respective clans, their status was so high that they were feared to be second only to the existence of the head of the family. The 3 of them glanced at each other. All could see the doubt in the other's eyes. How? Many years had it been since Amber City had been hardened by a strong person. Although the 3 great clans had been fighting each other for many years, and there were constant small frictions, once an external enemy invaded Amber City, they would immediately join forces to deal with the enemy and protect the safety of Amber City. This was the rule. At this time, the point of light had already reached the front of the trio and stopped. But to the trio's surprise, the point of light turned into a ball of cyan light, unable to see what exactly it was. This green light was of course the Empress Yugi, who had just regained her memories not long ago and had arrived from Weiyang City, as well as the troop that had spent 2 years with Lindong. Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of coming to Amber City? The old man asked in a loud voice first. The aura emitted by this person was very strong, but the 3 great clans were not vegetarians either. The 3 of you should represent the 3 strongest forces in Amber City, right? Yugi didn't answer, but instead asked the 3 in return. Hearing that it was a young female voice, all 3 were surprised. They didn't expect the strong person in front of them to be a female. Precisely. We represent the 3 great clans of Amber City, Miao, Chao, and Wei. I wonder what your excellency has to teach us. The one who spoke this time was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Since you are from the 3 great clans of Amber City, then I will give you a task now. Immediately within Amber City, collect all the precious genius geomancers, remember, just the most precious ones, leave the trash alone, and then hand them over to me. Hurry up, I've already wasted a lot of time, I can't afford to delay any further. After I'm done collecting Amber City, I'll have to go to the other 7 main cities to collect the treasures. Eugene's voice carried a commanding tone, while also being a bit urgent. She truly needed to go out and deliver the news to the other 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses as soon as possible after recovering. It was just that Miao, Chao, and Wei were not anxious at all. Instead, they wanted to laugh a little. A fellow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and in a commanding tone, asked them to collect all of Amber City's treasures and hand them over to the other party. Such an outrageous and ridiculous thing actually happened? Who did she think she was? The 5 emperors of Spirit Lan? The three great families of Miao, Chao, and Wei were one of the most powerful forces in the Spirit Lan domain. There were half-step Emperor realm old ancestors sitting in the family. Apart from the Spirit Lan 5 emperors, no one dared to speak to them in a commanding tone. In front of them, a fellow who didn't know the heights of heaven had actually appeared. "Your Excellency is not joking with us?" the middle-aged man asked. "There is no joke. I've already wasted 2 years, I can't delay any longer or the consequences will be very serious." Yugi continued. "There was no joke? Then how could Your Excellency make such a completely impossible request? Although our three families are the largest families in Amber City, we can't do it to the point where we can order other forces, and even if we could, why would we do it? What business is it of ours if you waste time and cause serious consequences? If there is nothing else, please leave Amber City, Your Excellency, you are not welcome here." The old man directly rejected the other party's request. He recognized that the other party was strong. But to agree to the other party's request? That was simply impossible. If it wasn't for the immense pressure he felt from this person and knowing that he wasn't an opponent, he might have already made his move. How could he still be nagging here? It wasn't until he was sternly rejected. It was only then that Yugi reacted. After fully recovering her memories, she had naturally substituted into Yuji's identity. In the past, she had said every single word. Except for the 4 Emperor realm powerhouses of Emperor Jang. There was no one who dared to refute it. Anything she commanded would also be carried out without any reason. I didn't expect to be rejected now. It was only at this time that she figured it out. The other party simply didn't know that she was the Empress Yugi, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan. "You guys probably don't know my identity yet." Yugi suddenly popped up. "No matter what your identity is, it's useless in our place. If you don't leave, don't blame the 3 of us for joining forces to bully the few with the many. After you guys see me, if you can still say such words, I will definitely leave without looking back." Yugi finished saying this. The green light automatically dispersed, revealing the body inside. The reason why she didn't reveal herself at the beginning was because she was afraid of causing a stir. After all, her statue was carved on that continent at the very center of the Spirit Lan domain, and she was worshipped by countless living beings every day. There were even living beings who came from all corners of the Spirit Lan domain and went through thousands of hardships to come to the most central location just to worship the 5 statues that were tens of thousands of feet tall. The appearance of the 5 emperors of Spirit Land had penetrated into the hearts of almost every living soul in the Spirit Land domain. The female emperor, Yugi, was even the faith of all female beings. Anyone who dared to speak ill of the 5 emperors in the Spirit Lan domain would definitely die a miserable death. Under the gazes of Miao, Chao, and Wei, the green light dispersed, revealing a woman's figure. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged woman was the first to widen her eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. One had to know that Yugi was her idol and role model, and the direction she worked towards. She hoped that she would one day be able to stand at the same height as Yugi, and be kneeled at and admired by countless living beings in the Star Void realm. After the middle-aged woman, the old man and the middle-aged man also recognized the identity of the person in front of them. After all 3 of them were not low in the Spirit Lan domain, and were important figures in the superpowers. The appearance of the 5 emperors had long been memorized. You. The 3 of them you half a day, but did not you come up with a reason? Yuji's appearance was just too shocking to them. So much so that their brains weren't working very well at all. "What you guys saw is correct. I am the Empress Yugi. Because of some special reasons, I have arrived at this spirit cage realm. Now I need all of you to help me collect all the precious treasures of Amber City, and also this matter must not be spread out so as not to cause a stir," Yugi said in a deep voice. "Are you really Lord Emperor Ji?" the middle-aged woman still asked in disbelief. She couldn't imagine how. How could Lord Emperor Ji come to the spirit cage realm? At Lord Emperor Ji's realm, there was no longer a need to raise his soul power, right? I've never heard of any of the 5 emperors entering the spirit cage realm. Then what does Lord Emperor Ji need so many treasures for? Chapter 1246, True or False? Whether or not I'm an imperial concubine, I believe you all already have the answer in your hearts, or do you think that there are still people who would impersonate me to woo me? How many lives would one have to dare to do that? Yugi calmly returned. It was only after the three of them heard this that they were temporarily relieved. Although they didn't know why Lord Emperor Ji had come to this spirit cage realm and had to collect so many treasures. But it was just like what Lord DG said. Who would dare to impersonate her old man's identity and come out to woo her? Wasn't this purely seeking death on their own? The three of them had lived for hundreds of epochs, and so far, they had never heard of anyone daring to impersonate the 5 spirit Lan emperors. Don't even mention impersonating. Anyone who dared to say a bad word about the 5 emperors would be attacked by the group. From this, it could be seen how high the status of the 5 spirit Lan emperors was in the hearts of the spirit Lan region's living beings. Even if they had doubts. In their hearts, they did not dare to gamble, and losing would be a great crime of exterminating 9 clans. Miao Shijin refers to Lord Empress Ji. Chao Yongliang refers to Imperial Concubine Lord. Wei Huijun refers to Lord Emperor Ji. The three of them clasped their hands in the air almost at the same time and knelt down in the air towards the Yugi. The old man was Miao Shijin of the Miao family, the middle-aged man was Chao Yongliang of the Chao family, and the middle-aged woman was Wei Huijun of the Wei family. Be excused. You guys go and do the things I explained as soon as possible. This matter is related to the life and death of the entire spirit Lan domain. You can't be sloppy, and don't spread it out, or else you'll die. Yugi said seriously. Telling the 3 people about the seriousness of the matter was also something that had gone through her deep thought. To be able to become one of the controllers of the spirit cage realm's main city, the strength of the family behind the 3 was not weak. Even in the spirit lantern realm, they were the top-tier kind. Sooner or later, they would know about the matter of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan joining forces against the Spirit Lan domain. Because guarding the Spirit Lan domain, the common home of all, could not only be the responsibility of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, but also the responsibility of all the forces in the Spirit Lan domain. Those with low strength could not participate. Those with strong strength must participate. Otherwise, just with the strength of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, it would be difficult to defend such a large area of the Spirit Lan domain. Sooner or later, they would have to know anyway. Telling them earlier so that they could wholeheartedly get things done would be a bit more favorable to Yugi. Hearing Yuji's words, Miao, Chao, and Wei's hearts were also shaken at the same time. What matter would actually involve the death and survival of the entire Spirit Lan domain? Could it be that there was a foreign enemy invasion? The 3 of them didn't dare to be sloppy. Don't worry, Lord Empress Ji, we will immediately follow your instructions and will complete the collection of Amber City's treasures and hand them over to you as fast as we can. Please wait a moment, Lord Empress Ji. Miao Shijin immediately assured. Go quickly. You will be credited for the completion of this matter, and after this matter, I will reward you for your achievements. Thank you, Lord DG. Please, Lord Empress Ji, follow me. I will take you to rest for a moment, and after we complete our mission, we can also come to you. Wei Huijun spoke out in invitation. All right. Let's go then. Yugi thought about it and agreed to the middle-aged woman's suggestion. Her soul power today was still far from the peak stage. After a long journey, she was also tired. Finding a place to rest and recuperate was just what she wanted. When the 3 of them completed their mission, they would also be able to find themselves quickly. After collecting the treasures of Amber City, Yugi still had to travel to the other 7 main cities. Using the same method, she asked the local forces to collect treasures for herself. The heavenly treasures from one main city were not enough for her to recover much, she had to go to a few more. If the 8 main cities were not enough, then there was only the option of traveling to first-level cities. Miao, Chao, and Wei were in the air to intercept Empyrean Ji, and there were many strong people in Amber City watching. They didn't dare to approach. To be able to startle the 3 strongest people in Amber City, the strength of the enemy should not be underestimated. In case of a fight, getting too close would definitely be affected. It was better to stay at a distance. Miao Shijin and Chao Yongliang first returned to Amber City and dismissed the strongest people who had gathered. Since Lord Empress Ji had said not to wear it outwardly, theirs would of course follow orders. Then Empress Ji followed Wei Huijun into Amber City and came to rest on the topmost floor of the highest building of the City Lord's mansion. Nowadays, the City Lord of Amber City was Miao Shijin. However, the City Lord's mansion did not belong to the Miao family. Whoever served as the City Lord, then the City Lord's mansion would be inhabited by whoever lived there. The city lord of Amber City was rotated among the three great families. Lord DG, you can rest here for a few moments, we'll go and complete the task you gave us to collect all the precious treasures of Amber City. Miao Shijin said respectfully. Please rest for a moment, Lord Empress Ji. Chao Yongliang and Wei Huijun followed suit. Alright. Don't engage in this useless waste of time, hurry up and get things done more than anything, I don't like all this superficial work. At this time, DG had already resumed her appearance wrapped in green light. Her tone was clearly a bit impatient. The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan were eyeing the situation, not knowing what plans they were making and preparing to invade the Spirit Lan domain. Emperor Jang and the others probably didn't know yet. The entire Spirit Lan domain wasn't even a little bit prepared. How could she not be anxious? Yes, Lord Empyrean, we'll go now. The three of them were simultaneously startled in their hearts and immediately replied. They then hurriedly left the city lord's mansion. Miao, Chao, and Wei stopped only after walking out a long distance. City Lord Miao, what do you think of this matter? Chao Yongliang couldn't help but ask. Wei Huijun also looked over. Miao Shijin was the oldest in the current stage of Amber City's city lord, and his strength was also a tier higher than the two. In such a major matter that concerned Lord Empress Ji, both of them had to ask him what he meant. Do you guys think it's possible that Lord Empyrean Ji is an imposter? Miao Shijin threw out a question to the two. Chao Yongliang and Wei Huijun looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. It shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of anyone daring to impersonate the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. Once the news leaks out, it will become the public enemy of the Spirit Lan domain, and the entire Spirit Lan domain will have no foothold. No one would be so foolish. Chao Yongliang said. I think so. There wouldn't be anyone who would dare to impersonate Lord Empyrean, she must be the real Lord Empyrean. Wei Huijun followed and agreed. Then it won't be enough. We just need to carry out the orders of Lord DG, the rest is not our concern, no matter if Lord DG is real or not, we don't have the right to choose, in case we are wrong, the big deal is just to lose some treasures, what if we are right? That would be a great offense of executing all 9 clans. When the two thought about it, they both felt that Miao Shijin was right. Regardless of whether Lord Empyrean was true or false, it was not their place to care, and they only needed to follow the orders. Taking a step back, even if they were wrong, they would only lose some treasures. After the three of them finalized the plan, they left on their own. Starting to utilize their family's reputation, they began to collect the heavenly treasures within Amber City. Not only should they take out their own, but all the other forces should contribute as well. The three of them didn't dare to divulge Lord Empyrean Ji's whereabouts or even report it to their families. In case Lord Empyrean Ji knew about it afterward, the entire clan would be implicated. All they could do was to quietly complete the mission first. As for what excuse to use to collect the treasures, think about it yourself. In any case, Lord DG cannot be mentioned. Chapter 1247 9 Bilocations. Spirit Cage Realm, Weiyang City. 3 colt carts departed from the city. On the carts were none other than Lindong and his group. After the colt carts left out of the city, many people emerged from the city and stared at the colt carts that had left the city. These were all the big and small bosses of the Weiyang city's business circle. They had long been anxious for Lindong and He Yaoting to leave. Ever since these two came to Weiyang City, they were a complete nightmare for the Weiyang City's business district. The prices of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have repeatedly soared. At first, it was nothing. After a long period of time, it caused the prices of the entire Weiyang City to rise quite a bit. There was simply no share for them in the top-grade treasures. All of them were sold to He Yaoting. After all, their prices were higher. Originally, everyone wanted to follow suit. As a result, as soon as they went up, He Yaoting continued to go up, always going much higher than the prices in Weiyang City's shopping district. This situation was something that had never happened in Weiyang City before. The duo of He Yaoting and Lindong had the means, the money, and even more power. Even the several major forces of Weiyang City were unable to do anything about it, and eventually came back in disgrace, and from then on, with one eye open and one eye closed, who would dare to look for trouble? After watching Lindong and the others leave, everyone began to talk about it. Alas! Finally gone, my Weiyang city can finally regain its peace. If this continues, we really won't be able to live. Who says otherwise? I don't know where the two big brothers came from, not to mention having money. They are also ridiculously strong. Even the several major forces in Weiyang city can't do anything about them. I've also heard that several major forces have sent people to look for these two people's trouble, but in the end, the stone sank into the sea, not even a little splash. What's going on? Not quite sure. It's said that after Yugi invited us to a banquet last time and established his authority, some people disobeyed and implicated the forces behind them, but it seems that they were all easily dispatched by that Mr. Lin, and there's been no news since then. It seems like this Duke Lin isn't simple. Nonsense. So young and with a soul power as strong as this, can it be simple? It's probably an heir trained by some superpower. Otherwise it wouldn't be this outstanding. That's true. The first time I saw Mr. Lin, I felt that he wasn't simple, and this confirms my thoughts even more. You can pull it off. At that time, you were the one who screamed the loudest, telling Mr. Lin to get the hell out of Weiyang City, alright? I didn't say that, don't slander me. Shay. Lindong did not hear the voices of the discussion in Weiyang City. He would not care if he heard it and continued to rush his way. If he was the only one, his speed would definitely be much faster and he would be able to save a lot of time. However, Lindong had no choice. He could not leave these people behind and leave by himself. In case they encountered some trouble along the way, just like in the ghost haunting ridge, wouldn't they all be wiped out? Nia Hongdo and He Yaoting were both Lindong's right-hand men, one managing the minutiae of life and the other spending money outside to earn divine magnificence points. These two people had to be brought along. It was not that it would not be possible without them, but it would just be very troublesome. What Lindong was most afraid of was trouble. Moreover, Lindong is still a very nostalgic person. He Yaoting has helped him a lot, so to just throw it away is obviously something he can't do. Not to mention that He Yaoting was still useful now. Even if he was useless in the future, Lindong would still give him enough benefits. One should know that before leaving Weiyang City, He Yaoting had gone crazy again. Secretly, he had people send out a message saying that he was going to leave in 3 days and that the prices of the various heavenly treasures in Weiyang City would return to their original levels. Once the news was spread, it was a big deal. A lot of people who had treasures in their hands and wanted to wait for the prices to rise again came to sell them in a hurry. Otherwise, if He Yaoting really left, if the price returned to its original level, wouldn't it be a big loss? Taking this opportunity, He Yaoting rolled away quite a few treasures from Weiyang City. It made the merchants of Weiyang City hate him with a passion. Lindong's divine magnificence points also directly broke through to 30,000 points. The trading volume in 2 or 3 days was comparable to 2 or 3 months in the past. Even Lindong had to praise He Yaoting's means as truly bullish. Sitting alone in the cold car. After being bored, Lindong opened his system. Divine Hero Points, 31892. Physical and mental strength were both at the Ganti level first stage. 30,000 Divine Greatness points could raise one of them to the 4th rank. However, Lindong did not intend to raise his physique and spiritual strength for the time being. He wanted to spend 10,000 Divine Magnificence points first to raise his splitting technique to the 4th rank to see how it went. It was a pity that he could not exit the spirit cage realm on the way. This was because Lindong did not know whether he was on top of the cult when he entered the spirit cage realm from the real world or at the location he left. This was a very important issue. In case he was at the original location, it would be troublesome. Then after the cult car left, he would not be able to explain himself well if he was seen on the road if he remained in the same place. It was better to wait for the night's rest before returning to the real world to make a breakthrough. As the most commonly used means of transportation in the spirit cage realm, the cult car was outstanding in both speed and smoothness. One day passed quickly. At night, the team found a random place to rest, staying right on top of the cult car anyway. Anywhere was fine. After everyone had rested, Lindong quietly exited the spirit cage realm. Returning to the real world, he directly opened his system and chose to enhance his split art. A window popped up. This upgrade of the split art will consume 10,000 Divine Magnificence points. After the upgrade, the split art will be raised from the original 3rd rank to the 4th rank, and the split will be changed from 3 drops of Essence Blood summoning 3 splits to 9 drops of Essence Blood summoning 9 splits. Please confirm by the host, do you want to upgrade? 2 options below. Yes or no. Lindong's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth rose, his heart was happy, an unexpected joy. I did not expect that after the split technique was upgraded from the third to the fourth stage, the split was not increased by 1 and went up to 4 as originally thought, but directly increased by 6 and grew to 9? 10,000 divine greatness points, increase 6 doppelgangers, that's 6 early ghastly emperor level combat power? This is a good deal. It's simply too good a deal. In the future, if you encountered an enemy that you couldn't defeat, summoning 9 doppelgangers, along with the main body, that would be 10 to fight 1. 9 of them are also dead soldiers. The kind that can blow themselves up at critical moments. How powerful would an early ghastly emperor level powerhouse be if he blew himself up? Even the middle and late eternal emperor level, or even the peak, would have to be afraid of it. The split body technique was indeed a good helper for fighting at a higher level. If we really can't beat them, we can use the 9 great doppelgangers to fend them off, can't we still run? He. Lindong could not help but laugh out loud. He was even happier than when he had broken through to the Emperor realm. If he had gathered enough 100,000 divine magnificence points to raise his split art from the 4th to the 5th rank, how many more split bodies would he add? It must have been in the double digits already. At that time, when dozens of doppelgangers fought together, the scene would definitely make the enemy tremble with shock. The only thing that needed to be worried about was the issue of essence blood. The Star Void realm simply didn't have many treasures that could replenish essence blood. After letting the Su family help collect it for a while, the results weren't good. This thing was just as precious as treasures that could boost soul power. Wanting to find treasures that replenished essence blood. Chapter 1248, 2 Problems. After upgrading his split art, Lindong went out of his place of seclusion and looked for Gongsun Jimeng to understand that everything was currently normal in the Star Void realm and no accidents had occurred. The Blue Clan's people still had not come. This had somewhat baffled Lindong. He did not know where the problem actually lay. After the death of Lan Yu, the first lineage of the half-step divine brightness realm, came Lan Shan, a true divine brightness realm. Now that Lan Shan was also dead, shouldn't he have sent someone stronger? For a large and powerful great clan like the Blue Clan, wouldn't they kill the young and come the old? Just hold back and endure? Is that still a great power of a 9th level civilization? Now the time is over. The Blue Clan's people still had not come. Lindong could not figure out what was going on. It could be that the Blue Clan had encountered trouble and was temporarily unable to send someone more powerful than Blue Mountain. It was also possible that the Blue Clan had sensed a crisis through Blue Mountain's death and did not dare to come. Whichever it was not good news for Lindong. If the Blue Clan just dragged their feet and never came, it would instead tie Lindong to the Star Void realm. He did not dare to leave either. What if after he left, the Blue Clan's people suddenly said that they were now in the Star Void realm? Who could stop them? At that time, countless living beings in the Star Void realm would be in a crisis because of himself. Lindong was not a cold-blooded animal. There were still his friends in the Starry Void realm. It was not possible to let such a thing happen. Even if it was just a probability, it would not do. Back inside the secret room, Lindong shook his head. Going on like this was not a solution. If the Lan clan did not come for the rest of his life, then would he not be unable to leave the Star Void realm for the rest of his life? Completely trapped here. Originally, he had also planned to bring in she and the girls back to Earth first after completely resolving the crisis of the Blue Clan so that they could reunite with their families. Then he would head to the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain alone to check out the situation, but he was tied up in the Star Void realm and could not go anywhere. Lindong felt that he could not just wait for the Lan clan to come to his door, he had to think of something. After thinking for a long time, a sudden flash of light came to his mind. Since a drop of essence blood could summon a doppelganger that was equal in strength to the main body, then if one left a drop of essence blood and forcefully cut a small portion of one's soul force out, would it be possible to automatically summon a doppelganger? If it was feasible, one would only need to leave behind a few drops of essence blood and a little bit of soul force, and one would be completely capable of dealing with any crisis. Not only would he be able to guard the Star Void realm, he would also be able to guard Earth. The main body could go anywhere, and it was also incomparably relieved that one didn't have to worry about their hometown being invaded by foreign enemies. It was simply the best of both worlds. The heartbeat was as good as action. Lindong did as he said. He forced out a drop of essence blood from his body and suspended it in front of his eyes. Then, he gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, splitting out a trace of soul force. The feeling of his soul being torn apart was somewhat unbearable even for someone with a strong will like Lindong. However, for the sake of being able to get away and for the Star Void realm on Earth to be safer in the future, Lindong endured. After splitting out the soul force, he placed it together with the essence blood. Lindong began to observe the changes. Time passed by minute. The result disappointed him. The two did not produce any chemical reaction. Nothing happened. The essence blood was still essence blood and the soul force was still soul force, neither of which could be fused together. Looking at the drop of essence blood in front of him that had not changed in any way, as well as the soul that had been split by himself, Lindong executed the split art. The essence blood then began to change. In just 3 seconds, it turned into another Lindong. The strand of split soul force immediately drilled into the body of the split body. What had been a corpse immediately became spiritual, only that it did not move in any way. Not right. Not right. Lindong felt that something was wrong. There were at least 2 problems. Firstly, with the essence blood, he was not able to perform the splitting technique in his absence, and the essence blood could not summon a split body. Secondly, after being split apart by himself, the soul force did not have his own control and lost its autonomy, unable to control the actions of the split body, much less fight. If these 2 problems were not solved, the desire to leave behind essence blood to protect the Star Void realm on Earth could not be established. Feeling that the time was almost up, Lindong then opened his system and chose to enter the spirit cage realm. When he was rushing during the day, he would figure out these 2 issues and solve them before testing them again. Not long after returning to the spirit cage realm cult, Nya Hongdo's voice sounded outside. "My lord, the sky is already bright, shall we continue our journey?" "Set sail. You don't need to ask me in the future, you can just make your own decisions on such trivial matters. I'm a big man who isn't that pretentious, and you can just set off when it's dawn." "Yes, your excellency, then we'll set off now." Nya Hongdo left after saying that. After spending so much time together, she also understood Lindong's character. There was not a single bit of those bad habits of the young masters of the big families. There was no need to be so polite with Lindong. Lindong in the colt car let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had returned in time, or else Nya Hongdo might have realized that he was not in the cult. If he could not wake himself up, Nya Hongdo would most likely come up to check. In case Nya Hongdo came up, he appeared out of nowhere, it would not be easy to explain. Although being discovered is not a big deal. But this kind of secret, it's always better to know it by yourself. For the entire day, Lindong was thinking about those 2 questions. How could he solve the problem of allowing the essence blood to automatically summon a doppelganger under certain special circumstances, and at the same time, the split soul force had to have the ability to manipulate the doppelganger to fight even in his absence? In order to solve these 2 problems, by the time he rested at night, Lindong returned to the real world and split his soul. Once again, he experienced the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart. Using the split-out soul for experimentation, he was also going out of his way. No matter what, these 2 problems must be resolved before he could do so. Otherwise, being tied to the Star Void realm all the time and unable to leave was something that Lindong could not accept in any way. On the second night, after a busy night, there was still no effective solution to the problem. Instead, Lindong's entire body was exhausted. However, he was not discouraged. This was because Lindong knew how significant this matter would be to him if he succeeded. Casually leaving behind a few drops of essence blood, as well as splitting a few strands of soul force in the Star Void realm on Earth, and handing them over to trustworthy people. When there was an invasion by a foreign enemy, one would only need to take out a drop of essence blood, and one could automatically summon one's doppelganger to defend the enemy. The combat power of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. What problem could not be solved? Even in the 9th level civilization Spirit Land domain, I am afraid that there are not many Emperor Realm powerhouses. That way Lindong would be able to wave around with ease. The 3rd day continued to think during the day. At night, he returned to the real world to research again. This was repeated in this manner, after continuously persisting for a month. Finally, Lindong found a breakthrough and saw the hope of success. Chapter 1249 Misunderstanding. Star Void Realm. 7-colored glazed sect. Lindong sat within the secret room. Tonight, he was going to test the results of his day and night research over the past month. Let's see if he could actually succeed in creating a doppelganger that could protect the starry void realm on Earth even if it was detached from himself. First, he forced out a drop of essence blood. Then split out his soul. On the split out soul, Lindong began to carefully brand the method of casting his split body technique. Once disturbed by the outside world, the soul immediately cast the split art to summon the split body. This was not all. The doppelganger could be summoned, but the soul could not control the doppelganger to fight, which was also not possible. There was an even more important step next. That was to add one's own thoughts to the split soul so that it could control the split to fight. The last link was important. There couldn't be a single mistake. After all, the split-out soul was too weak. If one was not careful, it would be damaged, leading to a loss of success. 2 hours later, Lindong finally completed his first piece. He sealed the essence blood and soul in an exquisite small wooden box so that he could carry it with him. When the test was successful, Yunxi and the girls would have to keep 2 or 3 on each of them to deal with unexpected situations. When they encountered danger, as long as they took out the wooden box and unsealed it, Lindong's split soul would immediately perform the split art and summon the split body, then enter the split body and control it to fight. Of course, there was another problem. The 4th order split art could only allow 9 split bodies to exist at the same time. The 10th one could not be summoned. Only the probability of this happening was so low that it was almost negligible. Moreover, as Lindong upgraded his split art to the 5th rank in the future, this problem would be solved. Wiping the sweat from his head, Lindong looked at his work and revealed a satisfied smile. The thing was made. Whether it would work or not, one would still have to try it out to know. Taking the wooden box, Lindong got up and left the secret room, quickly arriving at the place where Yunxi and the others lived. At this time, everyone had already rested. Lindong quietly came outside Bailey Yanhong's room. The reason why he chose to let Bailey Yanhong try it out instead of Yunxi or other people was because Bailey Yanhong was the strongest and learned things quickly. If one wanted to successfully summon their doppelganger, they had to unseal it. With Yunxi's strength and theirs, it was not something that could be done in a moment to undo the seal on the box. If Bailey Yanhong could successfully greet her own doppelganger, then let Yunxi and the girls slowly learn how to unseal the box. At that time, each of them will be assigned 2 for their defense. It's guaranteed to be safe. After entering Bailey Yanhong's room, looking at the plump body lying on the bed, hidden by the semi-transparent clothing, Lindong was a little distracted. Although he had had more than one contact with Bailey Yanhong, it was after all a mental illusion. He had yet to see the real body. I wonder if it was the same as in the mental illusion. Lindong understood in his heart. Now if he pounced on him, Bailey Yanhong knew that it was herself and would definitely not resist. But Lindong could not do so. People were not creatures that trended on desire alone. There were some things that once done, one had to be responsible for. Since he could not give a promise, he should not provoke. When he himself had completely thought it through and figured it out, he might be able to take everyone all in. As for now, the heart still couldn't get past that hurdle. Lindong stood not far in front of the bed, looking at Bailey Yanhong's hidden plump body in a daze. Bailey Yanhong suddenly slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing that there was a figure in the room, her first reaction was to be taken aback, and then she was about to start screaming. This was a woman's unique skill and instinct. Many women were strong, but their guts were very small. Just as Bailey Yanhong was about to shout out. Fortunately, Lindong acted quickly, directly bulldozed forward and covered her mouth, so that she did not shout out. Otherwise, she would have attracted other people. Even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she would not be able to wash away. Being misunderstood is a small matter. The most crucial thing was that it would also hurt others. For example, Zhao Xian. She had been with Lindong for a long time, but the two of them did not have a substantial relationship. Now, she had gotten involved with Bailey Yanhong, who she met later. Wasn't that looking down on Zhao Xian? The rest of the women were the same. Either keep the status quo or collect them together. Being generous would definitely hurt the others. Bailey Yanhong, who had her mouth covered, struggled violently. She couldn't figure it out. Why would someone dare to come to her room? This was the seven-colored glazed sect. There lived the strongest man in the Star Void realm. An existence beyond the Saint realm. For someone else to dare to sneak in quietly was simply looking for death. Bailey Yanhong's heart shook. This person wouldn't be from the Lan clan, would he? Could it be that he wanted to capture himself and use himself to threaten Lindong? No way. The other party must not be allowed to succeed. Just as Bailey Yanhong was thinking wildly, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Sister Hong, don't be afraid, it's me. Hearing this voice, Bailey Yanhong's struggling body instantly quieted down. Her taut heart also finally relaxed. This voice was more than familiar to her. It had even appeared countless times in her dreams. After the person in his arms stopped struggling, Lindong also released her. Lindong, why are you? You here? Bailey Yanhong asked in a small voice. At the same time, her heart began to thump violently again. In the middle of the night, Lindong came to her. What could it be? A man entering a woman's boudoir late at night. The two of them had once even had intimate contact. Anyone could guess what this was about. Although they were in a mental illusion, what they should have done had already been done. But that was not reality after all. Bailey Yanhong had thought more than once that this day would come with Lindong, but when she actually encountered it, it still made her unavoidably a little excited and uneasy. Where in reality was there any letting go in a mental illusion? Why was Lindong suddenly like this? There was no warning at all. Nor did he give himself time to mentally prepare himself. Sister Hong, I'm looking for you for something. Let's go out and talk, don't wake everyone up. Lindong whispered in Bailey Yanhong's ear. Bailey Yanhong only felt a hot air pass by her ear. It was very itchy, followed by a blush on her face, and her brain was a bit in a daze. Going out? Out for what? Shouldn't doing that kind of thing be in bed? Is it okay to go outside? Wait. Bailey Yanhong turned her head to look at Lindong. Only to see that the other party had a straight face. There was no intention of that at all. What the hell was one thinking? The face that was only slightly red instantly became red, even the neck and the roots of the ears were red. The hot sensation coming from her face made Bailey Yanhong wish to find a hole in the ground to drill into. She knew that she had misunderstood Lindong. He was really looking for himself for something. Having reached Lindong's realm, the night had no effect on his eyesight at all. Looking at Bailey Yanhong as if she was drunk, Lindong was also puzzled. Chapter 1250, Experiment Successful. Out. Out for what? Bailey Yanhong stammered and asked. Sister Hong, don't care first, I will tell you later. Lindong finished, not waiting for Bailey Yanhong to react. He directly pulled her, and with a shake of his body, he came outside to an open hillside. It was only at this point that Bailey Yanhong regained some of her composure. Lindong, what is it that you came to find me so late at night? Sister Hong, I need to ask you for a favor. What favor? Just say it, there's no need to be so polite between us. Well then, it's like this. Lindong took out the exquisite small wooden box that sealed his essence, blood and soul, and began to give Bailey Yanhong the method of lifting the seal. Bailey Yanhong's talent was unquestionable and she quickly learned. Receiving the small wooden box in Lindong's hands, she asked curiously, Lindong, what is inside this? Why don't you unlock it yourself? Sister Hong, don't ask, I will slowly introduce it to you after unraveling it, for now you quickly open it and try it. Lindong urged. He was now very also nervous. A month of effort regardless of day and night, success or failure was at stake. In this month, every night, he had endured the pain that tore his soul apart. Even Lindong was straight away unable to bear it. Seeing that Lindong was in such a hurry, Bailey Yanhong did not continue to pursue the matter and began to follow the method that Lindong had taught himself, lifting the seal of the small box. Despite her heart wondering why Lindong did not do it himself, she was not worried at all that Lindong would harm her. With regards to Lindong's trust, Bailey Yanhong definitely reached 100%. To put it bluntly, her life was given to her by Lindong. If not for Lindong, she would still be in the cold ice cave today, waiting for the cold to completely erode her body and become an emotionless machine. The sealing was not complicated. In just a few seconds, Bailey Yanhong had unlocked it. This was still just learned. If one practiced for a longer period of time, it would be faster. Splitting was used when facing a strong enemy, or to deal with unexpected situations. The seal naturally cannot be too complicated. Otherwise, before the seal was unsealed, it would already be subdued. After unsealing the box, Bailey Yanhong then saw that a bit of essence blood containing a terrifying pressure automatically flew out of the small box. Upon seeing this drop of essence blood, Bailey Yanhong felt that her body was chilled, as if she was frozen by the extreme cold, unable to move the slightest bit. A fear from the bottom of her heart arose from the bottom of her heart. So terrifying. Just a drop of essence blood exuded such a terrifying pressure, then how powerful would the owner of this drop of essence blood be? It was too terrifying. Where exactly did Lindong get it from? Bailey Yanhong did not know yet. The owner of the essence blood was Lindong beside her. And Lindong usually used the system's concealment function to hide his strength tightly without revealing a single bit. The moment the essence blood flew out, the entire seven-colored continent shook inexplicably. It seemed to be in fear of this massive force. A drop of essence blood that was out of Lindong's control made the entire seven-colored continent unable to withstand it. From this, it could be seen to what extent Lindong's strength was powerful. With the essence blood of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it was normal for a piece of continent of a 7th-level civilization to be unable to withstand it. It was fortunate that Lindong reacted in time. The spiritual power quickly struck out and isolated the essence blood, and the pressure then disappeared. The seven-colored continent regained its calmness, and Bailey Yanhong could continue to act, but her voice was still a little trembling. Lindong, what is this? Sister Hong, don't speak first, keep looking. Lindong replied nervously. Bailey Yanhong sniffed as her gaze rested on the drop of essence blood floating in the air. At this moment, the essence blood was continuously changing its form. Eventually, in Bailey Yanhong's shocked gaze, it turned into another Lindong. This. Bailey Yanhong was too surprised to speak. Lindong did not speak. He carefully looked at the doppelganger. This time, the first step had been successful as the doppelganger appeared automatically without any interference from him. However, it was not enough. The next step was the most important. A doppelganger that was capable of defending and fighting was only useful, otherwise it was just a corpse that would disappear once the time was up. It was up to him to act on his own. The original follow with his eyes closed suddenly opened and looked at Lindong and Bailey Yanhong and said in a mechanical, emotionless voice, Sister Hong. Big brother. I don't know what my orders are? It's done. Lindong exclaimed in excitement. Detached from his alter ego, he could act on his own. Sister Hong, quickly have him go and pull over that big tree across the street. Lindong said excitedly. Facing such a scene, Bailey Yanhong's brain was a little inadequate. However, she still listened to Lindong's words and said to her doppelganger, Lindong, go and pull that tree over. After saying this, she reached out and pointed at the tree that was several hundred meters away, with a diameter of at least 2 to 3 meters. Yes, Sister Hong, wait a moment. The doppelganger then beckoned. Rumble. The large tree that Bailey Yanhong was pointing at automatically detached itself from the ground and flew over. Let him put it back. Lindong continued. Put it back. Bailey Yanhong followed. Yes, Sister Hong. The doppelganger casually waved his hand and the large tree returned to its original position. Ha ha. It worked, it finally worked. Lindong laughed out loud. Although it was the doppelganger that still had shortcomings, it could already listen to Sister Hong's words, which showed that the doppelganger was able to protect everyone's safety. As long as he went back and pondered over it again, it would definitely become more and more perfect. Lindong retrieved the soul within the bilocation, as well as the drop of essence blood that had already consumed some. The doppelganger immediately dissipated in place. Throughout the entire process, Bailey Yanhong stood there dumbfounded, doing whatever Lindong told her to do. There was absolutely no ability to think for herself. Sister Hong, how is it? Isn't it shocking? This is something that I have researched for many days in seclusion. Lindong said proudly. Lindong, what is going on here? Bailey Yanhong asked as she returned to her senses. Don't panic, Sister Hong, please listen to me in detail. The guy who looked exactly like me just now is my doppelganger. The doppelganger possesses the same strength as me. Before, it had to be controlled by me in order to act and fight, but now it has been successfully researched by me, and it can also fight even after leaving me. In the future, I will give each of you with 2 bilocations. When you encounter danger, you can take it out to one seal and summon the bilocations to come out to fight, to help you solve the crisis and protect your safety. But the bilocations also have a disadvantage, that is, there is a time limit. A drop of essence blood can only be maintained for an hour. Once the time is up, it will automatically disappear. After some explanation from Lindong, Bailey Yanhong sort of understood Lindong's good intentions. Alas! Lindong, why do you have to do this? We don't need it. Bailey Yanhong sighed as she stared straight at Lindong. Sister Hong, you are all the most important people to me. I actually do not have any ambition. I only wish to have the ability to protect the people around me from harm. All the efforts I make are based on this factor. The rest of it, what about fame and fortune? None of it matters to me. Lindong said seriously. Chapter 1251 I am fine. Although Lindong's heartfelt words were not addressed to Bailey Yanhong alone. However, it still touched her to the core. For Bailey Yanhong, who had grown up in the Star Void realm, her mind was more open. When she was in the Milky Way galaxy, she inexplicably entered into a mental illusion with Lindong and broke the charmed body. At that time, she could not accept it at all and could not wait to kill Lindong. Later, in order to suppress the charmed body, the number of times she entered the spiritual illusion realm with Lindong gradually increased, and her soul power received rapid growth, so she slowly accepted this reality. After returning to the Star Void realm's 7-colored glazed sect, he was punished by his master into the coal ice cave. In the end, she was saved by Lindong. After what she had learned afterward, the fact that the charming body was not at all like what her master said. The reason why Gongrus had said that was only for fear that she would break the charmed body. Having traveled all the way with Lindong, to say that Bailey Yanhong did not have any feelings for Lindong was impossible. After the two of them had a spiritual melding, she could no longer fit another man in her heart. However, Bailey Yanhong had never thought that she wanted to dominate Lindong alone. Isn't it normal for a character like Lindong, who suppressed Tanara, to have a few confidants? If there were none, there must be something wrong with Lindong's body. Many family heads of great powers married and married again in order for their families to branch out. The vast majority of the women of the 7-colored glazed sect who married out were not the main palace. Bailey Yanhong had long since accepted this situation. Therefore, Lindong's words that sounded somewhat scummy in nature to earthlings were touching to her ears. Lindong, thank you. When I was in the Milky Way galaxy, the first time I was inexplicably in a mental illusion by you, I even thought of killing you. Then because I had to control the charmed body, time and time again, I entered a mental illusion with you, and I slowly accepted it. And when I returned to the 7-colored Lily sect to be punished by my master into the coal ice cave, I originally already resigned to my fate, but I didn't expect to be saved by you, and now for our safety, and let you go. Through all the trouble, Lindong, really thank you. It is a blessing for all of us to be able to follow you. As Bailey Yanhong finished speaking, mist surrounded her eyes, that were touched. Lindong did not expect Bailey Yanhong to suddenly say this. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Sister Hong, Lindong wanted to say bring in something. However, he was interrupted by Bailey Yanhong. Lindong, don't say anything, hug me okay? Faced with this kind of request, Lindong could not refuse. He could only slowly step forward, open his hands and take Bailey Yanhong into his arms. The two of them hugged quietly like this, neither of them saying anything. This was actually their first hug in the true sense of the word. A few minutes later, Lindong gently pushed Bailey Yanhong away. Looking at the other party's slightly red face, his heart was moved. Bailey Yanhong was the head of the 7 holy maidens of the previous 7-colored glazed sect and was impeccable in all aspects. As her age increased, her body gradually matured, and coupled with her seductive body, she simply had a fatal attraction to men. However, this intention was quickly suppressed by Lindong. Lindong was able to grow until now, certainly because of the existence of the system, but his own strong willpower also played a large role. Not to mention anything else. During the physical and spiritual strength breakthrough, that kind of pain was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Sister Hong, let us. Lindong just wanted to say let's go. As a result, he was gagged before he could finish his sentence. His eyes widened as he looked at Bailey Yanhong, who suddenly kissed up, smelling the fragrance of her body as a sweetness flowed into his mouth. Bailey Yanhong reached a height of over 1.7 meters, not much shorter than Lindong. With just a padded foot, she was able to reach Lindong. Slowly Lindong's hands closed and hugged on Bailey Yanhong again. The two of them hugged together once again. During the day, Lindong continued to rush through the spirit cage realm, and at night, he returned to the real world to create a split body and seal it into a small wooden box. Half a month quickly passed. Lindong had produced an entire 30 small wooden boxes that sealed his doppelgangers. Yin Shi, Huang Fuxia, Bailey Yanhong, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xian, Song Jia, Han Shiyun, Yi Qingdao, Xiaomu, Su Xue, Luo Hongyu, and Morong Qingge each had 2 defenses, which was 24. There were also 2 for Gongsun Jiming, 2 for Xin Yuanshou, and 2 for Su Xuewelling. 30 were gone just like that. If these 10 or so people were in danger at the same time and weren't together, then the 10th wouldn't be able to summon a doppelganger. Unless one upgraded their bilocation technique to the 5th rank and increased the number of bilocations. Only this possibility was so small that it could basically be ignored. Moreover, it was unlikely that Yunxi and the girls would be separated for too long. If they wanted to break through the eternal realm and have a lifespan of 1 era, they would have to gather and let Bailey Yanhong teach them. Actually, Morong Qingge Lindong did not want to give it. After all, the relationship with her was not good enough to that extent. However, all the other people had given it, and it was somewhat unreasonable for Morong Qingge alone not to give it. Everyone was living together. It could be seen that after experiencing life and death once, Morong Qingge completely lost the arrogance she had when she first came out of the galaxy. She had long since lowered her stance to a very, very low level and had integrated into the extended family. On this day, Lindong was resting his eyes in the cult. Nia Hongdo's voice came from outside. "My lord, we are about to pass by a second-tier city, should we go in and rest for the night?" Lindong slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his face was pale and he looked like a sickly child. Not to mention the fact that he had not rested much for over a month, the key was that researching and crafting a doppelganger that could fight on its own was too exhausting. Even Lindong was somewhat overwhelmed. "Then let's go and rest for the night." Lindong agreed. "My lord, can I come in?" "Feel free to enter during the day, but don't enter at night." Lindong snorted. "Understood, Gongzi." Nia Hongdo said and jumped up, entering the cult. As soon as she entered, she saw Lindong's pale face. The entire person looked listless and not at all energized. After following Lindong for such a long time, it was the first time Nia Hongdo had seen Lindong in this state. She was shocked in her heart and quickly asked, Gongzi, what is wrong with you?" "Sick?" "Nothing much. It's just that I haven't slept well recently." "It's not in the way, rest for 2 days and you'll be fine." Lindong had an indifferent face. He knew his situation best. Every night, he split his soul and had to carefully go about carving a brand so that the split could act on its own. It was continuous for more than a month. Even with his Emperor Realm soul power, he could not help but find it a little difficult to support. However, it did not injure the fundamentals. It was a good thing that the bilocation had already been made. All that was needed next was 2 days of good rest. "My lord, why don't we rest here for a few days?" "Wait until you're better, otherwise you won't be able to make it like this." Nia Hongdo had a worried face. "It's really fine. If you don't believe me, just watch. I'll be back as good as new tomorrow." Lindong laughed. It was just that his smile was so far-fetched and heartbreaking in Nia Hongdo's eyes. Chapter 1252, Beginning of Recovery. The dozens of superpowers in the spirit cage realm that controlled the 8 main cities could be said to have been on edge for more than a month. Who would have thought that the Empress Yugi, one of the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors, would come within the spirit cage realm and ask them to go and collect all the precious treasures? That was the Spirit Lawn 5 Emperors. Figures that stood at the very top of the pyramid of the Spirit Lawn domain. The faith of countless living beings throughout the Spirit Lawn domain. As soon as they were born, they heard about the legendary deeds of the 5 Spirit Lawn Emperors. It's no exaggeration to say. With the 5 emperors around, everyone could live peacefully in the Spirit Lawn domain. If it wasn't for the 5 emperors, I'm afraid that the Spirit Lawn domain would have long since been invaded by other 9th-level civilizations. How could such a character come to the spirit cage realm? and to collect treasures to enhance their soul power. It was clearly out of character. The Emperor Realm's soul power was already the limit of the Spirit Cage Realm, and could not be raised higher in the Spirit Cage Realm, or else the 5 emperors wouldn't have stayed in the Spirit Cage Watch every day and swept away the resources? Although everyone had doubts in their hearts and could not confirm the identity of Lord Empyrean. But they could only obediently obey the order, not daring to question it in the slightest. Even now, they didn't dare to say anything about it, and could only smother it in their hearts. In fact, everyone had figured it out. Even if Lord Empyrean G was an imposter, they still recognized it. After all, this was the first time someone had dared to impersonate Empress Dowager, and when the time came, there would naturally be people who would look for trouble from the impersonator. The best solution to this matter was to first complete the task set by Lord Empyrean G. Then send the news back to the clan and go through the old ancestor to confirm it. The old ancestor was, after all, a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse. It had access to the 5 towering Emperor Realm lords. No matter what the outcome was, it no longer had anything to do with them. It was just as well if Lord Empyrean G was real. If he was fake, he would have his own Lord Empyrean G to deal with it personally, no need for anyone else to worry about it. Now that they were questioning Lord Empyrean, what if it was true? That would be the great crime of plagiarizing and destroying the family. It would also become the public enemy of the entire Spirit Land domain. No one would do that. Thus, dozens of forces in the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage Realm had already collected the most precious treasures in their cities and handed them over to Yugi as she had wanted. And they hadn't dared to have a bit of private stash. When one of the 5 emperors, Lord Empress G, was involved, anyone had to treat it with caution. Somewhere in the Spirit Cage Realm was a very remote and hidden place. Yugi was sitting cross-legged. She, who had obtained a large pile of Spirit Cage Realm's top-tier genius treasures, had found this place. Looking at the mountains of various treasures piled up around her, Yugi fell into deep thought. With these things, it wouldn't be long before she should be able to recover most of her soul power. Although it would not reach the peak, it would be enough. After recovering, one could forcefully leave the spirit cage and return to the real world. Tell Emperor Jang and the others about the news that the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan had teamed up to invade the Spirit Land domain, and through Emperor Jang, then spread the news to the major forces in the Spirit Land domain. Let everyone get ready to respond to the war. At the same time, the 4 Emperor realms could also help remodel their own flesh. At that time, he himself could also participate in the battle. After blowing up his own flesh, escaping only a trace of his soul force, and still being able to recover so quickly to participate in the battle, the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan would all be astonished, right? A cold smile appeared on Yuji's face. She was not going to let these 2 races succeed in their plans. As long as she spread the news out and let Elder Emperor River know about their plans and made preparations, it wouldn't be easy to invade the Spirit Land domain. The cold smile on Yuji's face then disappeared, hooking up the corners of her mouth and replacing it with a gentle smile. If this expression of hers was seen by others, she would definitely be shocked. This included Emperor Jang, Emperor Yuan, and other Emperor realm powerhouses as well. They had never seen Emperor and Empress reveal such a smile before. Normally, she was expressionless to anyone. It was like a high and cold imperial lady. If she showed such a gentle smile to Yuan, he could wake up laughing in his dreams. And at this time, what Yuji was thinking in her heart? Naturally, it was that Lindong who gave without expecting anything in return and was good to her to the limit. I don't know how Big Brother Lindong is doing now. Just leaving without saying goodbye, he should hate me in his heart. Not even the most basic greeting, just once you greet him in front of him, can you still walk away? Moreover, time waits for no one. Lindong, I will apologize to you when the crisis in the Star Void realm is resolved. Even if you don't forgive me, it doesn't matter. As one of the 5 Spirit Land Emperors, I have to do this. It's also my responsibility. I hope you can understand. Yuji mumbled alone, speaking to herself. Now that she had regained all her memories, it was no longer appropriate for her to call Lindong Big Brother. One should know that she was too much older than Lindong. If she followed Lindong. At this time, she had not even arrived at the main city yet. Even if they arrived, they would still have to go spend money and time to purchase treasures. The key was that most of the top-grade heavenly treasures were in the hands of the big powers, and it was impossible for them to take them out and sell them. These were reserved for when the family had an emergency to take out. Belonged to the strategic materials. No amount of money could be spent to buy them. So there was nothing wrong with Yuji taking this step when she wanted to quickly recover her soul power. In terms of the large pile of top-grade heavenly treasures by her side, it wasn't something that could be bought by spending money. The only thing that was open to question was the fact that when she was leaving, she had merely left a few words on a piece of paper. Lindong was truly treating Yuji as a relative. After spending 2 years together, both of them had a heavy position in each other's hearts. Not even having the courage to face Lindong and say it. It had indeed caught Lindong a little off guard. However, Yuji also had her own thoughts. At that time, she had not fully recovered her memories and Lindong's influence on her was too great. If she said it to her face, Lindong would not allow her to leave. I am afraid that she really would not be able to leave. Unless she waited until she recovered all her memories and knew her responsibilities, she could only make a decision to leave. Then again, there was no telling how much time it would take. The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan would not give the opportunity. Knowing that she couldn't wait, Yuji simply left a page behind, also to avoid a situation like not being able to leave. Nowadays, the most important thing was to recover her soul power, and Yuji no longer dwelled on the matter regarding Lindong. Not to mention the others. In the event that the Overarmed clan and the Soul Devouring clan were allowed to join forces to fight their way in, Lindong would also be implicated. Thinking about it in another way, she was actually protecting Lindong. Adjusting herself, Yuji looked at the piles of spirit medicines and various treasures. She vigorously sucked in. Countless spirit medicines automatically flew out, entered her mouth, and were swallowed into her stomach. Not a moment later, the piles of treasures were a whole tenth less. It was hard to imagine. How could a woman eat so much? The value of what was swallowed in just this one bite was incalculable. When Lindong saw it, he would definitely pound his chest. How much money would one have to spend to buy such a large number of top-grade heavenly materials? He was not heartbroken about the money, but about the divine magnificence points. If he was allowed to spend money to buy them, I am afraid that the divine magnificence points obtained would be enough for Lindong to break through to the peak of the Emperor realm, or even surpass the Emperor realm, and advancing another half step would not be impossible. There were some powerful individuals beyond the Emperor realm sitting in the town. Wasn't the invasion of the Spirit Land domain by the Overarmed clan and the Soul Devouring clan asking for their own deaths? Unfortunately, this kind of thing was not likely to happen. If Lindong wanted to break through his strength in a hurry, he would still have to work hard and spend money himself. Chapter 1253, about to leave. After swallowing countless spirit pills, Yuji closed her eyes and began to decompose the spirit pills that she had swallowed into her body. It was only after the decomposition and absorption that her soul power would be restored. 3 days later, Yuji, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. The spirit medicine in her body had been successfully decomposed and absorbed. A large portion of her soul force had been restored. But this was still far from enough, it was just the beginning. Then she didn't have any hesitation. With a forceful suction, another large amount of treasures flew into her mouth. Because her soul force had been restored, the treasures she swallowed this time rose from 1/10 to 2/10. Then she continued to close her eyes and decompose. Time quickly came again 3 days later. Waking up, Yuji once again swallowed 3/10 of the treasure and decomposed and absorbed it. The remaining 4/10 was also swallowed by Yuji for the 4th time. Time was slowly passing. After absorbing the various top-grade spirit medicine treasures collected from the 8 main cities, Yuji finally woke up. At this time, her entire aura had completely changed. It seemed to have truly changed back to the Empyrean Lord who had created countless legendary deeds, held the Green Lotus Sword, and fought against the Ultra Armament clan. Her soul power had also recovered to as much as 80%. Although there was still some distance to go before it was fully restored to its peak. But as of now, it was already enough. In the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm, dozens of superpowers, as well as countless small, medium, and large powers, had almost contributed a large portion of their own family treasures before they were able to restore Yuji's soul force to 80%. It could be seen how powerful the soul power of an Emperor realm powerhouse was. Having recovered 80%, it's almost time to go. But before leaving, there's still someone I need to meet. Moon Not said to herself. The person she would be going to meet was, of course, Lindong. This time, she left the spirit cage realm. There was no telling when she would see him again in the future. If the Spirit Lantern realm could defeat the joint efforts of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan, then there would still be a chance to meet again. If they lose, there would never be a day of goodbye. Yugi definitely wanted to go and see Lindong. It was just that she could not let the other party know. Just take a look from afar and leave. Whether or not they would see each other again would be left to fate. Facing the joint efforts of the overwhelming Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan, even if Yugi was no longer confident, she knew that it was impossible for the Spirit Lan domain to have a sure victory. Standing up, Yugi took one step and her body had already disappeared, not even a shadow. At this moment, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was already the strongest person within the Spirit Cage realm. Even Lindong, whose soul power had reached the first stage of the Ghastly Emperor grade, would not be a match for Yugi. After all, Yuji's strength was more than simply the Eternal Emperor rank. She, who had recovered 80% of her soul force, did not say that she could crush Lindong. It was estimated that Lindong would only be abused. The distance from the Tier 1 city, Weiyang City, to the main city, Amber City. Near the direction of Amber City, 3 colts were stopping on the road to rest. It was not that Lindong and the others wanted to rest, but the colt beasts needed to eat. How could they just want the colts to run and not allow them to graze? It was also rare for Lindong to come out and move around to get some fresh air. The period of time spent researching and crafting a doppelganger that could fight apart from himself had indeed tired him out. Luckily, no matter whether it was his physique or soul force, he had already crossed into the Emperor realm. After resting for 2 days, he would be able to recover as before. Seeing Lindong recover, Nya Hongdo also let out a long sigh of relief. Remembering the pale and sickly appearance when she saw Lindong a few days ago, she had frightened Nya Hongdo. She had thought that something was wrong with Lindong. Later on, when he thought about it, it was mostly because Tuan Tuan had left. As for why Tuan Tuan left, it was not only Nya Hongdo who was curious in her heart. Everyone else was also curious in their hearts, but none of them asked. There were some things that the master didn't want to say. How could they, the subordinates, ask? Curiosity could be had, but it couldn't be allowed to do harm. Obviously their own master was not in a good mood because of Tuan Tuan's departure. It was best not to touch the mold at this time. Gongzi, in less than a month, we will be able to reach Amber City. Nya Hongdo came to Lindong's side and said, "HM. Tough luck to you guys." Lindong nodded his head. "Your Excellency is too polite, all of this is what should be done, and it is not hard to rush." Nya Hongdo saw that Lindong had already adjusted, and her heart was very joyful. "Miss Nya, I have actually always treated you and old he as friends. In the future, if there is anything that you cannot solve on your own, be it in reality or in the spirit cage realm, you can let me know and I will try my best to help you." "Thank you, Your Excellency. It's our good fortune to be able to follow you." Nya Hongdo was filled with smiles. At one time, her purpose of following Lindong was because she was interested in Lindong's identity, hoping to gain the other party's trust. At this moment, it had finally succeeded. In fact, Nya Hongdo was no longer satisfied with just following Lindong in the spirit cage realm. She wanted to be able to follow Lindong around in the real world as well and help him with some of the trivial matters of life. Now that she was asked to go back to being the number 2 person of the Nya family and the person in charge of the spirit cage realm, she simply did not even have the slightest interest in doing so. She only wanted to follow Lindong out to see the world. Just as the two of them were chatting idly and waiting for the cold beast to feed, Lindong suddenly sensed a powerful to terrifying aura that was secretly spying on him. This was the instinctive reaction when faced with a threat after reaching a certain level of strength. As Nya Hongdo was not strong enough, she did not feel anything at all and was still talking to herself. Lindong, on the other hand, had a response. His mind was elsewhere. A strong person was secretly observing himself? Who could it be? Passing by? Or was he specifically coming to find himself? The strength of this person was strong. It was definitely the strongest person Lindong had encountered after entering Linglong. Even his Eternal Emperor grade 1st stage soul force felt a strong threat. It was unknown how many times more powerful than the strongest person he had encountered previously, the Elf Queen Isha. Incorrect. There was simply no comparison between the two. It was simply one in the sky and the other underground. The main city was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I haven't even gotten to Amber City yet. I've encountered such a strong person, it seems that my own strength is not enough. I need to strengthen it. A first-class city like the Uncharted City was far worse. After staying in the Unseen City for so long, he hadn't encountered a single opponent who could be taken slightly seriously. No wonder the strongest forces in the Spirit Land domain, as well as the goodies in the Spirit Cage realm, were all in the main city. Lindong decided. When he arrived at Amber City, he must ask He Yaoting to step up his efforts and earn enough Divine Magnificence points as soon as possible to raise his strength some more. Otherwise, his little strength would still not be enough when he met a truly strong person. At least for the person hiding in the shadows at the moment, Lindong was no match. Continuing to chat with Nya Hongdo, pretending to be completely unaware of the other party's existence. However, that powerful aura was directly locked onto Lindong and was unwilling to leave for a long time. This time, he could finally be certain. The other party was rushing towards him. However, what made Lindong wonder was that he had not been in the Spirit Cage realm for a long time and did not know anyone this strong. What was the other party looking for himself for? Fortunately, the system had a concealment function. Otherwise, it might have revealed something. Chapter 1254, Forced Exit. As time continued to pass, Lindong's heart became more and more puzzled. That terrifying aura had never left since it had locked onto him. What was going on? Could it be that it was the backer of a certain power in the Weiyang city that had been invited to test himself? But he didn't have much of a grudge against them. It wasn't just that he had spent some money and bought some treasures in the Uncharted City, disrupting the market. As for doing that, this kind of strong person wouldn't come out easily, right? Or did he feel wrong? After a fierce struggle in his mind, Lindong looked over in the direction of the hidden person unconsciously in order to determine if he had sensed wrongly. The eyes saw a figure through the distant distance. In just an instant, Lindong turned his head. It was as if the gaze that he had just looked over was merely coincidental. Lindong, who had turned his head back, was shocked in his heart. Just now, he had looked at a figure that was emitting a piercing green light all over its body, and judging from its figure, it should be a woman, only that he could not see its face and did not know how it looked like. In the case of this kind of woman, looks were no longer important to her. Because no matter how long it looked, it was destined to be an existence that countless beings needed to look up to. Moreover, it could be seen from that slender figure. This person, even in the 9th level civilization of the Spirit Land domain, could be called a peerless beauty. Morongchinga had once been known as a peerless beauty on Earth as well, but she was completely at a different level compared to this person. One was a champion of the Earth, which was less than a level 1 civilization, while the other had few people in a level 9 civilization. The difference between the two was like the gap between an isolated mountain village on Earth and a world-famous super first-tier big city like Kyoto. It was so large that it was incalculable. At the same time, it also allowed Lindong to ascertain that there were really strong people who were secretly observing him. The strength was so powerful that even his Ganti-level first-stage spiritual power could not match it. I am afraid that such a character would not be seen very often in the Spirit Land domain. Lindong was secretly surprised in his heart. However, he did not show it in the slightest on his face. He was still chatting with Nya Hongdo. On the other side, a suspicious look appeared in Yuji's eyes. Was it a coincidence that Lindong turned his head to look at himself? Or did he discover his presence and did it intentionally? If it was a coincidence, it was still justifiable. If he had discovered himself and did it intentionally, then there was something to be said in there. She, who had recovered to 80% of her peak soul power, was an invincible existence in the Spirit Cage realm. As long as she deliberately hid it, no one would be able to discover it. Yuji began to think back to the moments from the time she met Lindong until the time she left. Suddenly, she realized that this man that she had spent 2 years with was somewhat mysterious, and she did not seem to understand him too well. Often, he was out of his sight, either in seclusion or out with something to deal with. Sometimes 1 day, sometimes 2 or 3 days. At that time, Yuji had not yet recovered her memories and was a simple little girl. Now that she thought about it carefully, Lindong had quite a few secrets. In particular, Lindong had a unique aura that was able to make the souls of those who were close to him receive great benefits. It was most likely an extremely rare and special physique. However, the universe was so large that nothing was strange, and the ninth-level civilization, Linglan domain, was only a drop in the ocean, so the appearance of very few special physiques was not strange. Besides, everyone had their own secrets, and there was nothing unusual about it. Yugi shook her head, feeling that she was too sensitive. Lindong was not weak, but he was only not weak. After all, his age was there, and he was not strong enough to be strong. In order to discover his present-day self, he would have to have at least Emperor Realm soul power. He was so young, was it possible for his soul force to reach the Emperor Realm? It was just a coincidence just now. Turning her gaze towards herself must have been Lindong's unintentional action. Yuji stared at Lindong for a while longer, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance firmly in her heart. Today's farewell. It was hard to say whether there would be a day of goodbye or not. Even if there was no telling when it would be. The battle between the Spirit Lan domain and the overarmed One race teaming up with the soul-devouring race was not something that could be ended in a day or two, a year or two. In a war of aggression between ninth-level civilizations like this, it would take as little as 100 years, or as much as 10,000 years, before a winner could be determined. It's time to say goodbye, Yuji muttered. Then a green light appeared on her body. The original mature body turned into a teenage girl. If Lindong was there, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Who was it if not Tuan Tuan? Big brother, I have to leave. There are still very important things waiting for me to do. It is a matter of life and death for the entire Spirit Lan domain. I have to leave. I hope that we will still have a day to meet again in the future. I will tell you everything at that time. If there is no chance, let's forget about each other in the Jianghu. Consider these 2 years as a dream. Tuan Tuan was saying his final goodbye to Lindong, but did not dare to say it to his face. Then the green light obliterated. The tiny body, which had completely disappeared, directly left the spirit cage realm by force. Relying on the system, a product of a divine-level civilization, Lindong could ignore the rules of the spirit cage realm and travel back and forth between the real world and the spirit cage realm at any time. Yuji, on the other hand, relied on her powerful soul force to forcefully leave the spirit cage realm. The two appeared to be different, yet they shared a similarity. There was no need to rely on a descent point to leave the spirit cage realm. At this moment, Lindong's heart trembled. Instinctively, he felt as if something important had left him. At the same time, the powerful aura that was locked onto him disappeared. Lindong hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction of the shadowy silhouette. There was nothing. It was as if it had never appeared. Who could it be? He could be 100% certain that regardless of the Star Void realm or in this spirit cage realm, he had never encountered such a powerful figure. However, that figure hidden in the shadows, on the contrary, gave him a familiar feeling. It made it extremely difficult for Lindong to understand. Facing this kind of person who did not know whether he was a friend or foe and was still stronger than himself, Lindong did not dare to venture into contact and could only use the system to obediently hide himself to avoid any unnecessary accidents. He believed in the ability of the system. In the case of not actively exposing himself, no one would be able to discover his strength. If Lindong was not so cautious and was a little more daring, he would have directly exposed his strength to go toe-to-toe with Yuji. You observe me and test me. I can also see what kind of person you really are. Yuji wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave. What did the soul power of an Emperor realm represent? As one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, how could Lord Empress Ji not know? That was a powerful person who was destined to break through to the Emperor realm. Even if he wasn't yet. In the future, he would inevitably step into the true Emperor realm. Such a person would be a major superpower for the current crisis-ridden Spirit Lan domain. It might be a bit too much to say that it would turn the tide, but it would at least increase the odds of victory by quite a bit. A true Empyrean realm powerhouse was more useful than dozens of half-step Empyrean realms in the war of a 9th-level civilization. If one knew that Lindong had the soul power of the Emperor realm, there was a high probability that Yuji would convince Lindong to participate in this next war to defend his homeland. Chapter 1255 Equal Distribution. Lindong froze there, his mind pondering the identity of the hidden person. There was no mistaking that hint of familiarity. It was just that Lindong could not recall where he had met this person. Of course he would not associate this person with Tuan Tuan. When Tuan Tuan left, she was merely a teenage girl. As for the issue of Lindong's cautious character and not daring to expose his strength to go toe-to-toe with Yuji, If he was not cautious, then he would not be Lindong and would most likely not be able to live until now. It was the cautious character that allowed Lindong to travel all the way from Earth to the Star Void Realm and become an existence that countless beings in the Star Void Realm admired. Seeing Lindong suddenly dazed, Nya Hongdo could not help but ask, "Gongzi, what is wrong with you?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thought of something from the past." Lindong, who was interrupted, did not continue. Since the other party had already left, there was nothing more to it. It was believed that it would not be long before he himself would be able to reach that kind of strength. At that time, if he encountered it again, he would definitely have to go up and ask the other party about his identity. "Your Excellency, then let's depart this time." "Good. After we arrive at Amber City, we will have to work hard for you and Old He. I may have a lot of time in my next seclusion, so if there is anything you guys can pool together and deal with it together when I come out of seclusion," Lindong said. Amber City should be his last stop in the spirit cage realm. Once there, without Tuan Tuan, he would return to the real world most of the time to accompany everyone. At most, he would return occasionally to see if there were any problems that needed to be solved by himself. After all, he Yaoting would have to continue spending money to help himself earn divine magnificence points. First, he gave Nya Hongdo a shot in the arm. "Your Excellency, don't worry. We'll definitely do our part and won't let you worry about it, so you can rest assured that you're in seclusion." "Good. Let's set off then. Let's see what kind of scene this Amber City, one of the 8 main cities of the spirit cage realm, will be like." The group continued on their way. During the rush, Lindong could only stay in the cult and could not return to the real world. This was because he had experimented. Wherever he was when he left the spirit cage realm, he would appear wherever he came back. This point would not change. It was also not affected by the traveling of the cult car. For example, if Lindong left the spirit cage realm while the cult car was traveling, when he returned here, he would not be in the cult car, but rather, the cult car would have passed by that place when he left. So it could only leave at night when it stopped to rest. Night fell. The 3 cult carts found a place to rest. After instructing Nya Hongdo to not disturb him, Lindong exited to the spirit cage realm. In the Star Void realm, 7-colored glazed sect, Lindong opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 30 exquisite small wooden boxes in front of him. These could be the result of his efforts for over a month of days and nights. It was good that they were researched and made successfully. In the future, there would be no need to keep guarding the Star Void realm, waiting for the Blue Clan to come to his door. One only needed to leave behind 2 small wooden boxes containing one's doppelganger, and the Star Void realm was safe. The strongest person in the Blue Clan was only at the ancestral god level. The strongest person of the Blue Clan was only an ancestral god. If an ancestral god level came, they would only be killed in seconds. Even if the Blue Clan came out in full force, it wouldn't be enough for the doppelganger to kill. Now he was going to give the small wooden box away. Giving 2 to Shen Yuanguan was for him to guard the safety of the Star Void realm. The others only needed to protect themselves. There was actually no need for Lindong to make so many of them. Most of Yunxi and the girls were together, so it was useless to have more. However, Lindong also had his own considerations. If he made less, who would he give it to for safekeeping? Was it Yunxi and Zhao Xian who had been with him the longest? Or the strongest Huangfu Shiyu and Bailey Yanhong? Even if these people are given, what about the rest? Even if everyone didn't say it on their lips, there would definitely be some discomfort in their hearts. After finally thinking about it, Lindong still decided to make some more and then evenly distribute it to everyone. He still could not do the thing of favoring one over the other. The big deal was that it was not a big deal if he was a bit tired himself. Getting up and taking the small wooden box with him, Lindong walked out of the place of seclusion. The first stop was first to Gongsun Jiming's place, followed by Shen Yuanshou and Su Xuewelling, and then finally came back to Yunxi's place. With the strength of the Emperor realm, Lindong's speed was already incredibly fast. The spatial rules of the Star Void realm could no longer bind him at all. It would not take much time to travel across the entire Star Void realm. At this time, Gongsun Jiming was in his study, dealing with various matters on the 7-colored continent. The 7-colored glazed sect was the strongest force on the 7-colored continent, maintaining the order of the 7-colored continent. As the sovereign of the 7-colored glazed sect, Gongsun Jiming naturally had to manage the entire seven-colored continent. Small things didn't need her to manage, but big things had to be approved by her before they could be done. After reading one report after another, Gongsun Jiming got up and moved her body. Usually, the person at the helm of a power would not be the most talented person. This was because there were too many trivial matters to deal with, which would result in less time for cultivation. Gongsun Jiming did not want to be the sovereign. It was a pity that no capable person had been found to take over yet. Especially now that Lindong was in seclusion here. The seven-colored glazed sect had become the holy land of the Star Void realm, and it could be said that it had gathered the attention of the entire Star Void realm. The slightest problem would be magnified infinitely. Unable to find the right person, Gongsun Jiming didn't dare to just let go. A lot of the time, she was envious of Bailey Yanhong. While Gongsun Jiming was pondering, a voice rang in her ears. Sister Dream is really working hard, she's not resting yet. Hearing this familiar voice, Gongsun Jiming of course knew who had come. Following the voice, she looked over and saw Lindong crossing his legs and sitting there leisurely. Lindong, you have come so far? Gongsun Jiming asked in delight. I came to see Sister Meng. I didn't expect that I would still be dealing with clan affairs this late. It seems that this patriarch is not easy to be. Otherwise, what do you think? Every day, I have to be annoyed to death by all sorts of things. It's a pity that I can't find a suitable successor, otherwise I would have retired to the second line a long time ago. Gongsun Jiming also couldn't help but complain about it. Sister Meng, I'm actually quite strange. You said that since being the decision maker of a power is so tiring, why do people still tend to be so eager to fight to the death? Throughout the ages, because of this situation, there are not a few cases where brothers have turned against each other and fathers and sons have become enemies. Lindong asked in puzzlement. The reasoning is actually very simple. Being a decision maker of a power is certainly tiring, but the feeling of controlling the whole situation and deciding the life and death of others with a single word still makes the vast majority of people obsessed with it. They would rather be tired and control the life and death of others than to take it easy and be controlled by others. Sometimes the days may not be as good as they are without fighting. Gongsun Jiming explained. I see. It's still Sister Meng who knows more. Lindong, not everyone can be like you, possessing a talent that no one has ever seen before and no one will come after you. And still look at power so lightly. I'm not looking at it lightly either, I just don't think that life needs to be so tiring. Do whatever you want to do, who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident no. Lindong said and shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. Chapter 1256 Lord Lin Think Twice. Looking at Lindong's look, Gongsun Jiming smiled and did not care. After spending so much time together, she still understood Lindong's character very well. This was a person who had no desires. Nay, yet he possessed an unrivaled talent. If someone else had the talent and strength of Lindong, they would have long since dominated the Star Void realm. It could not be said that Lindong had no desires. His goal was simple, he wanted to protect himself and those around him from harm. By the way, Lindong, what is the matter with you coming to me so late? Gongsun Jiming asked. It's not a big deal, I'm going to give you something for your defense. Lindong casually replied. Give me something? For self-defense? What kind of stuff? This. Lindong said as he stood up and took out two exquisite small wooden boxes and walked over, handing them to Gongsun Jiming. After Gongsun Jiming received them, he took a closer look. It was just a small wooden box, as if there was nothing special about it, so he asked curiously. What is this? How can I use it for self-defense? Sister Dream. The small wooden box seals a doppelganger of mine. When you encounter danger, as long as you unseal the seal, you can summon my doppelganger out to help you fight and remove the crisis. Lindong explained. Oh? Your bilocation? Is it powerful? Gongsun Jiming's eyes lit up, looking at the two small wooden boxes in his hands as if they were treasures. I wouldn't dare to say about other places, but in this Star Void realm, there is nothing that my doppelganger cannot solve. Gongsun Jiming did not doubt Lindong's words in the slightest. This fellow was able to kill even the divine brightness realm that came from the Blue Clan in seconds, so naturally, his strength did not need to be said, he must be in the divine brightness realm and upwards. Apart from him, the strongest in the Star Void realm was only at the same king level. It was normal that he could not defeat Lindong's doppelganger. Then, if the Lan clan sends another strong person, will your doppelganger be able to withstand it? Gongsun Jimeng continued to ask again. Can. No matter who comes from the blue clan, even if it is their old ancestor who comes out with the entire clan, the bilocation will be able to handle it easily. Lindong had a confident face. Just kidding. The old ancestor of the blue clan was merely a tiny ancestral god level. His own doppelganger had the strength of an early stage of the ghastly emperor level. There was a difference of several levels in between. Even more ancestral god levels would not be able to pose a threat to the ghastly emperor level. So powerful? Gongsun Jimeng asked with wide eyes in disbelief. That's for sure. Otherwise, what do you think I gave you? Garbage? It was originally researched with time and effort in order to prevent the arrival of the blue clan. What use is it if you can't even solve them? Lindong said in disbelief. It was as if solving the blue clan was just a matter that could not be simpler. To Lindong, who had already stepped into the emperor realm, the blue clan was indeed just a nest of mole crickets. However, he had yet to find the mole cricket's nest now, or else he would have directly terminated it to avoid a long night's sleep. Thank you, Lindong. Then how do I unseal this thing? It's very simple. Come on, I'll teach you. With your strength and understanding, you'll learn it in a while. Lindong then began to teach Gongsun Jimeng the method to unseal the box. Gongsun Jimeng's strength had reached the peak of the supreme level and was about to step into the half-step saint realm, and was even a shade stronger than Bailey Yanhong, and it did not take long for him to master the method of unlocking the box seal. Of course it couldn't be unsealed now. Otherwise the doppelganger would be able to come out on its own. After teaching Gongsun Jimeng how to unlock the seal, Lindong also instructed her that whenever she felt that she had encountered a danger that could not be resolved, she should directly unlock the seal and summon the doppelganger out without having to economize. It did not matter if she ran out, but instead, she could just create a few more and give them to her. Gongsun Jimeng agreed. In his heart, he did not think so. Such a precious treasure, how can it be used indiscriminately? Unless her life was in danger, she would not unseal it. Bidding farewell to Gongsun Jimeng, Lindong left the seven-colored continent and arrived at the central divine continent to find Shen Yuanshou. The moment he saw Lindong, Shen Yuanshou clasped his hands and bowed his body at 90 degrees, saying with a face full of respect. Shen Yuanshou greets Lord Lin. I did not know that Lord Lin was coming and I have been a bit slow, please forgive me, Lord Lin. Facing Lindong, who had saved the Star Void realm many times, Shen Yuanshou had nothing but respect in his heart. After guarding the Star Void realm for many years, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief when a young man full of justice like Lindong finally picked up the burden. You are welcome, Alliance Master Shen Yuan. With a wave of his hand, Lindong stopped Shen Yuanshou from paying homage. Shen Yuanshou was prevented by Lindong from bowing to him and was no longer forced to do so. I don't know what Lord Lin's orders are for coming here late at night. Alliance Master Shen Yuan, I will be leaving in the near future. The Star Void realm will be handed over to you in the future. I hope that you can guard your home and the countless living beings in the Star Void realm as you once did. Lin Feng went straight to the point. Lord Lin is leaving? Shen Yuanshou was first stunned, then hurriedly asked. HM. There are some matters to be dealt with, so I must leave for a period of time. Lindong nodded. How long will Lord Lin be able to return? Lindong shook his head and replied, it is impossible to determine the time of return. Lord Lin, if you leave, what if the Blue Clan attacks again? We simply do not have anyone here who can withstand the Divine Brightness realm powerhouses, and the Star Void realm will surely become a ruin at that time. Countless living beings will be killed, injured, and displaced, and the best that can happen is that we will become slaves of the Blue Clan and never be able to turn around, so please think twice, Lord Lin. You can't just ignore the Star Void realm. Shen Yuanshou suddenly fell to his knees and said excitedly. Lindong also did not expect Shen Yuanshou to suddenly do what he did. By the time he reacted, Shen Yuanshou had already fallen to his knees. He hurriedly went forward to help him up. At the same time, his heart was filled with emotion. This old man in front of him had already dedicated most of his life to the Star Void realm. Now that he was old, he was still worrying about the Star Void realm. He even went so far as to throw down his old face and kneel down to a young man like himself. Truly an old man worthy of the respect of all living beings in the Star Void realm. Ally Shen Yuan, please rise, don't be like this, I came here to solve this problem, don't worry. Since I'm leaving, I must have already figured out how to remove the threat of the Lan clan, otherwise how would I have left? There are my friends here all the same. Lindong explained as he helped Shen Yuan up. Hearing Lindong say this, Shen Yuan was finally a little more relieved. If Lindong really left and did not care about the Star Void realm, there were only two paths that awaited the Star Void realm. Either it would become a slave of the Blue Clan or it would be completely destroyed. However, even if he became a slave, the Blue Clan would not let the Starry Void realm go so easily. After all, the Blue Clan's clan had lost two clansmen here. One was a half-step Divine Ming Realm direct descendant, Lan Yu, and the other was a true Divine Ming Realm powerhouse, Lan Shan. One could tell by listening to their dying words. Both of them were not low in the Blue Clan. Chapter 1257, Unraveling and Seeing. Lord Lin, when you said that the threat to the Blue Clan is lifted, how? Shen Yuan, who was helped up by Lindong, was the first to ask. His main concern was still the safety of the Star Void realm. Don't be anxious, Alliance Master Shen Yuan, please listen to me slowly. Lindong took out two exquisite small wooden boxes and continued, Ally Shen Yuan, the method to lift the crisis of the Lan clan is within these wooden boxes. Shen Yuan took one of the wooden boxes from Lindong's hands and scrutinized it for a moment. Lord Lin, I have looked at this wooden box, there is nothing peculiar about it that can solve the crisis of the Blue Clan? Lord Shen Yuan does not know, this wooden box has a bilocation of mine sealed within it. If the Blue Clan comes to attack, all you need to do is to unseal the wooden box, and at that time, my bilocation will automatically appear to resolve the Blue Clan's people and protect the Star Void realm from harm. Lindong explained. Your doppelganger is sealed inside this? Shen Yuan looked at Lindong and asked suspiciously. Humph. Lindong nodded his head. Lord Lin, may I ask what is the strength of your doppelganger? What if the person coming from the Lan clan is their old ancestor, or the entire clan comes out? Is it also able to withstand it? Shen Yuan did not care if Lindong was pleased or not, and directly stated what was in his heart. Even offending Lindong was not a concern. As long as the Star Void realm could safely survive this calamity, he would be willing to sacrifice his life, not to mention offending a person. Of course Lindong was not the kind of person who was petty. The more Shen Yuan was like this, the more he admired him. This was an old man who truly had the world in his heart. For the sake of the Star Void realm, he had long since put his own life and death at risk. In the face of the old man's skepticism, Lindong patiently replied back, there is no need to worry, Alliance Master Shen Yuan. I can assure you that even if the old ancestor of the Lan clan, with the Lan clan, were to come out in full force, my doppelganger would still be able to resolve the crisis and protect the Star Void realm just the same. Really? Shen Yuan sounded a little less than convinced. Just such a plain little wooden box could withstand an attack from even the 9th level civilization, the Blue Clan? Why was he so unbelieving? If Lindong had given a treasure of some other kind, it would have felt a little more reliable. This wooden box was obviously just made. 1,000 times true. Lindong's tone was certain. Shen Yuan was silent for a moment. Lord Lin, reasonably speaking, I should have believed you and not questioned you, because if you really did not want to care about the Star Void realm, and quietly left, no one would have known about it, but the matter is about the life and death of the entire Star Void realm, so I have to be cautious, I have to be responsible for the countless living beings in the entire Star Void realm. And this is a responsibility that has been passed down by my Shen Yuan family, so I ask for your understanding, said Shen Yuan as he was about to kneel down to Lindong again. Fortunately, Lindong was quick to stop him. Shen Yuan ally, just say it directly. What does it take to believe my words? Lindong asked with a bitter smile. With regards to this old man, his heart was filled with respect while being helpless. I am afraid that amongst the countless living beings in the Star Void realm, only this old man was looking out for the entire Star Void realm. Other people, not to mention catching up with Shen Yuan would be lucky to have 1/10, 1/100th of his old man. Anyway, Lindong thought that he was still far behind Shen Yuan and could not reach this old man's realm. Shen Yuan did not answer Lindong's question but instead asked him in return, Lord Lin, when you took out the two wooden boxes, are you preparing to give them both to me? Yes. Lindong nodded. Then can I unlock one and take a look? Yes. Lindong agreed after some thought. He knew that Shen Yuan would not let himself leave without unlocking one to see the effects and could only agree to the other party's request. The big deal was to make another one himself. Shen Yuan was not like Gongsun Jimeng. The two had different patterns. Coupled with the fact that Shen Yuanshou did not have much contact with Lindong, the results were naturally different. After Gongsun Zhimeng heard Lindong's introduction, he believed it without the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Shen Yuanshou had to confirm the effects of the split. Seeing that Lindong did not reject it and did not show any displeasure on his face, Shen Yuanshou was slightly relieved. It still required a lot of courage to question an existence that could kill a divine Ming realm powerhouse in seconds. In the entire Star Void realm, other than Shen Yuanshou, there was no second person who dared to do so. Lindong then proceeded to start teaching Shen Yuanshou the method to unseal the box. With his Saint King level strength and talent, he learned it in just a few minutes. With the wooden box in his hand, Shen Yuanshou looked towards Lindong. Alliance Master Shen Yuan, don't you want to see the effect? Just unlock it directly. The doppelganger will automatically appear. Lindong said. Lord Lin, should we change places? Shen Yuanshou asked cautiously. That's fine. After Lindong finished speaking, he led Shen Yuanshou to take a step out into the void at the fringe of the Star Void realm, where the conditions were harsh and there were lifeless dead stars everywhere. This place is fine, it is far from the center and no life planets exist around. Shen Yuanshou looked at a dark void with countless dead stars floating around, his heart was shaken. He had already guessed the location of this place. It was precisely because he had guessed it that he was so shocked. In just a single breath, Lindong had carried him across the distance of the radius of the Star Void realm. It was simply so fast that it was unimaginable and incomprehensible. Was this the Divine Brightness realm? With just this hand, it was far from being comparable to the Saint realm. No wonder Lan Shan had taken less than a year to arrive at the Star Void realm from a 9th level civilization. Shen Yuanshou did not know yet. Lindong had now surpassed the Divine Ming realm and reached the Emperor realm. Lord Lin, I really need to unlock the seal. Shen Yuanshou looked back at Lindong and said. Undo it. It's not that big of a deal, use this doppelganger, I'll give you another one later. Lindong's indifferent attitude made Shen Yuanshou feel a lot more at ease. At least the other party was not angry over this. No need, Lord Lin, if it is really as powerful as you said, I only need one split to deal with the Lan clan. Shen Yuanshou finished speaking without any further hesitation and began to use the method Lindong had taught him to unseal the box in his hand. Soon the wooden box opened. A drop of essence blood flew out from inside. The moment the essence blood appeared, the surrounding void began to appear unable to bear the oppression and countless spatial cracks appeared. The Death Star, which was a bit closer, was also pushed away by an invisible force. Shen Yuanshou himself was even more so. The body seemed to be fixed there, unable to move the slightest bit. Not waiting for Shen Yuanshou to think too much, the essence blood flew out and then continuously split and changed, turning into another Lindong in 2 or 3 seconds. It was only when the split body appeared that the pressure disappeared into thin air. Sir Lin. Lin. Shen Yuanshou looked towards Lindong. Lord Shen Yuanshou, this is my doppelganger, it is the seal that you unlocked. In the event that I do not intervene, he will only follow your command. You can do whatever you want him to do, however, the doppelganger can only exist for an hour. Once the time is up it will disappear, you need to allow him to resolve everything within the time frame. Lindong explained. Chapter 1258, The Might of a Split Body. After hearing Lindong's explanation, Shen Yuanshou turned his gaze towards the doppelganger, wanting to speak but somewhat daring to do so. Even if it was a bilocation, it was still Lord Lin's bilocation. Not just anyone could command it. At least he did not quite dare at the moment. Lindong also saw Shen Yuanshou's constraints and spoke, show your strength to show Lord Shen Yuan, pay attention to your measurements and do not destroy the star. Void Realm. Yes. The detachment said calmly. He was a sliver of Lindong's split soul and did not have the ability to think, only the ability to execute. If Lindong was present, then there was no doubt that he would definitely listen to Lindong, and if Lindong was not present, then he would listen to the person who unsealed the seal. It could be understood that Lindong had set the program in place from the beginning, and the only thing the doppelganger could do was to execute it. It automatically dissipated once the time was up. The doppelganger was facing the distant void, and there were numerous dead stars floating there in front of him, each emitting a gust of deathly aura. Don't underestimate these dead stars. At one time, there was life on them as well. Only when their lifespan came to an end, the living beings residing on them had all left, and what awaited them would be their final splendor, self-destruction. Rumble. The split breath erupted out. A circle of air waves spread out. Xian Yuanshu felt that his body, under this aura, was unable to move a single bit. The heart trembled. So strong. It was much greater than the pressure Lan had given him back then. This doppelganger of Lord Lin was definitely in the divine brightness realm without a doubt, and it was still the best of the divine brightness realm. No wonder it was able to kill Lan Shan in seconds. Even the doppelganger was so ridiculously strong, how strong should the main body be? The moment the airwave spread, Lindong protected Xian Yuanshu in time to spare him from harm. Even if the doppelganger had already collected its force, it was still not something that a Saint King level like Xian Yuanshu could withstand. Once he was affected, will definitely die. At this moment, the numerous Death Stars in front of them began to explode directly like a firework glance. Bang 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 bang. Only to see the Death Stars floating in the void in the distance explode like fireworks. An extremely spectacular picture was formed. The instant the Death Star exploded, it released an intense bright light, as well as a huge amount of power. Countless huge spatial black holes appeared in the void, as if they were large mouths from hell, devouring everything. It was also the first time that Lindong had seen such a shocking sight. To see the explosions of countless planets as fireworks, there was no one else. On the side, Xian Yuanshu had long since been dumbfounded. Lord Lin's doppelganger had not even moved. Merely erupting his breath had caused such a destructive force. A godly Ning realm powerhouse was truly as terrifying as this. Alright, take it back. Don't scare Lord Xian Yuan. Lindong spoke. The doppelganger immediately withdrew its aura and stood there motionless as the void returned to calmness. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, you should believe it now. Lindong looked towards Xian Yuanshu. Believe. Believe it. Lord Lin's heart is for the Star Void realm. I thank you for the countless living souls here. Thank you, Lord Lin. It was me, Xian Yuanshu, who was treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Please forgive me for my ignorance, Lord Lin. Xian Yuanshu hurriedly replied. In fact, when he unsealed the box and a drop of essence blood flew out, he was somewhat convinced. Because that drop of essence blood appeared, even the void had trouble withstanding it. It seemed like this thing shouldn't have come to the Star Void realm at all. Plus, after the essence blood turned into a doppelganger later on, it erupted with a pressure even more powerful than that of Lan Shan. Xian Yuanshu had completely believed Lindong's words. With this small wooden box, there was no need to be afraid of the Blue Clan coming to attack. There is no need for Alliance Master Xian Yuan to say that. You are also looking out for the Star Void realm. I can completely understand that, and to be honest, I actually admire you. At least I can't do what you are doing, preferring to give everything I have for the Star Void realm. Lindong said with great admiration. Lord Lin must not say that. How can I be compared to you? You have pulled the Starry Void realm back from the brink of destruction several times. You are the savior of the Starry Void realm. I am just doing my best. I cannot compare to you. Xian Yuanshu had a humble face. Don't be modest, ally Xian Yuan. It is precisely because you are wholeheartedly thinking about the Star Void realm and can give everything for it that I have given the detachment to you for safekeeping. I believe that you will use it to guard the Star Void realm, and this place will be handed over to you in the future. Lindong said solemnly. Thank you, Lord Lin, for your trust. Don't worry, I will definitely guard the Star Void realm in my home. Whoever wants to invade this place will not be able to do so unless they step over my dead body. Xian Yuanshu also replied seriously. I believe in you. After Lindong finished speaking, he waved his hand and took away the doppelganger. He then handed Xian Yuanshu the 2 wooden boxes that sealed his doppelganger for him to use to protect the Star Void realm. Xian Yuanshu, however, insisted that he only needed one. Since the doppelganger was so powerful, he felt that one was enough to deal with the Lan clan. Besides, it was him who did not trust Lindong that led to the waste. This responsibility was on himself, and Xian Yuanshu had to admit it. He did not believe Lindong's claim that creating a wooden box to seal a bilocation was simple. Just giving the bilocation that sliver of soul was not something that anyone could do. Cutting the soul, that kind of pain was simply excruciating and many people could not bear it. Lindong could not do anything about it. People did not want it, what could he do? Moreover, one was indeed enough. Even in the unlikely event that it was not enough, there were still the two in Gongsun Jiming's hands. Therefore, Lindong did not force himself anymore. In the end, he told Xian Yuanshou on his way out. If the doppelgangers in his hands ran out and the astral void realm encountered danger again, go to the seven-colored glazed sect to look for Gongsun Jiming or go to the Su family to look for Su Xuewelling, both of whom had them in their hands. Leaving 5 doppelgangers in the star void realm would be enough to deal with any crisis. Bidding farewell to Xian Yuanshou, Lindong arrived at the western region of the central divine continent, the base of the Su family and the sphere of influence of the Su family. Ever since the relationship between the Su family and Lindong had been rumored, all of the forces had withdrawn from the western district without a second thought for fear of offending this new noble force of the star void realm. Nowadays, the western district was completely controlled by the Su family alone, and the power of the Su family had reached an unprecedented peak. There was also no need to be restricted by any forces. The Su family had never been so relaxed as they were now. One by one, they walked out with their heads held high. Su Xuewelling was in the secret room, checking out some secrets about the Su family. She had begun to gradually take over the affairs of the Su family, becoming a unique figure in the Su family. It could be said that Su Xuewelling's position in the Su family was already on par with the old ancestor. Even the Su family's old ancestor had to be pleasant and speak softly when he saw her. The secret room was the place where the Su family specialized in storing secret documents. Only the most central figures of the Su family could enter. For Su Xuewelling to be able to enter, it proved that she had already gained the recognition of the Su family and would inevitably become a decision-maker of the Su family in the future. There were many secret scrolls in the secret room, some were about the Su family, and some were about the Star Void realm. Looking at these secret volumes, Su Xuewelling was shocked in her heart, so there were still so many secrets about the Su family and the Star Void realm. Chapter 1259, Distribution completed. Central Divine Continent. In the Su family's secret room. While Su Xuewelling was concentrating on the secret volumes, a voice suddenly remembered. "Miss Su, don't come in peace." The owner of the voice was naturally Lindong. The Su clan's secret room was virtually useless to an Emperor Realm powerhouse like him. It was a matter of a split second for Lindong to reach any part of the Star Void realm. If he unleashed his soul force completely without reservation, the Star Void realm would have no secrets to speak of in front of him. It was just that Lindong did not want to do so. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was an immoral act to privately probe into someone else's secret without permission. Su Xuewelling was shaken. This voice was more than familiar to her. It was not too much to call it haunting. But this was the Su family's secret room. How did he get in? Slowly turning her head, she saw that familiar face appear in her eyes. "Mr. Lin. Lin, how did you come?" Su Xuewelling's eyes widened as she asked incredulously. "What? Miss Su does not welcome me as an old friend?" Lindong smiled and asked the other party in return. "Welcome. Welcome. How could it be unwelcome? It is a blessing for my Su family that Mr. Lin can come to my Su family," Su Xuewelling said incoherently. How could she not have imagined that Lindong would come to find herself? When the 7-colored glazed sect parted ways, she originally thought that it would be difficult to meet again in the future. She had never thought that after only a year, Lindong would take the initiative to come. It was really flattering to Su Xuewelling. It was even more exciting and thrilling than her taking over the Su family. "Miss Su does not need to be so polite with me, we are also considered old friends. When I was in trouble, it was fortunate that I had you by my side to help me, so I was able to turn the danger to my favor and recover to this point today. I, Lindong, am not an ungrateful person. Miss Su's kindness, I will always keep it in my heart." Lindong's expression became serious. For Su Xuewelling, he was truly grateful. Without the other party's help at the critical moment, there was still no telling what the situation would be now. Hence, the doppelgangers must be left for Su Xuewelling to have 2 for her to use for self-defense. As long as they didn't step out of the Star Void realm, a doppelganger with the strength of the Emperor realm would be enough to deal with any crisis. "Don't tease me, Mr. Lin, even without me, I believe that Mr. Lin would be able to solve all the troubles just as easily. What I did was just some insignificant little thing." A bitter smile appeared on Su Xuewelling's face. Lindong's words made her feel ashamed. Su Xuewelling felt that she really had not done Lindong any favors, and that she was just doing miscellaneous work. She did not know that she had helped Lindong spend money to convince the Su family to agree to Lindong's shareholding in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Allowing Lindong to obtain a massive amount of divine greatness points was the greatest help to him. The divine greatness points were the root of Lindong becoming stronger. Without divine magnificence points, where would the current Lindong be? No. Miss Su has done enough. I am not at liberty to say anything else. In short, you have helped me a great deal. The purpose of me coming to you this time is to give you a bit of self-defense. In the future, when you encounter danger, you can unravel it, and it will surely help you to defuse the crisis. Lindong said as he took out 2 wooden boxes and handed them to Su Xuewelling. After Su Xuewelling received the wooden boxes, she observed them and asked, Mr. Lin, what is this? How do I have to use it? Since it was something given by Lindong, she definitely believed in it 100%. With Lindong's current strength and status, there was no need to tease herself. A doppelganger of mine is sealed inside the wooden box. When in danger, you can just unseal it and release him. Mr. Lin's doppelganger? Su Xuewelling's eyes lit up. It's my doppelganger, but after the doppelganger is detached from me, it can't think on its own. Its only role is to carry out the orders of the person who unseals it, and the doppelganger only exists for an hour, and once the time is up, it will immediately and automatically dissipate. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Su Xuewelling carefully put the box away. Every single thing that Lindong gave her was a treasure to her. It would never be used until the last resort. Mr. Lin, how should I unseal this box? This is simple, come and I'll teach you. Learn it quickly. After teaching Su Xuewelling the method to unlock the seal, Lindong left under the other party's nostalgic gaze. Lindong then returned to the 7-colored glazed sect and arrived at the place where Yin Shi and the others lived. This time, he did not quietly enter Bailey Yanhong's room like he did last time, but instead directly woke everyone up. After waiting for the people to gather, Lindong took out the wooden box and distributed it evenly to everyone, 2 per person. Other than Bailey Yanhong, no one knew what the wooden boxes were for. One by one, they all observed curiously. Seeing that she also had one, Morongchinga was delighted and touched at the same time. She was the last one to join the big family, and once on her way to the Star Void realm, she had a condescending look. Looking down on everyone. Thinking that she had excellent talent and was able to join the 7-colored glazed sect, she would definitely not be on the same page as Yin Shi and the others in the future. Even looking down on Lindong. Of course, the main reason why Morongchinga had done this was because she was still dissatisfied in her heart that Lindong had once rejected her in front of many people at the Huaxia Heaven's Pride extravaganza. Women were sometimes so cautious. As a result, what Morongchinga did not expect was that the 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect were not at all interested in her talent, but rather wanted to cultivate her to become the last victim of the awakening of the blue feather. If it was not for Lindong's words, she had already become the nourishment for Blue Feather to regain his strength. The man she had hated for so long had risked his own life to save her. The moment she was saved by Lindong, all the hatred in Morongchinga's heart turned into love for Lindong. Having experienced life and death, she had already looked away and thought about it. What face, what pride did not matter. As long as she could follow her favorite person, she would be willing to do anything. One day in the future, if she needed to be sacrificed to help Lindong, Morongchinga would also agree without hesitation. After all, her life was saved by Lindong. Without Lindong, there would be no present for her Morongchinga. The boxes were distributed. Lindong began to explain the function of the box, as well as how it was used. Hearing that Lindong's doppelganger was sealed inside the box, everyone curiously sized it up. After the introduction, Lindong began to teach the method to unseal it again. It was almost as if he was teaching each and every person hand in hand. It had to be ensured that everyone would be able to do it, and also be very skillful, so that they could unseal the seal in the fastest time possible. Otherwise, in the event of an emergency, slower movements would definitely not work. The seal must be unsealed in the first instance, as long as the essence blood left behind by Lindong flew out. With the essence blood of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the pressure would be able to temporarily deter everything below the Emperor Realm. By the time the opponent reacted, the doppelganger would have already appeared, and by then, the doppelganger would have its own doppelganger to deal with the enemy. After teaching everyone to lift the seal, Lindong returned to the spirit cage realm. On the other side, Emperor Yugi forcefully reasoned with the spirit cage realm and also returned to the spirit land domain. Chapter 1260 Angry Emperor Yuan. 9th level civilization, spirit land domain. Above a sealed dead star, a looming figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Yugi, who had utilized her powerful soul force to forcefully leave the spirit cage realm. Due to the fact that her physical body blew itself up in order to be able to seek a chance of survival when she fought against the Ultra Armament clan as well as the Soul Devouring clan. As a result, Yuji's physical body disappeared and she could only appear in her soul state. It was good that she had won this gamble. When her soul entered the lingering cage realm to warm up, she met Lindong, allowing her to recover to a level where she could inspire a backhand in just 2 years. She then utilized the heavenly treasures harvested from the 8 main cities of the Linglong realm to restore her soul power to 80% of its peak. It was able to break away from the Linglong realm. If it was not for Lindong, this time would have threatened to be extended by more than hundreds of times. Yuji frowned as she looked at what was in front of her. At the moment of the self-detonation, because of the tremendous strength of the impact, her soul force was in a state of unconsciousness, and she was completely unaware of everything that happened behind her. She only remembered that she had injected a trace of her soul into the green lotus sword, allowing it to carry her away. Based on the situation at that time, coupled with this sight now, Yuji probably guessed what happened after she blew herself up. It must have been the green lotus sword that brought that sliver of her soul to this Death Star, and then sent it into the Linglong realm to warm up and seal this star. That sliver of soul entered the Linglong realm and turned into a little girl. It had been stealing things for a living. At that time, she was small, but after all, she was the soul of an Emperor realm powerhouse. It still had some special instincts. Even after being discovered many times, the merchants led by He Yaoting did not dare to do anything to her. Then she met Lindong and was renamed Tuan Tuan by Lindong. Yuji looked up at the seal on the planet with a heavy heart. Each of this series of actions made by the green lotus sword after she had passed out had taken a huge amount of power. Now I'm afraid that it has used up all of its power. Reaching out, she made a move. A sword that had lost its luster flew from afar and fell into Yuji's hands. A materialized soul body could do a lot of things that normal people did. Of course, there were also limitations. That was why Yuji had to gather the 4 Emperor realms of the Emperor River and combine their efforts to remake her physical body for her to do so. Carefully observing the green lotus sword in her hand, Yuji revealed a sad expression. The green lotus sword was a good friend and comrade in arms that had accompanied her for many epochs, and had only already developed spiritual intelligence. However, after this incident, it was directly and completely knocked back to its original form. Wanting to recover it, one didn't know how much time it would take, and perhaps it would never recover. Old friend, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have completely disappeared from this world, and the Spirit Land domain would be in a crisis. Once the Spirit Land domain is overrun, the countless races living here will all suffer extinction. Don't worry. As long as we can get through this crisis, no matter how much it costs, I will find a way to let you recover. Yuji looked at the green lotus sword and muttered. The green lotus sword lay there quietly without any reaction. In order to save Yuji and create a slight chance for its master, it broke the barrier between the real world and the spirit cage realm, sending Yuji's soul into the spirit cage realm, and used up almost all of its power. All that was left at the end was also used to seal the planet. The spirit that had just been created not long ago had since fallen into a permanent slumber. The current green lotus sword no longer had any abilities or functions other than the material being a bit harder. Compared to the previous green lotus sword, it was more than 100,000 and 80,000 notches worse. The green lotus sword was to Yuji. It had long since become more than just a weapon, but a good friend and companion that she could confide in. Yuji couldn't wait for her old friend to respond to herself and put away the green lotus sword. Now was not the time to be sentimental. External enemies were eyeing the Spirit Land domain. It was imperative to spread the news that the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan had joined forces as soon as possible. Let Emperor Jang and the rest of the major powers prepare for the battle. At the same time, remodel their physical bodies and wait for the day of the showdown with the enemy to arrive. Whether or not the Spirit Land domain would ultimately survive or not, to be honest, DG wasn't sure. The Ultra Armament race and the Soul Devouring race, against either of them alone, Emperor Yuan had absolute confidence. But the two races joined forces. The outcome was not really easy to predict. And the most crucial thing was, the ninth-level civilizations controlled by these two races were adjacent to the Spirit Land domain. Both knew the Spirit Land domain relatively well. Since they had decided to join forces and strike against the Spirit Land domain, odds were that they already had a way to deal with the 5 Spirit Land emperors and break through the Spirit Land domain. It made Yugi have to be cautious. She could only keep comforting herself in her heart. Let's hope that her recovery would disrupt the plans of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. The hidden figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already at the edge of the planet. Looking at the seal in front of her that protected her safety, Yugi really couldn't bear to destroy it. It was the last power of the Green Lotus sword. But it could not be destroyed. This was still a seal that could not be undone. Without destroying it, it would be impossible to go out. After standing for a moment, Yugi no longer hesitated. A slender hand rested on top of the seal. Perhaps it was because it sensed Yugi's aura. The seal even automatically disappeared after being touched by her. "Thank you, old friend," Yugi said to herself once again. At the moment the seal disappeared. Not far away, a figure opened its eyes violently. Immediately afterward, the body instantly disappeared. After the seal disappeared, Yugi was about to step out. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Before Yugi could react, the other party said in surprise, "Empress Ji, you finally woke up." A familiar voice, coupled with a familiar face. Of course, Yugi knew the identity of this person. Duan, who was also one of the 5 Spirit Land emperors. Duan had actually found his place of recuperation, which was something Yugi had not expected. Then that meant that the other 3 must have known about her situation as well. Duan, I didn't expect you to be here. It seems that Elder Jang also knows about me being seriously injured. Where are they? Compared to Duan's surprise and excitement, DG was much calmer. Duan didn't answer DG's question, he just stared blankly at the other party. Because he realized something was wrong, the Empyrean G in front of him was actually a soul body? Normally, no one would let a soul body come out and walk. After all, there were too many restrictions. Once the soul suffered a serious injury, it was very difficult to recover. There were only 2 possibilities for Empress Ji to use her soul body to walk out of the place of recuperation. The first was that the injuries to the physical body were so severe that it couldn't be recuperated in a short period of time. The second was that the physical body had been completely destroyed and could only exist as a soul body. Regardless of which it was, it all indicated that Empyrean Ji had suffered unprecedented injuries. Although Emperor Jang had said, Empyrean Ji's injuries this time were so severe that her life might be in danger. It made Duan already mentally prepared. But when he actually saw DG appear in her soul body, he was still strangled in his heart. A tyrannical aura radiated out. Almost about to lose control of his power. Chapter 1261, I want to solve it myself. Empress Ji, what's going on with your body? Why is it a soul body? Where is your physical body? Duan asked with a trembling voice. Duan, don't be in a hurry, first contact Senior Jiang and the others and tell them to come over quickly, I have something to tell everyone. Empyrean said calmly. Not in a hurry. How could I not be in a hurry? You tell me first, what happened to the physical body? Why is the soul body coming out? What in the world is going on? Who did this to you? I'll go kill him now and exterminate his 9 clans. The more Duan spoke, the more agitated he became. His eyes turned red. The eyes were about to lose control. DG aggravated her tone and shouted, Duan. Only then did she pull him back from the edge of losing control. Only then did Empyrean Ji continue, it's a matter of the life and death of the Spirit Land domain. Duan, I hope you can prioritize things, contact Senior Jiang and the others first, and then I'll slowly tell you what has happened to you over this period of time. Hearing Empyrean say this, only then did Duan slowly calm down. Knowing that it was useless for him to be anxious now. Since things had already happened, getting Jiang and the others to come over was the most important thing. Jiang was the one who had lived the longest and knew the most among the 5 emperors of Linglan. Many of the secret techniques on the remaining 4 emperor realms were learned from Jiang. It could be said that Jiang was considered half of everyone's master. Only if he came could he solve the immediate problem of DG's fleshly body. If there was a need to remodel the physical body, it would still take the combined efforts of the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses to do so. Good. I'll contact Senior Empyrean and have them come as soon as possible. Duan agreed. He then closed his eyes and used the special way between them to contact Emperor Jang. The Spirit Lan domain was unimaginably large. The places where the 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses were guarding were far apart. Using ordinary methods, it was impossible to pass messages to each other. Only by using the secret techniques that Emperor Jang had taught them could they contact the others in the first place. Empyrean Ji would also be able to do so. However, she was a soul body and was unable to perform this secret art. This was the limitation of a soul body. Many secret arts that required a physical body to perform could not be done by a soul body. Soon Duan opened his eyes. Empyrean, I've already contacted Elder D. Jang. He'll be rushing over with Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun soon. Now tell me, what's going on? Who injured you like this? Empyrean Ji began to narrate her ordeal. From the Ultra Armament clan coming to pick a fight, and the two sides engaging in a great battle, to being sneak attacked by an Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Soul Devouring clan. In the end, knowing that she couldn't escape from the hands of the 2 Emperor Realms of the Ultra Armament 1 clan and the Soul Devouring clan, she blew up her flesh and injected a sliver of her soul into the Green Lotus Sword to escape in order to seek a ray of hope. The Green Lotus Sword came to this dead planet and sent that sliver of soul into the Spirit Cage realm to be warmed up, sealing the planet with its last strength. As for what happened in the Spirit Cage realm, Empyrean Ji skimmed over it and did not go into details. Regarding Lindong's matter, she even did not mention a single word about it. She only said that after she recovered her memories in the Spirit Cage realm, she went to the 8 main cities to look for the local great powers, collected genius treasures, and eventually recovered 80% of her soul power to forcefully leave the Spirit Cage realm and return to the Spirit Lan domain. As Empyrean Ji recounted in depth, the aura on Duan's body was very unstable. It seemed like it could explode at any time. Sure enough, it was similar to what Di Jiang had analyzed at first. The Overarmed clan and the Soul Devouring clan were really bold. How dare they join forces and try to invade the Spirit Lan domain? It was simply like they didn't know how to die. What angered Duan the most was the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan actually took on Empyrean Ji, causing Empress Ji's physical body to be destroyed, and she also nearly lost her life. Now she can only exist as a soul. DG was his Duan's internalized woman. DG, don't worry. I, Duan, swear here that I will definitely avenge you and make the Overarmed clan and the Soul Devouring clan pay a sufficient price. Duan gritted his teeth and said. In his heart, he had already put these 2 races on his must-kill list. Just wait until after stepping into the Heavenly Emperor level. He would definitely have to kill the layers of the Ultra Armament race and the Soul Devouring race to completely resolve these 2 tumors. Duan, thanks. But my matter, I want to settle it myself, so I hope you won't interfere. Empyrean Ji's words caused Duan to freeze. For a long time, he did not return to his senses. He realized that this time when DG came back, there seemed to be some changes. Although it was the same as before, she still had a cold and icy look. However, when she had just spoken about her experience in the Spirit Cage realm, there was an involuntary smile on her face. This kind of smile was something that Duan had never seen before since he had known DG for so many epochs. Originally, he had thought that it was an illusion on his part. Now it seemed that DG should have experienced something unforgettable in the Spirit Cage realm. Duan didn't think too much about it. After all, he and DG had known each other for too long. And from the time DG disappeared from her injuries to her appearance, it was only a few years full. Compared to the time they had known each other, the difference was too much. It was just a scenery that passed by in the midst of a slow life, glancing at it casually. Perhaps seeing Duan's reaction, Empyrean Ji hurriedly added, Duan, don't misunderstand, what I mean is that the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan caused me so much harm, I want to personally take revenge, there is no other meaning, and you shouldn't think nonsense. It was fine if Empyrean Ji didn't explain. Once she explained, it in turn made Duan suspicious in his heart. One must know that the previous Empress Ji was known to be high and cold, never bothering to explain anything. It seemed like he had to take the time to understand what Empyrean Ji had experienced in the Spirit Cage realm before he could do so. Empress D must have omitted something she didn't know. Don't worry. I didn't mess around. Yuan smiled. Some importance began to be attached to it in his heart. That's good. Now is also not the time for us to get carried away. The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan have joined forces. They must have made all the preparations. We have to tide over the immediate crisis before we can say anything else, or else revenge and whatnot. It's all just empty talk. Empyrean, this time when you came back, you seem to have changed quite a bit. The old you didn't bother to explain so much. Yuan said as if nothing had happened. The expression on Empyrean G's face did not change in any way, but her heart was startled. Could it be that Yuan had discovered something? Impossible. She had not said anything about Lindong. It was impossible for Yuan to know. In fact, Empress DG was afraid that Yuan would know about Lindong's existence. She understood Yuan. On the surface, he was a modest gentleman. That was because he had not touched his bottom line. Once someone touched it and angered him, the consequences would be very serious. It would unleash another Emperor Yuan. That Yuan had a brutal character and treated life like grass. He appeared once, causing countless deaths and injuries. In the end, it was only when Emperor Jang stepped in that he was able to suppress it. Just now, if it wasn't for DG's timely reminder, Yuan had already turned into a different person. Of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors, only Emperor Jang and Emperor Yuan had the deepest cities. And Emperor Jang was the type of old monster that had lived for countless eons. Yuan was not as old as Emperor Jang, and his level of danger was not at all low. If he were to know that during these 2 years, DG had stayed in Lindong's arms during the day and slept in his arms at night, it would be really troublesome. Even if at that time, DG was still a little girl and had not recovered her memories, Yuan would definitely not be able to accept it. Chapter 1262, The 5 Emperors Gathering. Have I changed? Perhaps. I believe that anyone who suffered such a sudden and huge change, experienced a life and death crisis, and lived again, would have changed, and I'm naturally no exception. Empress Dowager said indifferently. She did not deny her changes. At this time, the more one denied it, the more it would make Yuan suspicious. It would be better to simply admit it outright. Attribute the cause to this change. I also feel that this is the reason. Empyrean G, don't worry, I won't let go of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. They dared to join forces to seriously injure you, and almost caused you to fall. I'll make sure to destroy these 2 clans, and make them completely disappear from the universe. Yuan said in a deep voice. Yuan, I said that I will take revenge on my own. I don't need your help. If you have this mind, you might as well think about how to solve the immediate crisis in the Spirit Lan domain first. If you can't even solve this crisis, what is the point of talking about revenge? For Yuan's repeated gestures of goodwill, Empyrean G didn't seem to appreciate it at all. The reason why she did so was actually because she didn't want to owe him too much. In the past, Empyrean G did think about agreeing to Yuan and forming a pair of Emperor Realm Dao couples with the other party. After all, after spending thousands of epochs together, Yuan had always taken care of her. To say that she wasn't touched would be a lie. But it was only moving, not heartfelt. There was an essential difference between the two. Now that she had the experience of the Spirit Cage realm, a figure appeared in Empyrean G's heart, and she no longer wanted to have anything to do with Yuan. It would be best to draw a line in the sand. Fine. Empyrean G, I'll listen to you. Let's solve the immediate crisis first before we talk about revenge. The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan won't be able to run away anyway. Yuan replied with a smile on his face. Not the slightest bit angry because of DG's attitude. Empyrean G had treated him even worse in the past, and still persevered through it? Currently, helping DG remodel her physical body was the most important thing, and then discussing how to deal with the matter of the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan teaming up to invade the Spirit Lan domain. Looking at Yuan's couldn't care less appearance. There was nothing DG could do in her heart. Right now, she did not dare to show her cards directly, otherwise with Yuan's character, she would definitely pursue the matter to the end. Once the existence of Lindong was found, then Lindong would definitely die. One could only wait until later and slowly chill out on Yuan first. As time passed, the outcome might be better. Yuan, you shouldn't take the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan too lightly. since they dared to join forces to sneak attack me, they must have already made preparations. When Lord Jang arrives, we will have to discuss this properly. Don't worry, Empress Ji, I have no intention of belittling them. The Spirit Lan domain can definitely survive this crisis under the leadership of Senior Emperor Jiang. You don't believe in me, don't you still believe in Senior Emperor Jiang? Yuan still had an indifferent expression. He was tempted to tell DG he himself would soon break through to the Heavenly Emperor level. At that time, were the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan still considered threats? Even if they directly hit their lair, they wouldn't be able to do anything to themselves. The Ultra Armament clan and Soul Devouring clan didn't have any Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. After he stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level, he would be enough to sweep these two races. But after thinking about it, he still held back. It wasn't the right time yet. When he truly broke through, he would surprise Emperor Ji at the critical moment in order to make her fall in love. Yuan was planning in his mind how to make DG fall in love with him and agree to be his Dao couple, and this crisis in front of him was the best opportunity to do so. However, he didn't know that DG already had a figure in her heart and it was impossible for her to let go of another man. The two were still talking. A figure suddenly appeared not far away. It was none other than Di Jiang, who had received news from Yuan and rushed over. Senior Di Jiang. Senior Emperor Jiang. Yuan and DG shouted respectfully at the same time. Di Jiang nodded and locked his gaze on DG. Flesh exploded itself? Di Jiang's first words spoke of what had happened to DG. Obviously, when he was at the scene of the battle in the first place, he could tell what was happening to DG, he just didn't say it out loud. Yup. When I was fighting with the LV6 of the Overarmed clan, I was sneak attacked by an Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Soul Devouring clan, causing my soul to be heavily damaged, and in the end, I had no choice but to blow up my physical body in order to seek a ray of hope for my life, allowing the Green Lotus sword to escape with a sliver of my soul. Emperor Ji explained. It's pretty much the same as what I guessed. The escaped sliver of soul was able to recover to 80% in such a short period of time. It seems like you should have had a not-so-small miraculous encounter. Back to Elder Emperor River. The Green Lotus sword sent my soul into the spirit cage realm to be warmed up, and I did have a bit of a miraculous encounter there in order for me to recover so quickly. Emperor Ji answered honestly. In her opinion, Lindong's strength was not considered to be much, but it was indeed his own strange encounter, and even more so, he was his own honored person. If it was not for Lindong, it was still unknown if she could hold on until she regained her memories. Empress Ji, when Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun arrive and they arrive, talk about the details of that battle amongst others, then we will discuss how to deal with the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. Yes, Elder Di Jiang. At this time, Yuan interjected, Elder Emperor Jiang, let's put aside the matter of dealing with the Ultra Armament ones and the Soul Devouring race beforehand, that can't be done in a day or two, and before that, shouldn't we help Empress Dowager reshape her physical body first? After all, the soul body has too many restrictions, and it's not easy to recover after damage. For Yuan, DG was the most important. If he were to choose between the Spirit Lan domain and DG, he would definitely choose to take Emperor Ji far away. Instead, he would choose to live and die with the Spirit Lan domain here. Remodeling my flesh is a big deal, I need to prepare for it before I can be sloppy. Di Jiang shook his head and said, Elder Di Jiang, didn't you teach us the method of remodeling the physical body? I don't think it's too complicated. As long as Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun arrive, with the power of our 4 Emperor realms, it should be easy. Emperor Yuan was doubtful. The method of remodeling the fleshly body, which Emperor Jiang had already taught everyone long ago, wasn't complicated. The reshaping of flesh below the Emperor realm is indeed simple for us, but if we want to reshape the flesh above the Emperor realm, it will be much more complicated, and we have to set up a special formation to do so, or else it will easily fail, and once it fails, it will cause a great deal of damage to Emperor Ji's soul, and Emperor Ji can't afford to be tossed around right now. Emperor Jiang patiently explained. So that's how it is. Then I'll trouble Senior Emperor River to set up the array as soon as possible. It's also inconvenient for Emperor Ji to walk around outside with this soul body. What do you need as soon as possible is to tell me, as long as I have it. Don't worry. I will prepare it as soon as possible. Thank you, Elder Ti Jiang. Emperor Ji bowed to Emperor Jang. No need to be polite, our 5 emperors of Spirit Lan are capable of being one honors the other, and only after the remodeling of our flesh is complete will we be able to block the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan more effectively. The 3 of them didn't have to wait long before Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun arrived. The speed of the Emperor realm was no longer limited by space at all. Chapter 1263, Noble Person. The 5 Spirit Lan emperors were once again gathered together. Emperor Yugi recounted that battle she had with the Ultra-Armament clan as well as the Soul-Devouring clan again in great detail. The experience in the Spirit Cage realm was still a one-off. It was determined that the Ultra-Armament 1 race and the Soul-Devouring race had joined forces to carry out an invasion of the Spirit Lantern realm. Jang then began to assign tasks. Yuan, Yao, and Shun, I'll give you a task, go gather the forces in the Spirit Lan domain. That of half-step Emperor realm powerhouses and hold a meeting for them, tell them that the Spirit Lan domain has reached a time of life and death, everyone must unite and work together to tide over the crisis, all half-step Empire realms, no matter what they're doing, they must all be present, and whoever is afraid of death and doesn't show up, will be directly kicked out of the Spirit Lan domain, and they'll never be may not set foot here. Yes. Elder Jang. The 3 Emperor realm powerhouses, Emperor Yuan, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun, replied at the same time. Then Yuan asked, Senior Emperor Realm, what about DG? He was still most concerned about DG. This internalized Dao couple of his own. Don't worry Yuan, DG I will bring with me to set up the formations that need to be used to reshape her physical body. By the way, I also need to tell her some precautions. Reshaping the physical body of the Emperor Realm is no joke, not a single mistake can be made. 1 month later, you guys will come together at my dojo to reshape the physical body of DG. Emperor Jang commanded. As the strongest and longest living Emperor realm powerhouse, his words were basically unchallenged and unopposed. Of course, the fact that Emperor Jang was fair in his dealings was also the reason why he was deeply respected and trusted by everyone. I understand, thank you Senior Emperor Jang. Yuan said seriously. Thank you Senior Emperor Jang. Emperor Ian followed suit. Alright, time is short, so let's move. The fact that the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan dared to make a move against Empyrean G means that they're already acting in secret, so I must hurry. The 3 Empyrean rivers, Emperor Yuan, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun, received their mission and quickly left. Before leaving, Yuan gave Empyrean G a deep look. Everyone was not surprised by this. These 2 had been entangled for a somewhat frighteningly long time. One clearly rejected it harshly at the beginning, while the other never gave up. It had been entangled like this for hundreds and thousands of epochs. Seeing that Empress Ji was no longer as resolute as before, she seemed to be sensitized and had the possibility of acceptance. As a result, something like this happened, causing Empress Ji to lose her physical body. The Spirit Lan domain would also face a great crisis. After the 3 Emperor realms left. At the scene was Emperor Jang and the soul body of Empyrean Ji left. At this moment, Empress Ji's heart was heavy. It wasn't that she was worried about the twists and turns of remodeling her physical body or whether the Spirit Lan domain would be overrun, but rather, she was worried about how to deal with the relationship with Yuan. It was already impossible for her to accept Yuan, but didn't dare to say so directly. Otherwise, Yuan would definitely turn into another personality, that crazy guy. At that time, no one in the entire Star Void realm would be able to control him except for Senior Empyrean. Lindong would also most likely be exposed. Once exposed, it would be death. What should be done? Empyrean Ji was helpless in her heart. After thinking about it, she could not find a solution. The only way was to drag it out. Stall for a few hundred more epochs. However, the relationship with Emperor Yuan could not be resolved. One would also not dare to meet Lindong. Would he still remember himself after a long period of time? Just as DG was torn in her mind. Emperor Jang suddenly said, Empress Ji, I have something else to tell you. Elder D. Jang, please speak. Empyrean Ji came back to her senses. During this period of time when you were seriously injured, I spent a great deal of effort to divine a fortune for you. Do you want to know the result? D. Zhang's words successfully aroused DG's curiosity. She knew that Senior D. Zhang had an extremely strong ability in the area of peering into the heavens. There were many things that were accurate at the first calculation. Elder Emperor Jiang divined a fortune for me? What was the result? DG asked curiously. The trigrams show that you should have this calamity, but you will meet the noble person of this life, and in the end, you will turn misfortune into good fortune. As for who this noble person is, I tried it and couldn't figure it out. Not only that, but you were also subjected to a considerable amount of backlash, and it took a long period of time before you could slow down. What? Emperor Ji's eyes widened, her heart shocked beyond measure. Elder Emperor Jang had calculated that he would meet a nobleman? And in the end, it turned out to be a blessing? Who was that noble person? She had only met one, and that was Lindong. Senior T. Jang had actually suffered a backlash when he counted on Lindong? How is that possible? One must know that Senior T. Jang was the longest living and strongest amongst the 5 emperors of Linglan. He had only paid some price for his own fortune-telling, but he suffered a backlash on Lindong? Emperor Ji felt that her brain was no longer enough. Seeing that DG had such a great reaction, it just confirmed the result of D. John's divination of that fortune. He had first supported D. Yuan before speaking up just to avoid trouble. If this noble person that Empress Ji met was a woman, it was fine. If it was a man, D. Yuan would definitely not be able to accept it. Things would most likely go in the worst direction. This person, Emperor Yuan, had a dual personality. Once he allowed his other personality to appear, it would definitely cause unpredictable consequences. Although D. Yuan was hiding it well. But D. Jiang knew. Nowadays, when D. Yuan started to go crazy, he was afraid that he himself would have trouble restraining him. Elder D. D. Jiang, I don't know how to reply for a moment, said Empyrean. She was originally not prepared to let anyone know about Lindong's matter. Not only D. Yuan, but others as well. But now that it had been calculated by Senior D. Jiang, it left her a little confused. DG, you don't have to worry about anything. I've sidetracked D. Yuan and the others because I wanted to talk to you alone. Don't worry, no matter what you said today, I guarantee that I won't divulge half of it. Empress Ji stared at D. Jiang for a long time and sighed in her heart. Since she already knew, she didn't want to continue hiding it. With her understanding of D. Jiang, if the other party had promised not to divulge, then they would definitely do it. Moreover, DG did not know how to resolve this matter, so it was good to let D. Jiang know so that he could help with ideas. In case D. Yuan knew about Lindong's existence and after being stimulated, another personality would appear, it would still take D. Jiang to be able to suppress it. Other than him, no one in the Star Void realm could do it. Knowing that would allow D. Jiang to prepare his heart in advance. However, Empyrean Ji opened her mouth and still couldn't say anything. Elder D. Jiang, what do you want to know? You ask. You're asking me to speak for myself, and I don't know how to start. Empyrean Ji shook her head with a bitter expression on her face and said, after your soul entered the spirit cage realm, did you meet a noble person? D. Jiang asked the first question. Yes. Empyrean replied affirmatively. That noble person was a man? Yes. After you met him, did you not want to further develop with Emperor Yuan, instead you wanted to clear your relationship with him and no longer have anything to do with him? D. Jiang asked this in a very straightforward manner. DG froze. Her mind recalled both D. Yuan and Lindong. It was strange. Even after knowing D. Yuan for thousands of epochs, at this moment, her impression of D. Yuan was actually confused. Whereas, every bit and every detail of her time with Lindong, she could remember it clearly. Understanding her heart. Empyrean replied in the firmest tone, yes. Chapter 1264, Z-Way Algorithm. Empress DG answered D. Jiang's 3 questions with 3 yes. D. Jiang got the answer he wanted and was silent for a while before he continued to ask again, DG, have you ever thought about what kind of consequences would arise if this matter was known by D. Yuan? I know that D. Yuan will definitely not be able to accept it, so I'm not going to tell him for now. A day is a day if I can delay it. Empyrean replied helplessly. For this matter, she hadn't thought of a solution. Either, the only thing she could do was to drag it out. Anyway, she would definitely not see Lindong until she had resolved D. Yuan. Otherwise, if D. Yuan was made aware of Lindong's existence, he would absolutely do whatever it took to find Lindong and kill him. If this matter is known to D. Yuan, it will not be a matter of whether he can accept it or not, but it will inspire another personality in him. As for not telling him, with this attitude of yours, he will find out sooner or later. Elder Empyrean. If D. Yuan really knows about this matter and it causes him to activate his other personality, I hope that you can step in and control him like you did last time and suppress him. Don't let him go haywire in the spirit land domain, or else it will cause countless deaths and injuries again. Emperor Ji pleaded. You're thinking things too simply. Duan is hiding very deeply, his talent far exceeds your imagination, and his strength is also very strong. If I really activate my other personality, I may not be able to suppress him right now. Jang shook his head with a bitter smile. In fact, of the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Spirit Land domain, Emperor Yuan, Emperor Ji, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun, Jiang was most optimistic about Yuan. This person's talent was quite high. His perseverance was even more terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued Emperor Ji for hundreds or thousands of epochs without giving up. Plus, his enlightenment is not low. If properly cultivated, he's bound to be the backbone of the Spirit Land region. He will become a figure that will intimidate the 4 directions. Unfortunately, Yuan is a dual personality. He has 2 very different personalities. It is completely positive and negative. Once stimulated and allowed the other personality to take over, the consequences would be severe. It had appeared once and was forcefully suppressed by Jang. However, if it appeared again nowadays, Emperor Jang wasn't even sure if he could suppress Emperor Yuan. This was what he was truly worried about. What? Elder Emperor Jang, you're not joking with me. You can't suppress Emperor Abyss? How is that even possible? If even you can't suppress him, then who else in this Star Void realm can control him? Emperor Ji exclaimed in shock. She, who had always been as calm as water, finally experienced violent mood swings. It seemed that she could not believe Zhang's words. In case Lindong's matter was exposed, she still hoped that Senior Zhang could help. Now, even Senior Zhang could not do so. Then wouldn't there be no one in the Spirit Land domain who could suppress Yuan? I can't say absolutely, it's just that this person, Yuan, is so deeply hidden that I can't give a guarantee. What can this do? Emperor Ji asked anxiously, still somewhat in disbelief. Empress Ji, want to hide from Emperor Yuan? The first thing is that your attitude must definitely change. Can't be like what you just did. With Emperor Yuan's suspicious character, perhaps he has already discovered that something is not right. If you want to drag it out, you must restore your previous attitude towards him, leave him a little bit of illusions, no matter what. You have to wait until this time to put the transition of the crisis of the overarmed clan and soul-devouring clan. Before saying it, there can by no means be any accidents at this juncture. Emperor Jian patiently explained. I understand, Elder Emperor River. Don't you worry. I will change, and I will definitely not let Yuan discover any more anomalies. Emperor calmed down and nodded. She knew what Jiang meant. She also understood Yuan as a person. If Yuan discovered Lindong's existence and knew what was in his heart, there was no doubt that he would definitely inspire another berserk personality. At that time, there was the threat of the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan from the outside, and there was Yuan's disruption from the inside. Under internal and external troubles, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the Spirit Land domain to survive this crisis. Emperor Abyss only has you in his eyes. The Spirit Land domain isn't even as important to him as you are. As long as he isn't allowed to despair and see some hope, then he's safe for the time being. Having waited for such a long period of time, I believe that a short period of time is not a problem. Understood. Emperor Ji nodded once again. That's it for Yuan. Now you tell me more about that noble person you met in the Spirit Cage realm. According to the trigrams, he will change your life, and as one of the 5 emperors of my Spirit Land domain, I don't know whether or not this person will affect the Spirit Land domain, but I can't calculate everything about this person. Jiang voiced the doubts in his heart, wanting Ji to answer for him. About that noble person that Ji had met. He had used almost every means, even going so far as to use his unique secret art, the violet algorithm, and only knew that this person existed, but nothing else. This had to make Yuan extremely curious. One must know that even if Yuan was so well hidden, Jiang was able to get some information about him through the violet algorithm. Although it wasn't all of it, it was still able to know quite a bit. The purple-violet algorithm was something that Emperor Jang had once obtained from a relic. It was also the means that Emperor Jang was most proud of. It was by relying on the purple-violet algorithm that Emperor Jang was able to step by step to get to where he was today. He had taught everything he knew to the four Emperor realm powerhouses, Emperor Yuan, Emperor Ji, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shan, in the hopes that they would guard the spirit Lan domain. Only this violet algorithm, Jang, did not teach anyone. This was because the requirements for learning the violet algorithm were too high. Of the four Emperor realms, only Yuan had that talent, and the remaining three practicing the purple violet algorithm was purely a waste of time, and it would be better to practice more of the others. However, Emperor Yuan possessed a dual personality and was an extremely unstable factor. Allowing him to learn the violet algorithm might be a curse rather than a blessing. Jang didn't dare to gamble on it either. In case the gamble was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the violet algorithm was also Jang's greatest means of controlling the situation, and he actually didn't want to pass it on and lose control of the spirit Lan domain. Elder Emperor Jang, in fact, when I first entered the spirit cage realm, due to my soul having suffered a severe trauma, it caused my body to take on the appearance of a small girl. At that time I had no memories, and I just relied on my instincts, stealing treasures from all over the spirit cage realm to feed on, until I met him. Saying this, a smile appeared on Emperor Ji's face. When Jang saw Ji's appearance, he let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Emperor's efforts for hundreds and thousands of epochs had been ruined. It wasn't that he wanted to fight for Yuan, he just felt that it was really too much of a pity. Originally, these two could have accomplished a great romance. With Empress Ji by Yuan's side accompanying him, he believed that berserk personality would have been suppressed to death, never having a chance to reappear in the heavens. It's a pity. But that was often the way of things in relationships, hundreds and thousands of epochs of dedication. In the end it was still no better than a few years of someone else's time together. Emperor Jang had gained too much time and had seen many such situations. He wasn't in a good position to judge who was right and who was wrong in this. Just when Yuan had worked so hard for so long and was about to accomplish something like this happened. One could only say that heavens had conspired against him. The two were destined to not be able to come together. Chapter 1265, The Five Emperors' Orders. Emperor Ji told everything about Lindong. She could trust Jang, an existence that was also a teacher and a friend. If even Jang could not be trusted, then there would be no one in this star void realm who could be trusted. Even if Jang didn't mention this today. When some time passed, Ji would also take the initiative to find him and tell him about what happened regarding Lindong to see if Jang had any solutions. After all, the only person who could suppress Yuan was Jang in the entire spirit Lan domain. No one else could. Emperor Jian listened carefully to Ji's introduction. The doubts in his heart were not resolved, not to mention that they were growing. According to what Ji had said, that fellow called Lindong was not very old, but he spent money lavishly, spending trillions of spirit void coins from his hands without even frowning. Money was something that was no longer relevant to an Emperor realm powerhouse. It wasn't just the Emperor realm. Those forces in the spirit Lan domain that possessed people with half-steps in the Emperor realm all had inexhaustible amounts of money. In that case, it seemed that Lindong had at least a very large power behind him to be able to give him that much money for his use. The person was young, had a lot of money, and his soul power was still strong. There weren't many people like this in the spirit Lan region, so as long as they investigated properly, they would definitely be able to find them. The odds were that it was a direct descendant of one of those great powers. What puzzled Jiang the most was Ji's soul body would receive huge benefits from following Lindong, even more than the benefits received from eating treasures, and would be able to quickly recover her soul power. This was hard to understand. This had never happened before in the history of the spirit Lan domain. Emperor Jiang tentatively thought that Lindong was a unique physique. Any soul body that came into contact with his soul body would be able to receive benefits. After all, the universe was so large that there were countless various physiques, and it was not impossible for a special physique that had never appeared before to appear. Thinking of this, Jiang's eyes lit up. From Ji's narration, he could tell that Lindong, this young man, had a very good character. He was very kind to the people around him. Especially towards Ji, he was more than kind. When he met a little girl on the road that he had never met before, he was able to spend 500 billion spiritual void coins to relieve the other party without hesitation. After that, he even purchased countless treasures for Ji to consume and restore her soul power. No benefits had been gained yet. This kind of person was either a fool, or he was truly kind to the extreme and had the world in his heart. Was Lindong a fool? Obviously not. Then he was the first kind of person. And it was such a person that Jian was looking for. Anyone with a strong soul power would not have a bad talent. After finding him and cultivating him properly, he would be another top pillar of the spirit Lan domain. Of course, hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. What exactly was the situation would have to be known after Jiang had personally met Lindong and made contact. Regarding personality, one could not just listen to Ji's side of the story, one had to get a good in-depth understanding. Don't be another guy with a dual personality like Yuan. When he is not sick, he is quite a good person, but when he is sick, he is like a mad dog, biting everyone. If it was really as Ji said. As long as Lindong was talented enough, Jiang would not mind taking the other party under his tutelage and becoming his only disciple, passing on all the skills in his body, including the violet algorithm, to Lindong together. However, now was not the time. Right now, let's first settle the matters of the ultra-armament race and the soul-devouring race. These two races were a very great threat to the Star Void realm. They must be treated with caution. It was just as well to take this opportunity to see just how much strength Yuan had hidden. Prepare for what comes next. Actually, Jiang didn't like Yuan too much. Although he was highly talented. But he had a bit too much heart and a deep city. Coupled with his other personality, like a time bomb buried in the spirit Lan domain, it might explode at some point. I'm afraid that by that time, Yuan will have grown to the point where no one will be able to defeat him. That would definitely be an unprecedented catastrophe for the spirit Lan domain. It would even be more terrifying than the immediate joint invasion of the spirit Lan domain by the ultra-armament clan and the soul-devouring clan. For the sake of Yuan's matter, Jiang had searched for many kinds of ways to get rid of Yuan's other personality. Unfortunately, they all failed. The only way to keep Yuan from getting too agitated and angry was to keep his emotions under control. It was just that once one knew what was in Ji's mind and knew of Lindong's existence, it would not be a matter of getting agitated and angry, but would simply go crazy. Empress Ji, let's go. Let's first help you remodel your physical body and resolve the matter of the joint invasion of the ultra-armament clan and the soul-devouring clan, and then we will return and deal with Yuan as well as Lindong. Emperor Jang said. Yes, many thanks to Senior Emperor Jang. Empyrean bowed in gratitude. Emperor Jang waved his hand. Of the three matters at hand, other than helping Empyrean Ji remodel her physical body was slightly easier. The other two things were difficult. Even Jiang found it quite tricky. Empress Ji followed Jiang to his dojo to set up the formations that would be needed to reshape her fleshly body at the Emperor realm. At this time, the spirit Lan domain had exploded. Almost all of the top powers had received news from the spirit cage realm. Someone in the spirit cage realm had claimed to be Lord Empyrean Ji of the spirit Lan 5 emperors and demanded treasures from them. When the family heads of all the major powers heard this news, their first reaction was that it was fake and that someone was impersonating Lord Empyrean Ji. They even scolded the person in charge sent to the spirit cage realm. As a result, they later took a look. Things aren't right. Someone posing as Lord Empyrean Ji, it would be fine to deceive one or two families, and due to the problem of face, the forces that were deceived might not dare to make a noise. But to cheat all the forces in the 8 main cities of the spirit cage realm, who would dare to be so rampant? Wouldn't that be looking for death? This matter definitely couldn't be hidden. A question couldn't help but pop up in everyone's mind. Could it really be Lord Empress Ji? Involving Lord Ji, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, no one dared to make a decision and hurriedly reported back to their own old ancestors. Let the old ancestors make the decision. Just as the old ancestors of the major powers were discussing whether or not to form a group to inquire about Lord Empyrean Ji, they received a notification sent out in the name of the 5 emperors, the 5 emperors' order. All half-step emperor realms were to come out of the gate and seize the time to gather at the very center of the Spirit Lan domain. It was also above the continent where the statues of the 5 emperor realms stood. It was also the holy land of the entire Spirit Land. The half-step emperor realms that had received the 5 emperors' orders didn't dare to delay at all and immediately set off for the Holy Land. By this time, Emperor Yuan, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun were already waiting for them at the Holy Land. Half-step emperor realms were still quite a bit inferior to true emperor realm powerhouses. Emperor realm powerhouses could manage to ignore spatial status distances, but they couldn't, so they could only honestly rush through high-dimensional space. Soon half a month passed. Almost all of the half-step Emperor realms in the Spirit Lan domain had arrived, leaving only a very few that were farther away still on their way. Emperor Yuan, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun sat on top of their statues that were tens of thousands of feet tall and rested their eyes. The old ancestors of the major powers that had arrived all sat down on their knees and waited quietly. No one dared to make a single sound. Chapter 1266 Arrival at Amber City. Spirit Cage Realm. Lindong and his group looked at the majestic 100-meter tall gate in the distance in front of them. It was engraved with 3 big words in Dragon's Flight: Amber City. They had finally arrived at Amber City, one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage Realm. The people around them began to gradually increase. Not only were there humans, there were also many other races. Lindong stared at the majestic gate in the distance, and in his mind, he was calculating how he could open up an Amber City and obtain enough divine magnificence points here, helping himself to improve his strength and detachment techniques as soon as possible. Amber City was, after all, one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage Realm, gathering many great powers of the 9th-level civilization Spirit Lan domain. This city gate alone was not comparable to those Tier 1 or Tier 2 cities. There was also that terrifying aura that he stumbled upon on the way. I'm afraid that it came from Amber City. I don't know how many of those kind of powerhouses there are in Amber City. If there were more, it would be really bad. Lindong now had some regrets. Tuan Tuan had left, so why was he in such a hurry to come to Amber City? The main purpose of coming here was to buy more precious treasures for Tuan Tuan and earn some divine magnificence points in the process. Since Tuan Tuan was no longer here, he should continue to stay in Weiyang City, develop obscenely, and continue to slowly accumulate divine greatness points. Leave when you have enough strength. At least there, one was invincible and no one would dare to come and find trouble for oneself. Amber City was a different story. The strong man that he had encountered on his way to catch up was not something that Lindong could deal with. Even if he used all his means and went all out, there was not a single possibility of victory. But having come all the way, Lindong was no longer entangled. His mindset was quite good. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. Lindong had no idea what position his Emperor Realm strength, as well as his Emperor Realm soul power, was in the Spirit Lan domain and Spirit Cage Realm. When placed in the Spirit Lan domain, it was second only to the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. As for in this Spirit Cage Realm, there was even less to say that the 5 emperors were invincible without coming. It was just that Lindong did not know about it. While he wanted to purchase heavenly treasures in Amber City, unbeknownst to him, most of the treasures here had been taken away by the Emperor and Empress. However, for Lindong, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The fewer the treasures, the higher the price would naturally be. After the troop left, what Lindong needed was to spend money to obtain divine magnificence points rather than the treasures themselves. The price at which the system rated a certain treasure was not dead either, it would change with the fluctuations of the market. The more the treasure increased in price, the happier Lindong was. This was because it meant that he could spend more money and obtain more divine magnificence points. When we arrive at Amber City, it's the same old rules. You first go and research the market to see how to open up the situation and gain a firm foothold. Red Bean, go and see where the houses have a good environment and buy one to live in for the time being. Both of you should not be afraid to spend money. The last thing that I am short of is money. I will only be happy if you spend more. Lindong instructed as he stared ahead at status Amber City. Yes, Your Excellency. He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo replied at the same time. One more thing, Amber City is after all one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage Realm. This place is not like Weiyang City. There are quite a lot of strong and powerful people here. On the way here I had sensed a very powerful guy spying on us, so in the event that we are new to this place and don't understand it well yet, try to be as low profile as possible and don't be too open about it, and of course, we can't be afraid of things. We understand. Then let's set off and enter Amber City. According to the plan, we will be here for a long time next, so all of you prepare yourselves mentally. No matter where Your Excellency goes, we are sworn to follow to the death. After Lindong finished speaking, he led everyone along towards Amber City. After approaching the gates of Amber City, there were very many colt carts coming and going. Colt carts were the most common form of transportation in the Spirit Cage Realm. The main reason was that colt beasts were docile, fast, and smooth. Of course, there were also some big shots who took other modes of transportation in order to show their status. The gate of Amber City not only had a height of hundreds of meters, but also a width of over 100 meters. Dozens of entrances were open. There were long lines in front of each entrance. As one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm, the entire Amber City possessed 100 and 800-meter tall majestic gates, and what Lindong and the others saw was only one of them. With such a long queue for even one gate, it could be seen how large the flow of people in Amber City was. It was by no means comparable to a Tier 1 city like Weiyang City. The group arrived at the very back of the line. Lindong knew that he had to keep a low profile as he was new to the city. He originally thought that he could just follow the queue, there was no need to cause trouble by entering a city. As a result, he took a look. The queue was simply too long. And it was also slow. Next to it, there were a few passages where there was no need to queue. The ones passing by were all very luxurious cults. They must be the passages where the powerful and noble people entered and exited. Looking at the endless queue, Lindong did not want to wait and called for Nya Hongdo. Soon Nya Hongdo walked in. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" "The queue is too long, just go directly to the next few passages that do not require queuing," Lindong said. "Your Excellency, didn't you just say that we are new to Amber City, so let's keep a low profile if we can? The passages that don't need to queue are all for the powerful and noble people of Amber City to enter and exit. I'm afraid that if we go, we will attract attention." "It's fine, let's go. How long do we have to wait in this queue? If we're stopped, just give them some favors and we should be able to pass. After all, who would cross money?" "Yes, Your Excellency," Nya Hongdo replied. She was only responsible for reminding. Since the eunuch had said so, it was only necessary to carry it out. After saying that, Nya Hongdo turned around and exited the colt carriages. Then the 3 colt carts switched lanes and continued on their way. Immediately, it attracted the gazes of many queuers. Lindong did not care about this either. With no more obstacles in front of them, the colt carts quickly arrived in front of the Amber City gates. However, at this time, they were also stopped in their tracks. "Would your lordship please show his pass?" The 2 gate guards guarding the passageway of the powerful and noble saw that the 3 colt carts were slow to show their passes, so they stepped forward and asked. Nya Hongdo tuned down the colt carts and said politely to the 2 gate guards, "Both of you, we're new to Amber City and haven't obtained a pass yet. Please forgive us." "New to Amber City? Don't have a pass? Then why did you come here instead of following the queue? Do you know what kind of people pass through here? Those are the big shots of Amber City. Hurry up and get back in line or don't blame me for being impolite." One of the 5 big and thick men loudly scolded. If he had a pass, he would have to nod his head and call himself a grandpa, but if he didn't have a pass, what the hell was he afraid of? He dared not to queue up on his first visit to Amber City, and he did not know who gave him the guts to do so. There were not many cases like Lindong's. After all, Amber City was a spirit cage city. After all, Amber City was one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm. Not everyone had the guts to disobey the rules after just coming here. Of course, not being rare did not mean that there were none. There would always be those guys who didn't know the heights of heaven who would do so. Chapter 1267 Greed. My son has rushed a long way and is a bit uncomfortable. He wants to enter the city as soon as possible and the line is really too long, so he doesn't want to queue up, so I'd like to ask you 2 adults to make it easier. Nya Hongdo said and stepped forward, very stealthily handing the other party a parcel. After the 5 big men took it, they quietly looked at what was inside. A look of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. This was something good. A treasure that was worth a lot of money. Unconsciously, he put it away. Nya Hongdo's heart let out a sigh of relief when she saw this. It was good as long as it was received, but she was afraid that the other party would not accept it. It was the first time she had come to Amber City, and the first time she had seen such a long line to enter the city. Just when Nya Hongdo thought that the other party would let herself go. Instead, the gate guard suddenly said, "The first colt car can go in, the remaining 2 go back and continue to line up. This lord, the 3 of us are together, and the colt car in the middle is riding on our male son, so please make it easy for your lordship." Nya Hongdo hurriedly said. "I don't care what your son is or isn't, come to Amber City. It's the dragon that has to be coiled for me, it's the tiger that has to be crotched for me. Are you leaving or not?" If you don't go, I'll give me a roll to go back to line up. Don't block the road here, otherwise in a moment the law enforcement team comes, you can't go. You. Nya Hongdo was infuriated. I didn't expect the other party to have such a big appetite. Worthy of being in 8 main cities, even a gatekeeper was so arrogant. The value of the treasure she had quietly given away wasn't low, yet she could only enter 1 cold car. If she wanted to enter 3, she would have to pay 3. Entering a city is so expensive. What a bunch of man-eating, bone-crushing lords. You? I know that you guys are lording it over other places, but this is Amber City, not your hometown. Don't think that we won't dare to make a move just because you're a woman. If you don't leave again, I'm not only going to clean you up, I'm also going to clean up your males along with you. The 5 big and 3 thick door guard was not afraid of Nya Hongdo at all. Behind him stood, but Amber City's city lord's mansion. So what if he received a gift? Who knew that the treasure belonged to this woman? Can you say yes? The first thing you need to do is to ask for a favor or not to ask for a favor. Nya Hongdo has no way. The situation must be strong, came to someone else's territory, can only be recognized. Moreover, just now Lindong explained, to act in a low profile, can spend money to solve the problem, try to spend money to solve. Forcing back the anger in her heart, she once again took out 2 packaged treasures and handed them to the other party, stifling her anger and said, "Please also make it easier for your lordship." Receiving the 2 packages. The burly man gave the other gatekeeper a look, and after the other nodded his head, the 2 of them stepped back some distance and buried their heads in discussion. Received 3 treasures of great value, enough for us to dash around for a long time, let go or not? The strong man asked in a low voice. You're silly. This group of people are obviously wealthy people from a small place, it's hard to catch this opportunity, wouldn't it be too much of a loss to just let them go, think of a way to pull something out of them again. Another gatekeeper said. But when I sent the first treasure, I let them pass a cold car, now I've sent 2 more, it's only right that all 3 cold cars should be released, in finding fault, will it anger them? It's all right. They're from a small place, so what if they get pissed off? You don't say anything later, I'll say it, after we finish this job. We'll be able to get away with it. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. After the 2 discussed clearly, they came forward again. The burly man who received the gift didn't say anything, and the other gate guard said to Nya Hongdo, take your male son inside. Many thanks to the 2 adults. After Nya Hongdo finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to get on the colt cart. As a result, before she could act, the other party came back with another sentence. I'm talking about you and your son going in, the others and the colt carts back up and line up. Nya Hongdo, who was about to get on the colt cart, froze. Slowly turning around, her face was embarrassed as she stared at the 2 guards. Mudmen still had 3 points of fire in them. Being teased by the other party over and over again. At this moment, Nya Hongdo was also on fire. Although Lindong had said something about trying to keep a low profile. But he also said, we don't cause trouble, but we are also definitely not afraid of trouble. It was obvious that these 2 gatekeepers were deliberately making things difficult. Even if they sent more treasures, the other party would not let them through. Yo ho! What? Looking at you, you seem to be very unconvinced. Do you know what place this is? This is Amber City, one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm, not so hometown kind of shitty place, we are affiliated with the Amber City Lord's Mansion. The doorman looked at Nya Hongdo and arrogantly said. Hearing the other party say that they were affiliated with the Amber City Lord's Mansion, Nya Hongdo hesitated again. It didn't matter if it was in the main city or another city. The City Lord's Mansion wasn't said to be number 1, but was at least controlled by the top few forces. Offending such a power. It wasn't a good thing for the first-timers. Just as Nya Hongdo was in a heavenly battle in her heart. Lindong's voice resounded in his mind. Lindong's words were simple. Don't be afraid. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. A simple sentence. It doubled Nya Hongdo's confidence. If the eunuch had said so, what else did she have to be afraid of? 2 lords, I think I've already given you enough face, so why do I have to be so bitter? Isn't it good to let us in and let everyone make peace? Nya Hongdo said calmly. You're letting you in just because you say so? After arriving in Amber City, you still don't abide by the rules of Amber City. I didn't blast you guys away, it's already right for you, don't be so nagging and hurry back to line up. It's fine to let us go back to the queue, return the treasures, and we'll leave immediately. Nya Hongdo suddenly said loudly. What? Treasure? Don't spit blood, we didn't take anything. The two gate guards were a bit flustered. Originally thought that they could take these people who came from small places to death, did not expect the other party to dare to do so. It was mainly because Nya had given the treasures too quickly the first 2 times, causing the two gate guards to mistakenly think that they were easy to bully. As a result, when they finally tried to claim it again, they realized that they had met a tough opponent. The matter of receiving favors was something that anyone was doing. Above is also open one eye, close one eye. But after all, it is a violation of the law and cannot be brought to the surface. Nya Hongdo raised her voice at once, so that everyone around could hear clearly, attracting the gaze of many people and causing panic in the mind of the doorkeeper who received the gift. Really? You guys confiscated it? Dare you take out those 3 packages on your person and open them? Nya Hongdo sneered. What's wrong with having treasures on your body? You so prove it's yours? Can you shout yes? Could it be that if you point to a random person, the treasures on his body are also yours? The burly man asked rhetorically. Just the 2 of you guarding the gate, can you have such high-level treasures? I'm afraid no one would even believe it if I said it, right? Sometimes you can't be too greedy as a human being, just about the same, what isn't yours will never reach you. Nya Hongdo said sarcastically. Chapter 1268, Kneeling. The clash between Nya Hongdo and the Amber City gate guards drew the gazes of countless people around them. Everyone had the appearance of waiting to watch the show. Whether it was the ones lined up and ready to enter the city or the other gate guards, none of them had the intention of coming forward to stop them. It was a complete look of watching a good show. You crazy woman, how dare you slander our guards? I'm telling you, you guys are finished. Dare to make trouble in Amber City. Not only will you not be able to enter the city today, you won't be able to enter the city in the future. Come from wherever you came from, get the hell back to wherever you came from. If you don't leave again, don't blame me for being impolite and arresting and locking you all up in the prison. Before Nya Hongdo could retort, Lindong's voice came from behind him. He is really a great official authority. A small city gate guard dares to say that he wants to put this gonzi in the dungeon? Who gave you the courage and confidence? Lindong had gotten off the colt at this time and walked forward. Behind him followed He Yaoting, as well as the remaining few Nya family elite guards. Your Excellency. Queen Nya Hong immediately retreated to the side. Lindong nodded and walked past Nya Hongdo, facing the 2 Amber City gate guards directly. What? Do you want? I told you, this is Amber City. It is not a poor mountain valley where you claim to be the king. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will not have a good ending. The 2 gate guards were now truly flustered. Relying on the fact that they had their backs to the big tree that was the city lord's mansion, they collected favors from people who did not have passes and did not want to queue up to enter the city. But this was all done in secret. Once exposed, they would definitely be punished. Originally, it looked like it was the first time Nya Hongdo and the girls had come to Amber City, and the treasures given twice were exceptionally precious, at least dozens of times more expensive than the benefits they had received in the past. Thinking that they had encountered a tycoon who had never seen the world, they were prepared to ruthlessly extort a fortune. As a result, I didn't expect the other party to suddenly flip out. Had they known this, it would have been better to take the 3 treasures and just let them go directly. With things having developed to this point, they were also too late to repent. If the attention of the adults above is attracted, not only will the benefits have to be handed over, but they won't be able to share a single hair, and they will have to be scolded and disciplined. This was really lifting a stone and smashing their own feet. We do come from the poor mountain valley you mentioned. We can't compare to you people living in the main city, but that doesn't mean you have to be superior. The first time I came to Lower Amber City, my intention was not to make a big deal out of it, but it's a pity that you 2 fellows don't know how to be good, and you're too greedy, since this is the case. I would like to see how you are going to put us in the prison. Lindong said indifferently. Not a trace of panic could be seen on his face. He himself was at least an Empyrean realm powerhouse, and his soul power had also reached the first stage of the Empyrean realm. Even if there were people within Amber City who could defeat him, there would definitely not be many. He had thought that when he first arrived in Amber City, he would keep a low profile. As a result, he gave others the opportunity to step on his nose. To be bullied by 2 gatekeepers like this, how could he, an Emperor realm powerhouse, be embarrassed? The two gatekeepers had the intention to trivialize the matter and let Lindong and the others pass. However, now that they were being watched by many onlookers, they could not put on that face. Anyhow, they were also city guards affiliated with the city lord's mansion. I am now warning you as the Amber City Guards, if you are sensible, feel free to retreat back and do not entangle yourselves here, otherwise you will be the ones to suffer. Nosy. Lindong lifted his right foot and took a step forward, releasing a trace of his breath. Although it was only a mere trace. The two doormen also felt an irresistible force coming over them. Their bodies retreated back uncontrollably. In the process, the two men glanced at each other, and both could see the color of shock in each other's eyes. Knowing that the person in front of them was not someone they could deal with. Both of them simultaneously gritted their teeth and nodded their heads. Unexpectedly, they made a shocking move. After stopping, they actually fell to their knees together. To outsiders, it looked as if Lindong had forced them to kneel. This scene caused the countless onlookers around them to cry out in shock. They had thought of the various directions that things could go, but they had only never thought that Lindong would dare to make the city guards kneel. Even if the city guards were just a bunch of rabble and a bunch of assholes. But after all, they belonged to the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. They represented the face of Amber City and the city lord's mansion. To make the city guards kneel in public, wasn't that just slapping the face of the city lord's mansion? And this was exactly what the two guardsmen wanted. Since this person was unforgiving, then there was no choice but to find a way to escalate the incident. Escalate it to the face of the city lord's mansion, and at that time, the city lord's mansion would send someone out to resolve it. In front of such a big event, receiving a gift would be a trivial matter. Maybe no one would care. Wouldn't they be able to get away with it? Lindong's intention was certainly not to make these two fellows kneel, he only wanted to scare the other party. The matter had developed to this point. It had gotten bigger and bigger. The hundreds of city guards in front of Amber City's gates immediately put down their hands and stopped releasing the passageway, and all of them gathered at this passageway of Lindong. Someone forcing the city guards to kneel was not a trivial matter when it concerned the face of the city lord's mansion and the city guards. More and more city guards gathered around. The two kneeling on the ground, buried their heads and quietly revealed a sinister smile. Who dares to cause trouble at the gates of Amber City? Report your name. A small leader of the city guard looked at Lindong and the others and asked. Facing more than 100 city guard soldiers, Lindong's few people did not show the slightest bit of fear. Both Nia Hongdo and He Yaoting had seen Lindong's power. Knowing that Lindong's background was definitely not simple. So what if Amber City was a main city? They believed that their own son's background might not be afraid of the other party. Lindong himself was even less afraid. Even if the matter was brought to the city lord's office, he himself was still a reasonable party. Where was there a reason to receive a gift and not release it? My lord Lindong. As for making a scene, I don't recognize it. Since they received the gift, they should let us into the city, taking money and not doing anything. Even if it goes to the city lord's office, I am not afraid. Lindong looked as if he had the appearance of walking around the world with his own reasoning. You guys received gifts from each other? The young head looked towards the two gatekeepers who were still kneeling on the ground. Young head, no. We definitely didn't accept it. The two hurriedly shook their heads in denial. There was no way to admit it now. Once they admitted it, they would become public enemies of all the city guards. They said they didn't receive the gift. Now what else do you have to say? Daring to force my city guards to kneel and slander the city guards, if you don't give a reasonable explanation, you will never be able to leave Amber City safely today. The little leader threatened in a loud voice. Regarding the matter of receiving gifts, he knew it clearly in his heart. As a small leader of the city guards, when the people below received gifts, they would offer a portion of them up. He naturally had to protect his own people. TSK. I kind of understand what is called officials protecting each other. A small city guard's army dare to be so status blatant to receive benefits. The key is to receive and not do anything. The appetite is big and scary. I really don't know if you guys are bold. Or do you really have that strength? Lindong shook his head and said with a smile. Chapter 1269, The Might of a Word. Just when both sides were in the middle of a sword fight, a voice came from Amber City. The law enforcement team has arrived, all idlers, make way. Hearing this voice, the gathered city guards hurriedly made way for a passage. A team of about a dozen people came forward. Everyone held their heads high, with an arrogant status look, wearing black clothes with the word law enforcement written on them. They had arrogant capital. It was because the law enforcement team was the group of people with the highest status in Amber City. It was very difficult to join the law enforcement team. Not only do you need to be strong, but you also need to have the right connections. The law enforcement team doesn't accept trash. As long as it was something within the city, it was within their jurisdiction. Compared to a team like the city guards that looked at the gates, the law enforcement team was more than a notch higher. When the city guards saw the members of the law enforcement team, they all had to respectfully address them as adults, dreaming of one day becoming one of them. What's the situation? The leader of the law enforcement team opened his mouth and asked. Back to Lord Law Enforcement, these guys didn't have passes and wanted to force their way into the city. Of course our city guards couldn't possibly allow such a thing to happen, and as a result, they were forced to kneel. My lord, they are slapping the face of our city lord's mansion. I still request that your excellency take action to suppress the curmudgeons. The small leader of the city guards stood out and pointed at Lindong and the others, saying in a respectful, and yet cautious tone. The law enforcement team leader first looked at the two gate guards who were still kneeling on the ground before turning his gaze towards Lindong and his group and asked, "Is the situation true? If I were to say that everything he said was false, would you believe me?" Lindong did not answer but instead asked the other party in return. Asshole. The captain asked you if it is true. All you need to do is answer yes or no. Where is all the nonsense? Say one more word and I. A member of the enforcement team pointed at Lindong and cursed before his words could be uttered. Lindong looked over with a lightning-like look. This law enforcement team member who was abusing Lindong immediately shut his mouth as if his neck was pinched. Is this the quality of the law enforcement team? Honestly speaking, I have traveled to so many places and encountered countless law enforcement officers. You guys are the worst I have ever seen, and it seems that Amber City is no better. It's also one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm. Alas. Today, the name doesn't live up to its name. Lindong said and shook his head. The moment these words came out, each and every onlooker at the scene looked at Lindong with a shocked expression. They thought to themselves that this brat was not stupid, right? Daring to talk about the Amber City's law enforcement team in such a manner? Who did not know that in Amber City, the law enforcement team had immense power, holding the power of life and death over the majority of the people? Anyone who angered the law enforcement team and did not have a strong enough background behind them would end up in a miserable situation. Lindong said that he had come to Amber City for the first time, so he was definitely not the native strength of Amber City. As for other cities, even if they were hegemonic level forces from first-tier cities, it would not be good for them to come to Amber City. Unless it was a top-tier power from one of the other 7 main cities, the Amber City Lord's Mansion might give some face. After all, the top-tier forces that could become a main city were not oil-saving. In the Spirit Land domain, everyone knew each other as well. But in general, it was impossible for the forces of one main city to go to another main city. If they were too far away from the point of descent, it would be troublesome in case of an unforeseen situation. The chances of Lindong coming to the main city were not high. After being shocked, the onlookers all revealed curious expressions. This was going to be a good show. Daring to publicly insult the law enforcement team. How many years had it been since this kind of thing had happened? The 2 gate guards kneeling on the ground were already happy in their hearts, wanting this effect. How is our quality? It's not your turn to judge as an outsider. Come on, take them all away. I want to personally examine them. The captain of the law enforcement team said with a gloomy face. Lindong's words had completely enraged him. Yes, Captain. More than 10 members of the law enforcement team replied in unison. Then they bullied their way up, ready to grab Lindong and his group, bring them into the city, lock them in the prison, and then slowly clean them up. Nya Hongdo and He Yaoting, as well as the few remaining Nya family elites, all moved to block in front of Lindong. They didn't care about the law enforcement team or not. If they dared to make a move against Gongzi, they would have to go through themselves first. Of course, they also knew that they could not possibly be a match for the Amber City's law enforcement team, but they still had to do what needed to be done. It seems like this is your first time in Amber City and you don't know the power of my law enforcement team. With these few cats and dogs, you want to stop my law enforcement team? Simply delusional. The captain of the law enforcement team said with a cold smile when he saw Nya Hongdo's few people. A good show was about to unfold. The onlookers unconsciously stepped back some distance. Just when the two sides were about to collide together. As if he had shifted his body, Lindong suddenly appeared at the very front and gently spat out a word from his mouth, "Scram." A storm blew out from his mouth. The dozen or so members of the law enforcement team who had rushed up only felt their ears buzzing, their minds were confused, and their bodies were so light that they just flew up. They were not the only ones. The captain of the law enforcement team at the back also felt a terrifying force coming at him head-on, and before he could respond, his body had already been sent flying. There was even less to say about the guards. Even the law enforcement team couldn't stop them. How could they possibly run away? In an instant, everything that stood in front of Lindong was all tumbled over. The law enforcement team plus the guard army, a team of hundreds of people in position, all flew up and crashed towards the walls of Amber City. Bang bang bang. Pffffffffff. A sound of crashing and spitting blood rang out one after another. A moment later, hundreds of people hit the city wall and landed on the ground, one by one wailing in pain. The surrounding onlookers who were waiting for a good show were dumbfounded one by one. What was the situation? Did one's eyes blink, or did one's ears go wrong? A single word roll had such great power? More than a dozen members of the law enforcement team, along with hundreds of guardsmen, were defeated just like that? Who is this person? Looks very young. I didn't expect the strength to be ridiculously strong. No wonder he dared to insult Amber City's law enforcement team in public, so he has capital. To be so young and have such a strong strength, the background behind him must not be weak. This time, the law enforcement team and the guards, I'm afraid that they have encountered a tough opponent. If it was really from another main city, it was expected that this matter would only end up being settled. As Lindong only targeted the law enforcement team and the guards in front, the surrounding spectators were not affected in the slightest. At this moment, the captain of the law enforcement team first stood up trembling. He was the strongest and his injuries were naturally lighter. Physical injuries were far from being able to catch up with the psychological trauma. How could he not have imagined? The young-looking male in front of him would be so powerful to such an extent. He was actually powerless to resist. And the other party had merely said the word roll. Who the hell are you? You? The captain of the law enforcement team asked with a trembling voice,